Okay, this is Melot again, Melot Balisali sa Atilio. I'm from Fora and I am joining you from Davao City. So ito pong ating breakout room ay sa environment sector. I would like to introduce the members of the screening committee ng environment sector, no? From the Philippine Commission on Women, we have Miss Michelle Ruiz. Michelle, saan ka? Tumaway ka nga. Ayan, si Michelle.
Hello po.
O Mitch, or si Mitch. At si Miss Mildred Coral. Nasaan ka, Mildred? Kaway-kaway dyan. I would also like to acknowledge si Kurt Reyes for always coordinating the screening committee meetings. Unfortunately, hindi natin siya kasama sa breakout room na ito ng environment. From the NAPSI naman, kaway-kaway po kayo dyan habang binabanggit ko ang mga pangalan ninyo, ang mga representatives ng NAPSI sa Environment Sector Screening Committee ay sina Ma'am Leonora Acuña Martinez. Where are you, Ma'am Leonie? Hindi ko nakikita sa aking screen. Si Ma'am Leonie, si Miss Ampi Misiano, Amparo Misiano, there, Ampi is there. And also Ma'am Paulina Pau Naira. Where are you, Pau? Okay, so ito po yung mga members ng screening committee. The PCW NAPSI Multi-Stakeholder Conference, Gains and Challenges in Gender Mainstreaming, received a total of 196 submissions. And 25 of these are applications from the environment sector. Pero parang hindi tayo yung pinakamarami. Meron pang mas marami. I don't know, I think education sector ang pinakamarami. If I'm not mistaken, ha? Ang mga submissions na ito ay galing sa government agencies, galing sa mga CSOs, at saka sa private organizations, at saka sa academe. The committee screened 25 applications from the environment sector, and out of these 25 applications, 10 ang napili for presentation as best practices for gender mainstreaming. And today, ngayong hapon, maririnig natin ang 5 presentations. Bukas naman, we shall hear the remaining 5 presentations. So reminder lang po, bawat presentation ay merong 20 minutes. Tapusin muna natin ang 5 presentation, saka tayo magkakaroon ng open forum. With that, as a reminder, kindly take note of your questions muna. During the open forum, you may use the raise hand button or type your questions in the chat box. To ensure na lahat ng mga presenters ay merong adequate time, we have to observe our time schedule. Okay, let's start. Okay na ba? Handa na ba tayong lahat? Can I have an okay? Okay na ba? Okay?
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
okay.
The presentation is ready already.
Okay, ready na ha? Okay, ready na tayong lahat. The first presentation is from the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities or ICSC. And this will be presented by Ms. Danica Marie Supnet. Ms. Danica is the Senior Analyst for Climate Governance of the ICSC. The title of her presentation is Finding the Nexus, Gender, Health, and Climate Change in the Community-Driven Development Policy. Let's give a virtual applause to Ms. Danica Supnet. Danica, take the floor. The virtual
Salamat po.
Okay,
Maraming salamat po, Ms. Melot, and of course the PCW for the opportunity for us to present some of our work in ICSC. May I request the tech team to please share my slide? Maraming salamat. Okay. Tech team.
Wala pa?
Yes, ma'am. Ito na po.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I will just quickly introduce kung sino po si Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities. So kami po ay isang non-government organization based here in Metro Manila, working on fair climate and energy policies po. And our works is from the local, national, regional, Asia, Southeast Asia level, of course, international level. Since ICSC is also heavily involved in climate related negotiations at international level. And we've been working with local governments and also with national government agencies and pursuing our climate and energy policies. So, yes, hopefully my slide will come out. Okay. All right. There. So, yung title po ng aking presentation is Finding the Nexus, Gender, Health, and Climate in Community-Driven Policy. This is actually part of the Women in Earth initiative, where ICSC is part of the first batch grantee. So what is WORTH, or Women in Earth Initiative, as sinasabi ko kanina? It's an innovation program and funding that aims to create a platform for civil society organizations from Bangladesh, the Philippines, Pakistan, and Malaysia to develop innovative and integrated solutions to gender equality, sexual reproductive health and rights, or SRHR, and climate change adaptation challenges. So this WORTH initiative is a partnership between the Asian Pacific Resource and Research Center for Women, or ARROW, and the Danish Family Planning Association, or DFPA. So we've been engaging with local governments in terms of climate adaptation planning, but this project with WORTH is our first project. It gave us an opportunity to pilot the gender responsive climate adaptation planning, adding gender lens in the process. So as we go to the next slide, how it all started, we started conceptualizing, next slide please, the project by, of course, recognizing what are the key issues here in the Philippines. So for one, that the impacts of climate change, whether these are direct and indirect impacts, has significant gender disparities. So further, looking at also the context of sexual reproductive health and rights, or SRHR, which we saw that it's often excluded in the human security narrative in the context of climate change. Then we also see that recognition of issues is not enough, especially in the climate adaptation, climate negotiation, or climate justice sphere in whole. That recognition, of course, of issues is not enough, and we need impactful gender responsive climate actions. So as we go to the next slide, more of the findings that we saw, we've seen the gravity of the impacts of climate change affecting, of course, the daily lives of communities and the household, and it's affecting the socio-economic aspects. So in the Philippines, despite having passed progressive laws such as laws and programs on climate, health, and gender, these are still criticized as implemented in silos. But then we see that there are opportunities actually to mainstream them interconnectedly. And that's the core of our project. So as we go to the next slide, shown in the photo is the multi-actor partnership focused on innovation and creative approaches in gender and development planning in Giwan, Eastern Samar, which is, of course, a town we know that was the first area of landfall of Typhoon Haiyan last November 2013. So this project is a collaborative work with the Giwan Response, Recovery, and Sustainable Development Group for Resilience, or GRSDGR, the local government of Giwan, of course, and community organizations such as CCAT and other women's group in Giwan. So we see the important role of government policies and available funding mechanism that should be a driver to help the communities adapt to the climate crisis. So one opportunity as part of this project that we saw is looking at the Gender and Development Plan and Fund of local governments. So on the next slide, for this project, we integrated the innovation and creativity in planning strategies of local governments. So the gender, health, including SRHR, as criteria for resilience. And of course, as drivers for better development planning. So at the end of the day, we want this to be more close to the development process or the development planning processes of the local government. So as part of the creative process also, on the next slide, we see the importance of recognizing the power of humanities. So for this project, photography, the use of photography by putting faces of the realities and convey messages of climate crisis, hope, climate resilience, and even climate action. So our participants, the local planners, including community leaders and organizers in G1, they took part in the photo gallery and photo voice workshops that we convened last year, 2021. So photo voice and photo gallery are methodologies that brings out the people-centered approach of the serious and even tedious local government planning processes. So with these activities, ano ba yung importanteng feedback na ating participants? So as we go to the next slide, it's emphasizing on the importance that I think we missed one slide, but I can go through this also. So one important feedback from the participant is that gender responsive climate strategies through an integrated impact analysis approach prove to change the narrative of risk and vulnerability. So they're looking at possibilities that if we have gender disaggregated data as a documentary requirement that has been used as the means to evaluating gender responsiveness of our climate programs in the Philippines. But this quantitative representation is often perceived as it doesn't not necessarily capture the real issues. So it's the same also with the climate risk and vulnerability assessment that does not capture immediately the gender issues on the ground. So there. So where do we go from here? So that's the question. So as we go to the next slide. So yeah. So through the course of the workshop, by integrating yung elements ng gender, health, sexual reproductive health and rights, and the climate impact analysis, it leveraged far greater information of the realities on the ground as we see. This is an important step in breaking the silo. So the photos, of course, as the agents, but there are more work to be done. So here you can see the result of the baseline studies, which we integrated in development planning of the local government, wherein one of the gains is that for the 2022 annual investment plan, they provided an earmark budget from their GAD fund to implement a list of gender-responsive climate adaptation projects. But this is the list of solutions were not identified by the core group alone, but these were identified by the communities that were part of the workshop. So more of how the project cascaded into more opportunities. Just last month, the local government of G1 again invited us in their executive and legislative planning workshop, and they're also currently enhancing their comprehensive land use plan. So to help them ensure that the gains from these workshops are also integrated and considered in the current planning processes. So we see that the multi-actor partnership doesn't stop with the Worth Initiative project alone, but it's a continuous project with or a collaboration with the local government, and they also want to pass on this initiative to their to the youth in G1 by organizing a similar planning workshop as part of their youth and development program. So it's a recognition that they will be the next planners and community organizers in G1. But of course, as we go to the next slide, okay, so we always say that, of course, climate action doesn't stop with an accomplished plan. Resource mobilization and, of course, the opportunities of fund blending from government and private sector funds is crucial, of course, to ensure that localities receive the resources they require and actually are implemented effectively. So these are some of the realizations also. So as we go to the next slide, although the funding that we received from the Worth Initiative is, of course, a small seed funding for this project, But the result, we saw it really cascading to so many opportunities at the local level. And there's really a big impact in the local government, especially. So we always say that there should be continuous multi-actor partnership. And it's very important to ensure that the learnings of what we've been doing for how many months, how many years with, of course, the local government of Kiwan and with the communities would be sustained, not only within the local government, but hopefully other local governments will also be able to join us in this call for collaboration. So also, while we are of course, what we are always saying is that while we are addressing climate impacts, we need to of course ensure the welfare of people and communities through greater gender and health action. So we still need to continue the conversation, work with the government, demand for more action, demand for accountability. So as part of my last slide here, I would like to leave them a message that responsive gender and health initiatives are climate action. And before I totally end my presentation, I would like to share a short video, a glimpse of the Worth Initiative project in Giwan Eastern Samar. Maraming salamat po.
There's a slide, a video presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's wait for that.
Connected, nasa kanyang video. Can you
Ma'am,
play
si
the
Ma'am,
video?
si Ma'am Danica po ang mag-share po ng video niya. Yung presentation
nasa,
lang po ang nasa akin.
yung video po ay nasa presentation, sir.
Okay.
Nasa
Meanwhile, while waiting for the video, maraming salamat Ms. Danica for sharing with us ICSC's mainstreaming gender and development agenda for community-driven climate planning. Okay.
Yeah.
Last March 2021, the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities
The focus po and large.
Last March 2021, the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities, together with the Women in Earth Initiative, visited Giwan Eastern Samar to conduct a 2-week training to capacitate local development planners in pursuing gender-responsive and climate strategies at the local level. The municipality of Giwan Eastern Samar was the site of the first landfall of Super Typhoon Yolanda last November 8, 2013. In 2017, they formed the Giwan Recovery and Sustainable Development Group for Resilience, a multi-stakeholder collaboration platform that builds local resilience across sectors, focusing on the intersection of climate change, disaster risk reduction, and ecosystems management.
We try to focus on the issues that were raised during the first workshop based on their perception, and also ensuring that the initial insights from their climate risk and vulnerability assessment are taken into consideration. So we went to 2 sites in Iwan, Barangay Campuyong, which is a coastal community, and also a small island, Barangay Trinidad and Tobago Island. We tried to look into the issues that were raised for the past 2 workshops and try to take the photos there.
Parang yung lalamanin ng ating plano ay grounded siya, in a sense na yun nga, bumaba tayo, nagdadala ng soils. So napakahalaga nun dahil nakita natin yung iba't ibang papel na ginagampanan ng bawat sektor, no, sa komunidad, kababaihan, kalalakihan, kabataan. So nakita natin yung specific role and at the same time yung impact ng climate change itself.
The workshop teaches the participants to validate their work. It's crucial that they see with their own eyes the reality from the stories they gathered from the field visits. This helps them decide on the means or the adaptation initiatives that they can include Last March 2021, the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities, together with the Women in Earth Initiative, visited Giwan Eastern Samar to conduct a 2-week training to capacitate local development planners in pursuing gender-responsive and climate strategies at the local level. The municipality of Giwan Eastern Samar was the site of the first landfall of Super Typhoon Yolanda last November 8, 2013. In 2017, they formed the Giwan Recovery and Sustainable Development Group for Resilience, a multi-stakeholder collaboration platform that builds local resilience across sectors, focusing on the intersection of climate change, disaster risk reduction, and ecosystems management.
We try to focus on the issues that were raised during the first workshop based on their perception, and also ensuring that the initial insights from their climate risk and vulnerability assessment are taken into consideration. So we went to 2 sites in Iwan, Barangay Campuyong, which is a coastal community, and also a small island, Barangay Trinidad and Tobago Island. We tried to look into the issues that were raised for the past 2 workshops and try to take the photos there.
Parang yung lalamanin ng ating plano ay grounded siya. In a sense na, yun nga, bumaba tayo, nag-gather ng soils. So napakahalaga nun dahil nakita natin yung iba't ibang papel na ginagampanan ng bawat sektor, no, sa komunidad, kababaihan, kalalakihan, kabataan. So nakita natin yung specific role and at the same time yung impact ng climate change itself.
The workshop teaches the participants to validate their work. It's crucial that they see with their own eyes the reality from the stories they gathered from the field visits. This helps them decide on the means or the adaptation initiatives that they can include in their policies and plans that will encompass all genders. One of their observations is the vital role of women.
Siguro yung role ng kababaihan na manggagaling mismo muna sa kanila. Within them, they should have the knowledge what is happening around, what is happening in our environment. And kung walang steps na gagawin sa ngayon pa lang, this might affect to the future generation. So sa ngayon pa lang, dapat itong mga kababaihan in the community would have the exact knowledge on how to combat this climate change. With that understanding, magkakaroon sila ng mga idea kung paano ito ma-actualize doon sa mga communities nila.
Pag meron tayong eksakto na kaalaman sa situation ng mga kababaihan, makakapag-formulate tayo ng mga policies or directives or mga laws na angkop doon sa kailangan ng mga kababaihan. Kasi pag wala hindi tayo back up ng data, hindi natin ma-i-influence o hindi natin makukonvince yung mga decision makers. Tatanungin nila tayo, saan yung ba kinuha to? Ano bang basehan niya to? Dagdag pa yung mga photo as evidence. Makakatulong yun talaga sa pag-convince ng mga decision makers natin or policy makers.
The municipality of Giwan recognized the important role of gender and health in enhancing their climate change adaptation framework. These workshops and planning methodologies will help identify the important role of the community in influencing their LGU to create evidence-based solutions. These plans will serve as a shared ownership and responsibility between the government and the community. There's more work to do, but this is a promising step towards gender-responsive climate resiliency.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Danica. We now call on the next presenter from Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Ms. Maria Viena Austria will share with us the kapaligiran at likasyamang pag-unlad sa nayon, an Adapt a Community project. Miss Maria Viena Austria.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, lalo na sa ating mga GAD advocates dito sa environment sector. So again, I am Maria Viena Austria from the Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau, the research arm of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources based here in Los Baños, Laguna. So for this afternoon, I will be sharing with you our gender mainstreaming effort entitled Kapaligiran at Likasyamang Pag-unlad sa Nayon, and adopt a community project by the ERDB Gender and Development Focal Point System. Okay, my PowerPoint please, tech team.
Tech team.
Tech team, please. My PowerPoint.
There.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Next slide, please. So for the basic information, this project was implemented by yours truly as the project leader. We have Maylene Aparente as my co-project leader, Mediling Bumagat as our support staff. The funding agency is our focal point system. The cooperating entity is the MLGU of Magdalena Laguna and the BLGU of Barangay Bukal. So the project duration is 3 years and the place of implementation is Barangay Bukal, Magdalena Laguna. Our direct beneficiaries are the PO's Clean and Green Women's Club and the PO Palikatan 2005. The indirect beneficiaries are the residents of Barangay Bukal. And the gender gap address was the inadequacy of employment, livelihood opportunities of residents, especially the women. Next slide, please. So for this project, we wanted to enhance partnership with people's organization, usually coming from the 3rd, 4th, or 5th class municipalities through proactive intervention mechanisms toward the adoption of need-based and demand-led ENR technologies, and to promote environment-friendly and sustainable ENR practices and technologies through capacity building initiatives. Okay, next slide, please. The general objective is to adopt a selected community through an existing people's organization and introduce ERDB's mature technologies for improved productivity and sustainability of its ENR. Now, the specific objectives are to create, raise level of awareness and or interest of a selected community to ERDB's mature and commercialized technologies, to partner and bond with grassroots stakeholders through proactive intervention mechanisms toward the adoption of identified need-based and demand-led ENR technologies. Also, to document the process of technology adoption with emphasis on gender participation and mobilization, and finally, to draw lessons learned in the adoption of technologies and formulate gender-based recommendations and strategies. Next slide, please. For the strategies for implementation, so we followed a project phase implementation. So we have the phase 1, the startup preparatory phase. The next phase is the capacity building initiative stage. And finally, the third phase is the assessment phase-out phase. So we adopted the enhanced partner band strategy. So ano po ito? Ito yung proactive response towards nurturing environmental relations, a barangay outreach project based on community needs and demands. So this strategy has 9 steps. So one is, next slide please. We have the team organization. Next is the startup baseline situationer. Third is consensus and alliance building. Fourth is the capacity building initiatives. We have the action planning. And then we have the MOA execution. And then the push through follow-up extensions activities. We have the progress tracking. And finally, the project turnover to partner clientele. So for the results and discussion, let's just watch this video presentation, which we prepared for the project. Take it away.
Tech team.
Bureau, the research arm of the Department of Environment and
Hindi
Natural
po ito. The video po na na sa PowerPoint.
Our experience on gender training entitled Kapaligiran at Likasyamang Pag-unlad sa Nayon.
Team, that's not the video, sabi ni Ma'am Maria Viena, Austria.
For the
Naka-embed
basic
na po.
information on this project,
This is the recording.
Naka-embed.
Naka-embed na po sa
Okay, ma'am.
PowerPoint.
Opo.
Ma'am Fora, how exciting itong environment. Nandito ako kasi ito yung interest ko. Environment sector. Ma'am Melot pala. Sorry for that. Ayan.
Okay.
If you want, we can share the video. Tech team.
Bigyan nila siguro ng hosting rights si Miss Austria.
Yeah.
Para ma-share niya yung video niya. Excited ka na yan.
Ang kapaligiran at likasyamang pag-unlad sa nayon kapaligiran at likasyamang pag-unlad sa nayon, ang Adopt a Community Project ay proyektong pinangungunahan ng ERDB o Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau sa pamamagitan ng kanilang Gender and Development Focal Point System. Ito ay 3 taong proyekto na nagsimula noong 2015 at naglalayong maipakilala ang mga nabuong teknolohiya ng ERDB sa napiling komunidad. Ang proyektong ito ay isinagawa sa Barangay Bukal, Magdalena, Laguna at nilahukan ng 2 people's organization, ang Clean and Green Women's Club at ang Balikatan 2005. Ang teknolohiyang pagtatanim at pagpaparami ng kawayan sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng one-node at two-node cuttings ang itinuro sa komunidad. Ito ay sinamahan din ng paggamit ng HiQ-VAM1, ang mycorrhizal inoculant na dinevelop ng ERDB. Sa pamamagitan ng proyektong ito, inaasahang may aangat ang kaalaman ng napiling komunidad sa mga nabuong teknolohiya ng ERDB katulad ng bamboo propagation techniques at paggamit ng HiQ-VAM1. Ito ay naglalayon ding makipag-ugnayan o magkaroon ng partnership sa mga people's organization sa pamamagitan ng proactive intervention mechanism para matugunan ang kanilang pangangailangan sa mga teknolohiyang pangkalikasan at likas na yaman.
Ang proyektong ito ay tinatawag nating kapaligiran at likasyamang pag-unlad sa nayon ang Adopt a Community Project ng ERDB God Focal Point System. Nung nanggaling kay Margaret Thatcher, nakasabihang, if you want anything said, ask a man. But, if you want anything done, ask a woman. Sa sinabing ito ni Margaret Thatcher, kitang-kita natin na ang paniniwala niya sa kababaihan. Nakakatuwang pagmasdan na ang inaakala nating proyekto na basta na lang ay napakaganda.
Para sa matagumpay na pagsasagawa ng proyektong ito, ginamitan ng pinagtibay na partner bond strategy o proactive response towards nurturing environmental relations, a barangay outreach project based on community needs and demands. Ito ay isang extension strategy kung saan may prosesong sinusunod para sa epektibong pagsasalin ng mga teknolohiyang nais ipasubok at ipagamit sa napiling komunidad. Ang Ang unang hakbang sa estratehiyang ito ay ang pagbuo ng project team. Ang sumunod ay ang pasimula o ang startup baseline situationer. Ito ay binubuo ng mga series of surveys, analysis, assessments, at meetings kung saan ang napiling lugar ay ang Barangay Bukal. Ang Barangay Bukal ay isa sa 24 na barangay ng Magdalena, Laguna. Ito ay malapit sa isang river system kung saan matatagpuan ang Balanak Dam. Isang Technology Needs Survey o TNS ang isinagawa sa isang orientation meeting sa barangay. Ito ay sinundan ng isang focus group discussion o FGD bilang bahagi naman ng Participatory Rural Appraisal on Gender o PRAGEN, isang pamamaraan upang malaman ang mga gender issues and gaps sa komunidad. Alliance Building. Kabilang sa mga activities ay ang briefing at koordinasyon sa local government unit ng Magdalena, Laguna sa pamamagitan ng kanilang Municipal Planning at Development Coordinator na si Ginoong Norman B. Licong at sa sangguniang barangay ng Barangay Bukal kay Kapitan Nomar L. Sune at dagdag pa rito ang mismong pakikipag-ugnayan kay Mayor David O. Aventurado Jr. Capacity Building Initiatives. Ang mga trainings, seminars, hands-on demonstration at iba pang pagsasanay ay isinagawa din para madagdagan ang kaalaman ng mga kasapi tungkol sa Environment and Natural Resources or ENR technologies. Ilan sa mga ito ay ang mga sumusunod: training workshop cum hands-on demonstration on bamboo production, seminar workshop on bamboo plantation, maintenance and utilization, seminar lecture on solid waste management, at ang pang-apat ay ang seminar o lecture on climate change adaptation and disaster preparedness. Isang gender sensitivity training din ang isinagawa para mapalawak pa ang kaalaman ng mga cooperators sa gender issues and concerns sa kanilang lokal na komunidad.
Ang training sa amin, marami po akong nalaman at natutunan. Katulad na lang pong halimbawa kung paano ang pagtatanim, kung paano ang pagkakat, at kung paano po ang pagbebenta o kaya pagpapatubo ng kawayan.
Una namin sa training, gawa ng nalaman namin ang kawayan pala ay hindi basta tinutusok. Yung pala ay mayroong sukat din ng haba ng kawayan na pagpupunla. O katulad ng 1 node at 2 node. At ang klase ng pagpapatubo ng kawayan, pwedeng pahiga, pwedeng patayo. Mas maganda pa ang nakatayo po na binhi kaysa sa nakahigang kawayan.
Action Planning. Bilang bahagi ng paghahanda para sa implementasyon ng proyekto, may mga action plans ang inihanda ang mga implementers at ang mga cooperators. Ito ay nagsilbing gabay sa pag-abot ng mga layunin ng proyekto. Noong Hunyo 2016, isang mini bamboo nursery ang itinayo ng mga kasapi. Ang mga naturang planting stocks ay naitanim sa maliit na bahagi ng riverbanks ng Balanak River. Sa kasalukuyan, ang area planted ay tinatansyang nasa 2,500 square meters. Ito ay may kabuang 51 clumps na may estimated average na bilang na 15 clumps per clump. Ang kawayang tinik ang napiling itanim sa area. Of the Memorandum of Agreements. Para sa malinaw na pagpapatupad ng mga activities ng proyekto, 2 Memorandum of Agreements ang isinagawa at napirmahan ng mga implementers, operators at iba pang stakeholders katulad ng private landowners para mapagtibay ang kanilang partnership. Sinusuporta naman ng Magdalena Local Government Unit ang Office of the Mayor sa pamamagitan ng kanilang Municipal Planning and Development Coordinator o MPDC ay nagbigay ng pinansyal na tulong para sa maintenance activity ng project area sa pamamagitan ng Cash for Work program.
Unang-una po sa mga kababaihan sa Barangay Bukal na nagkameron sila ng opsyon na yung libangan nila na ginagawa ngayon na ito habang sila po ay nagkakameron ng banding, mas na-strengthen, mas kapaki-pakinabang yung kanila pong gagawin ngayon.
Malaking tulong po yung naiambag sa amin sa pagpaparami ng kaalaman tungkol po sa pagpapalawak at pagtatanim ng kawayan, pagbibigay ng proteksyon dito sa aming panabing kailugan na malaking bagay po at napakalaking tulong para po sa amin.
So napaka-importante nga po din ng aming naging partnership na na-establish with the MLGU ng Magdalena at ng BLGU po ng Barangay Bukal. Kasi without their support, hindi po magiging successful itong project na ito. Kasi in the first place po, ang pwede lang pong i-offer ng ERDB ay yung pong technical assistance. Now, maganda naman po at itong naging partner natin sa local government unit ay sila po ang nag-provide ng financial assistance para po sa maintenance activity ng ating mini plantation, itong kawayan. At of course po, sila din po yung parang nagbigay ng cash incentive or rice incentive po para sa pagtatanim naman ng mga additional planting stocks.
Follow-up extension activities. Para mas mapalawak pa ang kaalaman ng mga cooperators sa pag-aalaga ng kawayan, isang cross-visit educational tour ang isinagawa noong October 7, 2016. Ang mga kasapi ay nagkaroon ng pagkakataon para mabisita ang Los Baños Experimental Station kung saan iba't ibang klase ng kawayan ang kanilang nakita at napag-aralan. Dagdag pa rito ang pagbisita nila sa ERDB Bamboo and Rattan Gallery. Progress tracking para masiguro ang patuloy na pagsasagawa ng mga activities ng proyekto, regular monthly visits at quarterly meetings ang isinagawa ng mga project implementers.
So isa din po sa naging factor kung bakit naging successful po yung project is yung pong nandun po yung proper coordination, constant communication, full cooperation ng ating mga cooperators, and of course, the part ng MLGU at ng BLGU, and of course, sa aming part. So, 100% commitment.
Impact assessment. Isa sa mga batayan ng matagumpay na implementasyon ng proyekto ay ang pag-alam sa naging impact nito sa mga benepisyaryo ng proyekto at sa komunidad.
Inaasahan na proyektong ito ay magpapatuloy na mapalago ng komunidad at ang mga susunod na mamumuno na patuloy na susuportahan ang proyektong ito.
Bilang babae ay nakakatulong pa rin po ako sa tao at sa kalikasan para po mapaunlad namin itong kawayan na ito na alam po namin na makakatulong hindi lang po sa akin, sa aming kabarangay at sa aming pong kapaligiran.
Ito po ay sinuportahan
ng ating mga cooperators, and of course, the part ng MLGU at ng BLGU, and of course, sa aming part. So, 100% commitment.
Impact assessment. Isa sa mga batayan ng matagumpay na implementasyon ng proyekto ay ang pag-alam sa naging impact nito sa mga benepisyaryo ng proyekto at sa komunidad.
Inaasahan na proyektong ito ay magpapatuloy na mapalago ng komunidad at ang mga susunod na mamumuno na patuloy na susuportahan ang proyektong ito.
Bilang babae, ay nakakatulong pa rin po ako sa tao at sa kalikasan para po mapaunlad namin itong kawayan na ito na alam po namin na makakatulong hindi lang po sa akin, sa aming kabarangay at sa aming pong kapaligiran.
Ito po ay sinuportahan ng ating punong bayan sapagkat nakita niya po ang benepisyo nito. Benepisyo po para po doon sa mga tao at benepisyo po na maaari pong makatulong ito para po sa proteksyon ng ating kalikasan.
Project turnover to partnered clientele. Ang pagsasalin sa pamamahala ng proyekto sa napiling grupo ay ang huling bahagi ng project implementation. Naganap noong March 25, 2019 ang project turnover sa pagitan ng ERDB at ng Magdalena Local Government Unit kasama ang Barangay Bukal. Dito ay naglahad ng commitment ang Magdalena Local Government Unit sa pangunguna ni Mayor David O. Aventurado Jr. na suportahan at palawakin pa ang area coverage ng proyekto.
Para sa ikauunlad din ng ibang kababaihan sa ibang lugar naman. So tingnan natin kung paano ito may-apply sa Mindanao, sa Visayas, at sa ibang palig ng Luzon.
Gusto ko rin pong pasalamatan ang ERDB Focal Point System kasi talagang dahil sa active presence nila ay natupad po itong activity to. Pupunta sila sa mga malalayong lugar tulad dito na Magdalena para lang po talaga maibigay yung mga kailangan namin itulong sa mga mamamayan. Gusto ko pong pasalamatan ang Local Government Unit of Magdalena kasi kayo po ay taos-pusong tumanggap sa amin at talagang ginawa nyo yung inyong magagawa para itaguyod itong mga technologies na to. Good luck po sa lahat ng inyong mga endeavors na ginagawa. Maraming salamat po.
Sa pamamagitan ng proyektong ito, nailalapit natin ang mga tao sa mga teknolohiya para sa konserbasyon ng ating kapaligiran at likas na hamon.
Ang kapaligiran at likas yamang pag-unlad.
Ang kapaligiran at likas yamang pag-unlad sa nayon.
And adopt a community project.
And adopt a community project
by the ERDB Gender and Development Focal Point System.
ERDB Gender and Development Focal Point System.
For our project. Thank you very much and good afternoon ulit.
Okay, maraming salamat Miss Maria Viena Austria. Palakpakan po natin. Thank you very much. Sana nakita namin yung video when we did the screening ng mga projects. Yan yung sabi ko sa screening committee kanina while watching the video. Sige po.
You
Next,
enjoyed po.
we did. And we have a lesson learned.
Yeah.
Because we did not see or watch the video. Sige, next po. Let's hear from Director Elenida Basug from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. She will present ang Tinig Klima Radio Program. Siya po ay Director 4 ng DNR Climate Change Service. She leads the mainstreaming of climate change concerns in DNR's policies, plans, and programs. She also spearheads the DNR's knowledge management and capacity building programs on climate change. Let's hear from Director Elenida Basug.
Isang makakalikasang araw po sa ating lahat. I'm pleased to share with you a radio program we have over the last 6 years or since 2017 a radio program entitled Ang Tinig Klima, which we feel is a tool that we had been using for gender-responsive advocacy and communication on climate action. Can we have our slide, please? Can we have our slide, please, from the PCW Tech team?
Tech team, please.
I'd
Tech
like to
team,
confirm earlier that already our tech team has
we need your
given
help.
the PowerPoint.
Marami pong salamat, Director. Ayan na ang ating
Okay, so as I said earlier, I will dwell on a radio program we have that we had been using for gender responsive advocacy and communication on climate action. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. The country has been warming at an average rate of 0.1 degrees Celsius per decade. And over the past 65 years, and this means from 1951 to 2015, the nighttime temperature is increasing at a faster rate of about 0.15 degrees Celsius per decade. Future projections indicate that this warming will continue ranging from 0.9 to 2.3 degrees Celsius by mid-21st century, depending on whether it is a moderate or a high emission scenario. And therefore, we can see that the range of warming is low under a moderate emission scenario, the ones shaded in blue, compared to a high emission scenario, the one shaded red. We need to communicate climate change, to educate and mobilize audiences, to take action to confront the climate crisis. And indeed, every one of us, kababaihan, kalalakihan, nanay, tatay, mga anak, mga apo natin, can play a part by raising their voice, sharing solutions, and advocating for change. Next slide, please. Why radio? Climate change and disaster information are usually transmitted through formal channels, including through trainings and workshops that are generally suited to government or non-government actors. The internet is another mode of information source. However, poor infrastructure and technical capacities, especially in the communities, limits the majority of people's access to new technologies. Traditional media such as radio, however, can narrow the gap as they are readily available and requires less infrastructure and technical capacity. Likewise, radio is local. Radio stations have always been an important source for local information for the communities they serve. Using local radio then is one of the best ways to connect with our local communities. Next slide, please. Recognizing the role of education and public awareness in the global response to climate change, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, through the Climate Change Service and the Gender and Development Office, continues to raise awareness on issues relevant to climate change through the weekly airing of the radio program Ang Tinig Klima. Its theme, Nagbabagong Panahon, Panahon na para Magbago, draws inspiration from Laudato Si on care for our common home, the encyclical letter of Pope Francis addressing human destruction of the environment and its threat to humans' relationship with nature and one another. Started in 2017, the program was launched aiming for values transformation, specifically targeting to change in daily lifestyle to prevent further degradation of the environment and likewise address climate change. It also aims to deliver relevant information related to climate change and its relationship to various stakeholders, including women and children and other vulnerable groups, as well as their impacts to the environment and the natural resources systems. Next slide, please. So that from 2017 to 2018, Ang Tinig Klima was being aired every Saturday, 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock in the morning at Radio Veritas. Next slide, please. From 2019 till the present, the radio program is aired every Friday, 3 to 4 p.m. in the afternoon at the DZXL Radio Mindanao Network, Manila. Next slide, please. To adhere then to the restriction of a physical gathering due to COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, the radio program started to air then via Zoom platform and live streamed on DZXL RMN 558 and DNR Central Office and Climate Change Service Facebook pages. In turn, we hope to expand the reach of the program online. Next slide, please. Aired once a week, topics range from forestry, biodiversity loss, next slide please, pollution, solid waste management, climate change, disaster risk, behavior change, local and global commitments to slow down global warming, and even gender, the potential of youth, women and men, leaders to achieve community resilience, and many others. Next slide, please. There are also significant and specific topics or episodes on climate change and its impacts on women and the roles they have from household to community management, contribution of women to environmental management, featuring good stories of women and community initiatives on environmental management, participation of vulnerable groups to environmental management and climate change actions, and others. We have been inviting resource persons who are experts in the field of science, economy, environment, behavioral science, health, governance, gender and development, disability groups, community development, and others. DNR officials and heads also serve as resource persons based on their expertise. The production team is also conscious to try to keep a balance of having men and women as resource persons per month. Attorney Analisa Rebueltate, the DNR Undersecretary for Finance, Information Systems and Climate Change, yours truly, where I had the DNR Climate Change Service and the DNR Gender and Development Office, Ms. Susan Nool, then OIC of our Climate Change Mainstream and Integration Division of the Climate Change Service, Ms. Mel Matubis, likewise of our service, and Ms. Gigi Merelo are all alternately serving as co-hosts of the program with Ms. Jenny Pahindanga of DZXL RMN 558. Next slide, please. A team from the DNR CCS and the DNR GAD office serves as radio producers and are responsible for the audio content of the broadcast via radio, the internet, and other mobile platforms. They research ideas for the program based on DNR's national and international events on the environment, such as Ocean Month or the Women's Month, global and local issues, including weather-based disasters, and develops content and write material for the script. The production team likewise produces pre-production briefings for the guests and presenters. They manage logistics of getting the right guests and ensure that they are at the right time and place. They also publish information graphics for the DNR Facebook pages on the scheduled episode, and they monitor reactions or comments. Next slide, please. The direct relationship between gender equality, women's empowerment, and climate change cannot be denied. On the one hand, women are disproportionately vulnerable to the effects of climate change, which could in turn exacerbate existing gender disparities. On the other hand, women have unique knowledge and skills that can help make the response to climate change more effective and sustainable. Climate change impacts men and women differently, given their different roles and responsibilities in the household and even at the community levels. Given this disparity, the activity also aims to further raise awareness on climate change issues, weather-based hazards and risks, either to provoke public participation and engage information exchange to the radio program. Most importantly, the radio program likewise bridges the information gap between women as right holders and even as claim holders. Next slide, please. Samples of episodes featuring women's issues this year were ang kababaihan sa gitna ng pabago-bagong klima at pandemya. This was our episode last March 4 of this year. The episode gave a platform for women leaders to share their commendable contributions, like Kamena, for instance, a barangay captain in Manila, and her initiatives within the community in addressing climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic. Women with Disabilities in Climate Action was likewise our episode in March 11 of this year. The episode focused on how we can provide women and girls with disabilities a seat at the table when planning for climate change adaptation, mitigation, and disaster risk reduction and pandemics long before they occur, and how they can ensure that our approach in climate action is disability inclusive. Next slide, please. Women and water crisis. Next slide, please. Was our topic last March 18, 2022. The episode featured role of women in water governance and improved watershed management. Ang usaping gender equality at ang Philippine National Determined Contribution po ang pinag-usapan noong Marso 25. The episode talked about the entry points for gender mainstreaming in the National Determined Contribution process, with gender as the cross-cutting theme. Over the years to date, there are already about 280 educational episodes aired since the program started, and these are in YouTube and archived in the DNR Climate Change Service websites for our students and teachers who want to refer to. Next slide, please. And therefore, we're indeed thanking you for listening with us. Please get in touch with us either in our email address as flashed on the screen. We likewise maintain a website, the www.climatechange.dnr.gov.ph, and our office is at the second floor of the DNR Central Office, Sayes Avenue. We hope to be of help to our various groups. Maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Maraming salamat po, Director Bakub. Okay, so punta po tayo sa pang-apat na presentation. Our next presenter is Miss Alessandra Ley Sumayop Escobar from the Women in Emergencies Network, or WENET. The program is entitled Promoting Women's Rights and Resilience in Emergencies in the Philippines. Si Ms. Escobar is the project coordinator ng WENET. She works together with rural women leaders in the Philippines to realize women-led and gender-responsive, resilient communities, and to claim and defend women's rights and other vulnerable sectors in emergencies, disaster, and conflict situations. Go ahead, Ms. Escobar.
Thank you po, Ms. Melot. Allow me to share my screen. Okay. I hope you can see my screen now. So,
parang putol siya. Okay.
Okay. So, isang mapagpalayang umaga po sa ating lahat. No? My name is Ley Escobar, Project Coordinator of the Women in Emergencies Network, or WENET. And on behalf of WENET, I will be presenting the project titled Promoting Women's Rights and Resilience in Emergencies in the Philippines. Okay. Before anything else, we would like to share po kung paano nabuo yung ideya ng pag-oorganisa ng isang national network of women's groups, NGOs, mga people's organizations, and CSOs who would proactively advance women's rights to protection, self-determination and resilience in emergencies. So ito pong task force na ito ay nabuo mula sa 24 months na key learning sessions among ActionAid's NGO partners during the Typhoon Haiyan response and recovery process. No? So itong mga organization na ito ay rumisponde at tumulong noong Typhoon Haiyan, specifically na tumugon sa pangangailangan ng mga vulnerableng kababaihan in 124 barangays in 12 municipalities in Leyte, Eastern and Western Samar, Iloilo, Northern Cebu at Antique. So amongst these organizations, most of them works towards gender equality and women leadership, while some of the other organizations have limited capacity on women's rights. However, kasama po sa mandato nila yung mandato nila at naiintindihan nila yung kahalagahan na tugunan yung pangangailangan ng babae tuwing may sakuna. Okay. So, over the 24 months po nung Typhoon Haiyan response na yon, so these are the issues that they have witnessed. Una, women are neither represented nor participating sa mga government structures such as sa DRRM Council or dun sa pagbabudget ng mga Gender and Development Fund. No? Hindi rin sila gaanong napakikinggan sa mga humanitarian response planning and implementation. So in short, they are treated solely as beneficiaries. Tagatanggap lang po sila ng kung anumang serbisyo o programa ang ipinalano para sa kanila. Pangalawa, connected dito, it was also observed that most of the partner local women organizations and communities, they have weak capacities on women's rights and protection, specifically in disaster situations. So noon, hindi siya gaano na pag-uusapan ng mga local organization, which eventually translates to lack of preparedness of the community or the organization itself. Pangatlo, there's a lack of women's access to humanitarian services. And yung pang-apat po is the DRRM plans are gender blind and women are often excluded from planning to its implementation, which is also exacerbated by the weak gender mainstreaming in DRRM plans and budget. So ang tanong lagi po ng iba, hanggang ngayon naririnig po natin ay ano ba yung kinalaman ng karapatan ng kababaihan sa panahon ng disaster kung lahat naman tayo epektado at wala namang pinipili na biktima yung bagyo? Bakit may special treatment? No? So naririnig po pa rin po natin yan hanggang ngayon sa iba nating mga nakaka-meeting ng mga LGUs, and even people in the community. So in that very statement na nanggagaling mismo from those who has power and control over the resources, observe natin at alam natin na hindi talaga integrated at hindi may integrate yung gender perspective sa mga local DRRM policies and plans. So these are just some of the more general gender issues within the field of DRRM. No? Iba pa po yung paghihimay natin sa mga specific issues tulad ng gender-based violence in emergencies na nag-escalate and are often unaddressed during emergency situations. Yung access ng mga kababaihan to SRHR services, or kahit po yung multiple or unpaid caregiving roles nila in times of disaster and the likes. Okay. So given that context, this task force was created to commit and engage with member organizations to support the deliberations of the key learning sessions and explore possibilities of developing a network that will pursue the agenda Women's Rights Protection and Resilience in Emergencies. So therefore, Women in Emergency Network, or WINET in short, was created. So yung WINET po, o yung Women in Emergency Network, is a vibrant alliance of committed women human rights advocates and practitioners with a shared vision of working towards women-led and gender-responsive. At isisingit natin po yung inclusive, resilient communities claiming and defending the human rights of women and other vulnerable sectors in emergencies, particularly sa mga disaster and conflict situations. So just to give the list po, sino-sino yung mga kasama namin sa WINET. So these are the following WINET member organizations. So we have Pambansang Koalisyon ng Kababaihan sa Kanayunan, currently the acting secretariat of the network. We also have ALILAC, or Purple Action for Indigenous Women's Rights, Balay Mindanao Foundation, Farmers Development Center or FARDEC, Pagtambayayong Foundation, Lihok Pilipina, WellPro, and Fieldra. So we operate nationally, ano po. So currently we have 6 active organizations in the network. So these organizations, iba-iba po kami ng mga kakayahan, iba-iba ng kapasidad. Some organizations work with IT communities, us work with rural women, merong focus on farmers and sustainable agriculture. Meron ding ang expertise on Mindanao and conflict situations, and some organization focuses on the urban poor. So mabilis ko lang pong padadaanan tong slide na to just to show the strategies and the priority areas of action of the network, and mas madi-discuss po siya and matatranslate in the succeeding slides. No? So una, some of the strategies includes capacity building and membership development. So to capacitate WINET organizations, especially those na hindi masyadong familiar with women human rights on BRR. We also have advocacy, research, and networking. No? So aside from capacity building, we also do advocacy work. Knowledge and learning management. So we collate stories, so different best practices and narratives, mga good practices on women's rights protections in emergencies. We also have network management and resource mobilization. Okay. So going po to the project itself, no. So the Promoting Women's Rights and Building Resilience in Emergencies in the Philippines is a 6-year project implemented in 2016 to 2022 no? By the Women in Emergencies Network with ActionAid Australia and DFAT as its funder. So aside from ActionAid, we also have other short-term funding partners like CFLI and Penny Appeal, mostly for humanitarian responses. So this project was created to realize nga the idea of having a women-led. So babae yung forefront, babae yung nasa unahan. And gender-responsive and inclusive resilient communities in the Philippines. And of course, to engage local women organizations and communities to claim and defend their rights and other vulnerable sectors in emergencies. So yung emergencies po, we translate this not just for natural disasters like typhoon, flood, or mga volcanic eruptions, but as well as conflict situations, considered din po yun na emergency situations. And later on nga, yung kasalukuyan na sitwasyon natin, which is the COVID-19 health crisis. As we focus more also on rural areas, we are also looking into the food crisis since marami sa aming stakeholders ay mga food producers. Ano po? So, paano naapektuhan din ng disaster situations or climate change in general yung produksyon ng pagkain at krisis sa pagkain. Okay. So, the overall goal of the project is to strengthen the resilience of women in emergency situations. So, when we define resilience, no, inaanalisa po natin yung iba't ibang mga factors driving vulnerability, particularly of women, and how this can be mitigated and managed. When we develop the program, we take into consideration yung political, social, cultural, and economic factors. And of course, yung overarching system, dahil namumuhay pa rin tayo sa isang patriarchal na lipunan, kasama ito no, sa mga ginagawang pag-aanalisa informing the development of the program. So for the specific objectives, we have 3. Una po ay women are able to reduce risk during disaster through improved resilience. Second, women are mobilized to lead accountability and claim their rights in emergency situations. At pangatlo is to coordinate collective strategic engagement on women's rights and resilience in emergencies through WINET. To be able to share the deep understanding of this very complex problem and to define really what resilience is for women and be able to achieve these goals, nakasenter po yung mga boses ng kababaihan at ng komunidad no, throughout the project cycle. From the planning to implementation up until the MNE, kasama po, no, sila po yung nangunguna sa pagbuo ng proyekto. So itong project na ito really is by women for women. Okay, okay, for the results, going into the results, no, over the span of its implementation from 2016 to 2022, we had around 10,000 direct beneficiaries and 46,000 indirect beneficiaries from 29 provinces in the Philippines. Most of the project stakeholders namin ay women farmers, fishers, urban poor, rural women, older women, indigenous women, and women with disabilities. So these are the quantitative summary ng results ng project. As for the qualitative results, one of the results of the project that we'd like to highlight was yung mga involved stakeholders natin have become women's rights champions, becoming a force in their community by forming GBV SRHR watch groups or women-led DRR committee. So, isang forma ng pag-oorganisa po na tinututukan ng proyekto ay yung pagbubuo ng mga GBV SRHR watch groups. So, kung sa barangay meron tayong tanod, no, na kadalasan ay lalaki, bumubuo tayo ng counterpart na mga GBV SRHR watch group. So ito yung mga grupo ng kababaihan na maaari pong lapitan kung may kaso ng abuso sa komunidad. And these GBV SRHR watch groups ay nakikipag-partner din po with the BLGU. During emergency responses din, nakakabuo ng mga women-led DRR committees, yung mga organizations na sila po yung nangunguna sila mula sa pangongolekta ng datos, no, pagpaplano at pag-iimplementa, pagresponde sa pangangailangan ng komunidad. To attain the intended outcomes, ito yung mga approaches and strategies ng programa. Una is on disaster risk reduction. So in this strategy, kasama dito yung pag-organisa ng mga community-based organization and women responders. Kasama din po dito yung pagpapalakas, of course, ng kanilang mga kapasidad on different technical and leadership skills like climate change, DRRM concepts, ano ba yung cycle ng disaster risk reduction and management. Kasama din po dito yung pagpapalakas ng kanilang pag-unawa and pagpapataas ng kanilang kamalayan on gender. And of course, ano yung nexus nun? Yung pag-integrate ng gender perspective in the DRRM cycle. So sa mga trainings na ito po, our outputs includes mga gender aware, of course, gender responsive, yung contingency plans, mga DRRM plans that them as collective women's organization, they propose it sa kanilang local LGUs. Kasama din sa ilang capacity building activities ay yung focus on developing the knowledge in the humanitarian system. No? So, nagde-develop po tayo ng mga tinatawag nating mga womenitarians. No? Because we recognize that women are also first responders sa community. No? Kasi from our barangay health workers to our barangay nutrition scholars, sila ay kadalasang mga kababaihan. Next po is on women's rights protection. So dito pumapasok yung ilang advocacy work ng network. Tulad ng pagprotekta sa karapatan ng kababaihan na kadalasan ay natatapakan o mas naisasawalang bahala sa panahon ng emergencies. One example is yung call ng network to women's access to basic services, prevention and protection on gender-based violence. Dahil alam natin na in times of emergencies, women are more exposed to greater degrees of violence because many Filipino families still remain silent because of the stigma surrounding that issue. To mitigate this, nga po nagkakaroon ng pagbubuo ng mga GBV groups sa community na magsisilbing mata, kumbaga, sa komunidad at maaaring takbuhan ng mga naaabuso. Another example is on women food security and agriculture. No? So we know that half of the world's food producers are women, but they still remain unrecognized. So there's a lack of government services for farm supplements for women, and yung local gender and development budgets ay tend to limit women's farmer support services. So in WINET, we push for the registration of women in RSBSA. And of course, we continue the call for sustainable agriculture. So yun po yung ilang mga advocacies ng network. We also have advocacies ng mga ibang kasama nating member organization on environmental degradation and on women peace and security. So because we still consider that as a crisis situation. And lastly, of course, is yung strengthening ng work. We really try to learn from each other's stories. No? The member organizations and their local partners share best practices, no? And maybe we could learn from each other's challenges as well and how we can overcome this. No? So oftentimes sa sharing and learning sessions, may mga pare-pareho na situations. But of course, dahil iba-iba nga po yung konteksto ng organisasyon at iba-iba yung kinikilusan namin at iba-iba din yung aming uri ng stakeholders, we really try to learn from each other. And another thing is through the network, we also try to coordinate our efforts, especially sa mga emergency responses or humanitarian responses. Coming from that, no, isa po sa mga biggest achievement ng project was the conduct of the first National Humanitarian Summit in 2019. So it convened delegates from both urban and rural areas, which represented diverse backgrounds, no, from farmers, fishers, indigenous women, informal workers, older people, and youth. So dito napalabas yung iba't ibang mga thematic issues and various advocacies like environment degradation, we have food security and agriculture, and yung iba pang mga cross-cutting issues. So if you are interested to read and have a copy of this outcome document, no, you can reach out to us and maybe we can provide you with a copy. Okay. Ayan po. So as I have mentioned earlier, doon sa mga strategies and areas of action, we really also do prioritize knowledge management. So we try to create and provide a space for women to be able to share their narratives and document it. So for example, we conducted this activity together with Commission on Human Rights on the narratives of women's leadership during Typhoon Odette. So paano rumisponde yung mga local organizations, local women organizations noong Typhoon Odette, no? So itong Kalasagat-Giting po, stories of women's leadership and resilience amidst disaster and crisis situation na publication, no? It documented some narratives of our women leaders and partners. So we have stories from typhoon affected areas, mga conflict affected areas, and the urban poor. Next po, moreover, we also launched several humanitarian responses and recovery projects. So this includes the COVID-19 responses and of course yung mga typhoon-related responses. So we launched distribution of food packs, mga hygiene kits, wash facilities, seed and farm implements, and solar lamps. So dito nakita yung kakayahan ng mga kababaihan talaga to respond, not just in a single disaster, but as well as multiple disaster. One example po is yung talagang nagkasabay na krisis na kinaharap natin, which is the COVID-19 and Typhoon Odette. So dito nakikita yung translation ng mga capacity buildings that women are now at the forefront and now participating in the planning, implementation, at evaluation of their own projects. So yun, aside from relief distribution, nagkakaroon din po ng mga mental health and psychological support session, especially for all elderly and children affected by the crisis. So moving on po from the challenges encountered. So these are some of the challenges that the project has encountered. Una po is yung COVID-19 pandemic. Yung pandemya hindi natin siya napaghandaan. Hindi siya napaghandaan sino man. So from limited mobility and travel restrictions, naging mahirap yung implementation and of course yung communication. Most of our partner areas ay mga malalayo and they do not have access to stable internet connection, causing limitations in coordination. So, naging challenge din siya because the primary source of information, lalo na ng mga typhoon-related news, ay television, yung mga regional networks natin. But unfortunately, nawala sila, no? And nawalan sila ng access to that. And maraming communities nga po yung nagsabi sa amin before na during our FGDs na hindi sila nakatanggap ng any information on Typhoon Odette kasi walang signal, walang TV. Next is really, yung pangalawa po is really the most pressing of all, which is the harassment and red tagging of community staff and leaders na napakalaking issue sa aming mga project area. So, we have experiences na hindi po pinapayagan na mag-implement or mamigay ng tulong yung local women organization. They are always under surveillance, which causes fear to communities and the beneficiaries. Therefore, limiting their participation. So, hindi naman po yun yung gusto natin, no? What we are promoting is their participation. So, the fear na nanggagaling from the heavy militarization, especially sa mga rural areas, lalo na sa mga indigenous communities, makes it very difficult no, for the project and for the local organizations to conduct crisis response. So these are just some of the challenges encountered. Next po, for the lessons learned, no, and papunta na rin ako, malapit na patapos na, sa mga recommendation and conclusion. So first, it is very significant to create a space for women leaders and organizations to be able to share their narratives. Through these spaces, whether pag-organisa man yan ng isang samahan o yung simpleng kwentuhan sa kanayunan, no, you can elicit learnings. Pwede kang makarinig ng mga reflections and learnings ng mga kababaihan to better understand their situation and themselves. How can they solve that? No po? Pangalawa, we have to recognize na yung pagbuwag nga sa binanggit ko kanina na patriarchal na lipunan na patuloy na nagre-recognize sa atin mga babae as only the second sex, yung pagbawag sa kanya requires massive and coordinated efforts, not just from CSOs or people's organizations or NGOs, but as well as the government. Kailangan maging kaakibat ng pagtataas ng antas ng kamalayan ng lahat ay yung paggawa ng mga batas o polisiya na tutulong at tutugon dito sa ating goal o sa ating mithiin. Okay. Next po, sunod, no, I'll reiterate again na mahalaga yung direct coordination with the local women's organization. So may mga local women's organization tayo na pwede nating direktang i-consult or i-organize at makatulong sa pagpaplano. Hindi yung basta na lang natin pinipresenta yung plano na ginawa natin without consulting them. So because this is one step also to promoting localization and of course yung promotion ng traditional knowledge and systems. So through organizing, nakikita natin ito ba talaga ang, from them, makikita natin ito ba talaga ang pangangailangan nila. So from humanitarian response, from humanitarian lens, no, for example, magbibigay ka ng food packs or kaya hygiene kits, no? So ito ba ikinakain ng nasa community, no? Baka naman ang binibigay natin ay dalawang kilong bigas, hindi natin alam na ang average pala ng household sa barangay ay 6, no? So kulang na kulang. Next po, for recommendations, of course, we have continuous capacity buildings, no? Yung patuloy na pagkatuto ng mga kababaihan and yung patuloy na pagsuporta sa kanila sa pagbubuo ng mga spaces para sa kanilang sarili. Mapataas yung kanilang consciousness, yung kanilang awareness, no? Para sila ay patuloy na mag-participate sa mga structure ng lipunan, no? At in the end, gusto natin na ang minimithi natin lahat is may control sila sa kanilang sarili at sa kanilang tadhana. At may isa pa po pala. So more recommendations includes promoting, of course, sex disaggregated data. Dahil mahalaga itong datos, no, sa pag-aanalisa ng mga gagawing proyekto. So if we have sex disaggregated data, makikita mo dito whether ang pangailangan ba is more on the practical needs or strategic needs of women. So magkaroon din, another recommendation is magkaroon ng space or opportunities for sharing of good practices among communities. Ayun po. So bilang pagtatapos, we'd like to reiterate our belief and principle dito sa Women in Emergencies Network that women are agency. They have the ability first to identify goals or make choices and then make choices for themselves and then act upon them. So ayun po, let us help women rebuild the world. On behalf of all WINET member organizations and our local women organizations and partners, nagpapasalamat po kami sa pag-imbita and for being able to share what we do and of course to share our goals. Ayun, maraming salamat po.
Okay. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Miss Lay Escobar. Okay, can we now go to our last but not the least na presenter? This is again from the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities or ICSC. Ms. Ariel Celine Tabinga will present their program entitled Women Empowering Women Frontliners on Disaster Preparedness and Response, Women-Led Solar Scholars Training Experience of Recharge Pilipinas and the Marabut Women's Federation in Samar Province, Eastern Visayas. Ms. Celine Tabinga is the Urban Transitions Analyst for ICSC. She's currently helping develop and support ICSC's gender work and low carbon resilience agenda, and is the national coordinator for the Mobility Awards. Let's give our big applause to Ms. Tabinga. Celine, take it away.
Salamat, Ma'am Melod. Let me share my screen po. Are you able to see po the screen? Is it
We
showing up
can
po?
see it now. Thank you.
Okay. Ayun. Again, maraming salamat po to PCW and NAPSI for allowing us to share with you our initiatives at ICSC. Again, ako po si Celine Tabinga. Ako po yung Urban Transitions Analyst of ICSC. And for today, I'll be talking more about our project in Samar in Eastern Visayas, where we train the women of Marabut as solar scholars. So I'll be explaining what Solar Scholars is all about, and of course, the training experience and the outcomes of this project. Okay, so my colleague, si Danica, who presented earlier, have already discussed a short introduction about what ICSC and what we do. So I'll be skipping that part na po. And I'll be sharing more about our RCP team, our RE, Recharge Filipinas team, because one of the focal teams po of ICSC, where ICSC is leading, is on energy, specifically more on making renewable energy accessible to those who most need it. So our RE, Recharge Filipinas team, or RCP for short, is a post-Typhoon Yolanda initiative that aims to advance low-carbon development and climate resilience in Eastern Visayas. So RCP works closely with women's groups, local government units, volunteers, renewable energy providers, state colleges, and researchers. So RCP po was initiated. Slide. Sorry. ICSC po was initiated in 2014 and has since incubated a lot of innovative low-carbon solution projects, such as establishing an e-jeepney transport fleet in Tacloban. The picture on the right po, as you can see, yan po yung aming satellite office ng ICSC at Tacloban. And makita niyo po yung mga maliliit na kotse dyan na mga kulay. Yan po yung e-jeepney fleets na we have in Tacloban. Before po, tumatakbo sila, but as of current, hindi po sila umaandar. But other than that, other solutions, innovative solutions po na ginawa ng RCP is on solar wind monitoring systems, solar water irrigation pumps, and even solar cookers. So marami pong projects na na-establish ng RCP. And if you're interested, please feel free to visit www.icsc.ngo to know more about our projects. So as I've mentioned, yan po yung satellite office natin, and which we call yung RCP hub, and the aim talaga of our satellite office there is to become a resource center talaga on RE. And this is actually our facility in Tacloban is actually powered by a solar PV system. So through the Recharge Filipinas program, ICSC implemented what we call the Access to Better Energy, or ABE initiative, to assist disaster-affected communities in Eastern Visayas, so that they're readily available energy access, so to promote yung readily energy access from one of the most common source of RE, which is solar power. So with that, we have developed what we call the Solar Scholars Training Program and the Tech Packs. The Tech Packs, I'll be showing a photo of it later, but these are portable solar systems po that utilizes lithium batteries. And yung intention talaga niya is for the use of humanitarian rapid response para po sa mga frontliners kapag may mga disasters. Okay, so post-Yolanda, we observed na there's a lack of energy yun talaga yung isa sa mga biggest challenges in recovery and rehabilitation efforts. So during that time po, nung nasalanta na ng Yolanda, yung EV, nakita natin na of course yung mga power infrastructures, yung mga facilities, they sustained massive damage. Maraming poste na nalaglag and all of that. And ang daming communities were not walang kuryente basically for long periods of time. So we saw na having access to energy, light sources is not usually being addressed at the forefront of disaster response. And usually po, this problem is often delegated sa mga energy providers na mandate lamang at ang priority lamang nila ay i-repair yung mga power facilities to restore electricity flowing to the main grid, which we know na hindi agad-agad po yan naayos. So walang immediate reaction or short-term solutions whenever walang ilaw sa communities, especially after disasters. So, and we know na having a light source is very, very critical, especially when it comes to the safety of women and girls. So within survivor communities po, alam natin na yung mga babae, mga elderly, mga PWDs po, who perform both productive and reproductive roles are the most affected. Lalo na yung mga female-headed household, sila po usually yung mga energy managers. Sila usually yung nababurden as to saan kukuha ng, for example, fuel to cook. Sila po yung kukuha ng tubig. And usually, minsan, sila lalabas para kumuha ng tubig at walang ilaw. So, at the same time, problema din po ng mga nanay, mga lola, saan kukuha ng ilaw para patuloy yung may light source yung mga bata na nag-aaral. So, and we know as the last presenter mentioned, si Mrs. Escobar, na women need the most protection against gender-based violence, especially during disaster. Dahil sila po usually yung naghahanap ng access sa mga important facilities, mga wash facilities, mga sanitary facilities, even in the evenings. And besides from the lack of energy po, isa pa po sa mga nakita namin challenges is there is a large capacity gap given that the energy sector is heavily dominated by men and women are construed as mere energy users end users lang, but not energy managers and innovators. And this is further reflected in the broader technological arena as women and girls participation in the energy field of science, in STEM, science, technology, and engineering and mathematics remain low. Ayan. So given this context po, RCP implemented the Solar Scholars Training Program as part of yung, as I mentioned before, yung Access to Better Energy Initiative ng ICSE. So this basically aims to train and equip community disaster frontliners on the application of solar energy to power critical community life-saving facilities tulad ng mga toiletries, mga public toilets, mga barangay health centers, and most especially mga evacuation centers. So the first photo po on the rightmost shows you yung mga previous solar scholars na na-train namin from before. And since it's pilot po, in 2015 po kasi nagsimula yung solar scholars, we have trained close to 480 emergency frontliners, and it has long evolved to catering specific participants not just in the Philippines, but lately the program is being adopted in climate vulnerable countries in the Asia-Pacific region, such as in Fiji, in Suva po. Yung nasa third photo, yan po yung naganap na training, online training ng Philippines, mga solar scholars from the Philippines na nagtitrain sa mga communities in Fiji, Suva. This happened last March lang po of this year. So ito po yung isa sa pinaka-recent Solar Scholars Training of ICSE. So this was done in partnership with local government units, CSOs, NGOs, and people's organizations and community associations.
Miss Celine?
Yes po.
Meron bang electric fan dyan sa tabi mo na umiikot?
Sorry, okay. Let me turn it
the one, yeah, I think it's the one, causing the noise.
Okay, sorry.
Masakit sa tenga.
Sorry about that. Ayan, okay na po.
Okay, wala na. Wala na.
Perfect. No problem. Sorry about that. Sige, okay. Yeah, going back, just to share with you, the content of yung Solar Scholars Training Program was developed in such a way na maging interactive siya and application-oriented. So that it integrates concepts of RE, energy conservation and energy management, and yung mga basic operations and management of the Solar Tech Pack. So nasa gitnang photo po is the Solar Tech Pack. It's a portable solar power generator that serves as a renewable energy hardware tool used in the training. So that's the version 4 of the Tech Pack. We're happy to let you know that it's continuing to evolve. We are currently, I think, at the 5th version of the Tech Pack, and we're still innovating it as we go. And this is designed to be as compact as possible. Kasi we wanted na yung Solar Tech Pack could be carried by mga solar mamas, mga solar lolas, para easier for them to bring it, di ba, during emergencies. So, and of course, dinesign siya in a way na madali siyang inoperate. And I think it's very important to note na ang nag-design po ng Solar Tech Packs ay yung mga survivors from Yolanda themselves. And sila rin po yung nag-assemble nito. And we made sure na yung spare parts of the Solar Tech Pack is locally available para po madali siyang mapalitan in communities. Again, so we have done the Solar Scholar Training programs in a lot of communities, more than 7 cities na po, and even outside of the country. And so definitely po, there's this growing recognition of the program and yung concept po ng paying it forward ng mga survivors at matulungan naman po yung mga kapwa nila at even outside of the country. Okay. Ayan. So just to get to the gist of my presentation, ito po yung the first ever women-led Solar Scholars Training na nangyari po noong October 25 to 27, last 2018, medyo matagal na. So this was in Marabut, Samar. In partnership po ito with the Municipal Government of Marabut and the Marabut Women's Federation, or MWF for short. MWF is the umbrella group of different women's group and associations in the municipality of Marabut. So this collaboration was all thanks to a previous Solar Scholar Training po na ginawa namin with PKKK. And dahil po doon, natulay po kami sa MWF at nagkaroon po kami ng first ever women-led Solar Scholars Training. So ito pong the pilot women-led Solar Scholars Training was participated by 36 women members of MWF, 8 male community responders from the municipality. And to highlight, this was run by 6 all-women alumni from previous batches po ng mga Solar Scholars Training namin. So definitely mga babae po talaga yung nag-train din na kapwa nila babae. So this training po became part of the Social Innovation Grant that ICSC has pilot tested with support from Plan International's Tuklas Innovations Lab. So Tuklas is a community-centered innovation project that seeks to find homegrown solutions on DRR projects. And in fact, ang Solar Scholars po, we have had partnerships aside from the Marabut Women's Federation, aside from PKKK. We had partnerships po with Oxfam, with international organizations, with Christian Aid po. It's a British-based charity organization. With 350.org, Red Cross Netherlands, na sila rin po yung nag-roll out ng Solar Scholars in parts of the country. Ayan. Okay. So based on the assessment and feedback of the Solar Scholars po, ito po yung mga assessment and yung na-yield po namin na feedback from the participants themselves. So the first is nagkaroon po ng greater awareness and appreciation among how energy was accessed during and after mega disasters like Typhoon Haiyan. So among the women participants po, there was this collective realization as to how through the course po nung Typhoon Haiyan humanitarian response, na-realize po nila na more women in their communities were empowered to participate actively in sa mga community-based DR efforts, sa mga community development activities. And I remember, and the reason na ako po yung nagsasalita dito is because I was one of the participants of this training. And I remember, naalala ko na dito nila na-realize na, uy, hindi na pala, iba-iba na pala yung ginawa ko after Typhoon Haiyan. May mga babae na sumali sa construction work, and they were involved in very different types of work na usually dominated by men. So nagkaroon po sila ng aha moment na, kaya ko rin pala. And of course, women participants became more aware of yung mga basic concepts po and principles of electricity. And they were able to carry out what we call yung energy needs assessment or ENAs. So this is basically where we teach them how to compute yung energy consumption nila, which appliances, for example, yung malaking kinakain na electricity. So they can monitor it and they can, you use their appliances more wisely. And they were able to use this in their homes, even in the Marabut DRRM office and in the Barangay Hall of Amantillo. I think I forgot to mention, but the training pala was in Barangay Amantillo in Marabut. So the ENAs and all of the applications, mga basic concepts na laman nila, nakatulong sa kanila to conduct yung community offices, magkaroon ng inputs on computing energy requirements na requisite in designing community solar power systems. So, of course, women participants were able to have hands-on experience sa pag-assemble po ng mga solar tech packs, and in turn, nag-translate po to greater self-confidence kasi sa kanila, kaya ko pala yung mga sort of engineering stuff na before lalaki lang gumagawa. So, and of course, women participants were able to articulate yung mga roles and na-identify nila yung mga specific tasks nila as a woman and as a woman solar scholar, and na-malocate ito within the broader context of the community, especially during disaster and during disaster. Okay, so the 3-day training culminated in a community drill exercise wherein all of the women, together po with the municipal DRRM office, nag-mobilize po sila ng community drill, kung saan more than 100 community residents po yung umattend. So about 113 community members, including children and the elderly, about 84 female, 29 males po yung nag-participate. And dito po nila nagamit yung practical application of the solar tech packs and yung pag-aralan po nila sa simulation drill na to. And dito po nila, under the scenario of limited energy available, yung mga solar scholars po prioritize the use of tech packs po during yung ginamit po nila ito to use sa mga pathways po, kunyari sa gabi, to lead them to mga designated wash facilities. And they were able to use it to power yung mga radios, mga cellphones, makapag-charge, at nagamit din nila ito para mapaandar yung nebulator for in case of emergencies. So lastly, this story po was featured din sa national TV, sa ABS. And it contributed to increasing awareness po and highlighting yung women's leadership role in disaster risk reduction. Okay, so all of these po contributed talaga to paving more inroads towards enhancing community DRRM of LGUs. And ito po, a very short anecdote from Nanay Lorna, isa po sa mga leaders ng MWF. Yan, sabi niya po, malaki ang naging benepisyo ng ang aming barangay sa proyekto Solar Scholar, lalo na sa mga kababaihan. Nagkaroon kami ng reliable na pagkukunan ng kuryente sa panahon ng sakuna, at kaming mga kababaihan ang nagsisilbing liwanag sa panahon ng dilim sa aming kasanayan at kagamitan. Kaya namin magbigay ng ilaw, makapag-charge ng mga communication devices, and mapagana ang mga emergency medical na kagamitan. Sa tulong ng Solar Scholars, napataas ang aming kakayahan sa pagharap sa hamon ng kalamidad. Ayan. So definitely po, among these feedback po and the benefits of Solar Scholars training, isa pa naming na-realize is it also paved the way po for other humanitarian organizations like Food for the Hungry or FNH to leverage available resources and support for the procurement and deployment of additional tech packs for other Marabot communities, and to also improve yung evacuation and infrastructures and facilities dun sa barangay. Okay, so with my last slide po, and to conclude, ito po yung reflections and lessons learned. The experience of Marabot Women-led Solar Scholars Training adds to the growing and increasing narrative that community women can be active leaders if tapped as partners and if empowered. Contrary to the stereotype that they are just passive participants and just mere end beneficiaries of disaster response. So with this training po, we were able to demonstrate women solar scholars na equipped with solar tech packs can actually be frontliners. However po, one of the challenges na mga barriers to meaningful participation of women, kailangan pa rin po siya ma-address. So for example, may lack pa rin po of access to mobility, especially if yung mga training sessions, yung venue is held outside of the community. As such, yung mobility provisions have to be provided para po ma-encourage sila lalo na mag-participate in the trainings. And definitely po, we have to provide care work because women do care work for their families. We have to cater around yung sa availability nila and sa free time of women. And we have to provide alternative care work arrangements para po maka-join sila. The third is, it's ideal na the training content be delivered in local language para po mas madali siyang makarelate. Yung mga babae mas madaling makarelate. As such, examples of community situations are often drawn from their experience. And of course, we know that gender dynamics can happen, especially in mixed groups, wherein men can get uncomfortable when topics katulad po ng benefit sharing, mga energy investments are being raised. So given na rural communities are mostly patriarchal, unfortunately, some men can be defensive. So we recognize na workshops need to be facilitated in such a way na no single voice dominates yung conversation. So we have to make sure that happens, that's in place. Okay, so to conclude po, here are a few recommendations. So we need to recognize na women's actions and yung mga partnerships with local women's agencies in LGU, especially in CBDRRM planning. So sustaining the women-led solar scholars such that it becomes fully integrated into the LGU's DRM plans is adequately resourced will be the most likely progression, even when external support from humanitarian organizations cease. So, but this entails collective commitment from the part of yung women's groups, yung MWF, at saka po ng local government unit. So, by recognizing yung local women's agencies into CBDRM, that's just the start. And women's groups like MWF can engage the councils to allocate portions of the 5% of the DRRM allocation to support procurement and production of solar power systems na ma-integrate po siya sa DRRM. And of course, na yung mga babae po talaga ay maupo sa council. And with the narrative na the women can become community energy responders themselves. So the second is we need to explore the use of local GAD funds to leverage support on CBDRRM. So local GAD funds can also be tapped as additional source of funds as it not only addresses access to energy issues, but also in building and strengthening energy resilience in times of disasters of women and the most vulnerable groups through sustainable energy. That's renewable energy. So this can be one way po wherein even local communities can demonstrate equitable energy transition and women-led climate action. So and the last part po, this could be a way to review and assess indicators of women participation in the STEM sector as entry points for accessing actions to increase their participation in the STEM sector. So all this further entail exploring possibilities of looking at indicators on women participation and basically po to know if yung informal participation po ng community women as community energy responders and energy managers can be recognized po as an indicator. So that ends my presentation. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Okay, maraming salamat Miss Celine. Tabinga, can I request everyone na i-open ang inyong audio and also your video.
Ayan,
So
may
please
mirror
open
pa
your
everyone.
audio and your video para mabigyan natin ng masigabong, I'm in Tagalog now. Para mabigyan natin ng masigabong palakpakan
Si Miss Celine.
ang ating 5 presenters.
Wow! Yay!
Diba?
Taga San Jose.
Ang galing nila, di ba?
Diri, muring yung NDT ato raha. Women Economic Empowerment.
Ay, nasaag ka, Pao, sa ibang grupo ka napunta.
I'm sorry.
No, dito ka dapat.
Oo. Kasi
Yung
hinanap.
Taga-Limasawa, yung mga taga-Limasawa at taga-Buntok, Southern Lake, nandun sa Women Economic Empowerment.
Okay. So maraming salamat kay Danica Marie Supnet, Maria Viena Austria, Director Elenida Basud, Alessandra Lei Escobar, and Celine Tabinga. Maraming salamat for sharing your gender mainstreaming practices. Sige po. We can now open the floor for your questions, no? I hope sinulat nyo kasi ang request natin ay patapusin natin yung 5 presenters. Kung meron tayong mga tanong, isulat na lang muna natin. So ngayon is our time na i-open ang floor for your questions. Again, please use the raise hand button or type your questions in the chat box. Okay po? Sino? Around 3:34, bumaba siya to 48. Ngayon, as of 3:31, naging 47 na lang. Yeah. Okay. So, sino pong maunang mag-ask ng question? Address to any of the 5 presenters. You can raise your... okay. Miss Ruby, Miss Ruby, you want to start the floor?
Yes,
to ask the
please.
question. Okay.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Again, congratulations. No? Tsaka wow. I mean, doesn't matter kung young or but wow, thank you very much sa lahat ng ginagawa nyo. Itong katanungan na to para sa lahat. Paano na, kasi ang naririnig ko all throughout, no, parang we are responding to disasters, and then itong mga projects na ito or actions na ito came about. May I ask, paano na ngayon, at this point, year 2022, where are you now? And how can we, kunyari from the business sector, like me, malapit na ako mag-retire, so I'm thinking of supporting an environmental cause, ito mga katulad dito. How can we help moving forward? Para sa lahat, so kung sinong gustong sumagot.
Okay. Sinong gustong unang sumagot? Okay. From Director Ellen Basu. Sige po, Director.
Okay. I think, so ang tanong ni Ma'am, no, coming from the business sector, what can I do on environmental or climate advocacy? Marami po, Ma'am, ano pong klase yung business group ninyo?
Consulting company po kami. We empower HR and of course yung employees.
Ayan. And HR and employees of different companies po? Ganun ho ba? In fact, marami po tayong pwedeng magawa. Ngayon nga po, pinag-uusapan po natin yung lumabas na 6 assessment report ng Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that really said there's clear science basis that climate change is happening and things can even get worse if globally and nationally we don't put our acts together. And therefore, marami po talaga ang pwedeng magawa ng mga grupong tulad ninyo, lalo po nasa HR kayo. Kanina ho, maraming sinabi sa mga initiatives na meron po tayong mga ginagawang capacity building, training, empowering our women and other sectors. And therefore, depende na lang po on stakeholder ang gusto nyong i-deal, pero marami po tayong pwedeng gawin. And perhaps the various companies that you deal with, if they integrate climate actions into their own programs, into their own employee human resource development, even that is another good help. Kaya meron po tayong mga sinasabing mga behavioral solutions to climate change. Yung pong pagsisegregate, yung pong paggagamit ng telecommuting or information services, like the online channels that we're doing now po is another behavioral solution to climate change. Ang harvest ng rainwater, ang recycle at reuse, ang hindi po natin minimize natin ng food waste. All of these are individual practices that when they are made to be embedded in the culture of our people, our employees, our company policies, I think they will all help to what we're aiming for, a net zero in the future po. Pinag-uusapan po ang palapit na Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change sa November po, in which all of the countries of the world are talking about this. Pinag-uusapan po ang issue ng loss and damage as created by disasters and changes in the climate. Pinag-uusapan po pangailangan ng pag-mobilize ng climate finance sa ating po mga pangailangan for technologies that are climate benign. Pinag-uusapan po ang issue ng adaptation, kung paano po makakapag-angkop ang ating mga komunidad at iba't ibang sektor. And therefore, I think there's a whole lot of positive things that even your sector can do to be able to help address climate change, to be able to help increase the environmental consciousness of our sectors and our people. We would be pleased to help you, ma'am, if you would be interested in the future. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you very much. Sino pa pong gustong magtanong sa ating mga presenters?
Ma'am, can I answer Ma'am Ruby's
okay.
Okay, so saan na
yes,
po kami?
Miss Estrella.
Yes, from Europe.
From
Okay,
Europe.
sige pa. Sige, ma'am.
Ang
Okay,
pangalan
so,
mo Vienna na Austria
yeah,
pa.
capital
Grabe.
na country pa. Okay, ma'am, sige po. So sa part naman po ng ERDB, so what we're planning is to replicate, kumbaga, hindi naman mismo yung the project, basta yung kumbaga the partner band strategy. So pwedeng ibang technology using the partner band strategy kasi naging effective po talaga siya. Kasi as a recommendation, kumbaga dapat gawin nating 3 years ang project na kunyari isang extension project, kasi hindi lang pwede talagang 1 year lang kasi hindi natin makikita talaga na fully realize yung objectives and of course ma-enhance pa yung mga capacities ng ating mga cooperators and of course para makita natin yung ma-sustain yung adoption ng technology. So yun lang po. So sana mai-replicate pa namin sa ibang lugar using the partner band strategy. Okay, thank you po, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Meron bang nagtataas dyan ng kamay or?
Yes po. Hello po.
Okay.
Ayun,
Yeah, okay. Miss Lay.
Sige. Bilang yung sagot sa tanong po ni Ma'am Ruby about where we are now. So, currently, yung Women in Emergencies Network is in its a new cycle of this project titled is Women Leading Action. So ito is mas proactive na proyekto for gender responsive and inclusive DRR and climate change sa Pilipinas. So one aspect po na tinitignan namin is the involvement now of youth groups, different youth groups. We recognize that youth being very innovative and technologically advanced, they can help in bringing forth or making space for women leadership and economic empowerment in a very in a more sophisticated and exciting level. So we're looking into really supporting our youth or youth organizations. No, these are local youth organizations. So aside from that, as I have mentioned also dun sa presentation, it is always really naman yung continuous capacity building to keep women a sustainable force. To be honest, also yung katulad na sinabi ni ma'am from ERDB na replicating of good practices amongst different communities. So while some CSOs and NGOs have very limited funding, no, so also we also look for funders, especially pagka napakalaki ng mga damages sa community. Kasi hindi po natatapos yung disaster na tumatama sa bansa. Katulad nga ng sinabi ni Director Ellen, so na papalakas yung mga bagyo, no? So as in the network, as a network finding the nexus between the humanitarian and development work, napakahalaga po no coordination between private and public organizations and also other institutions. So I would just like to gawing example yung sa ICSC na si Ma'am Celine, yung sa solar lamp. So we also have communities in Marabot, Samar. So doon po yung kanilang mga evacuation center ay talagang kuweba. Kuweba po ang evacuation center nila. We've been there during Typhoon Odette. And doon nakita na nakakatulong po talaga yung mga solar power lamps ba yun? Kasi yung mga solar technologies na ginawa ng ICSC. So napakahalaga ng magiging coordination if ever ng mga private public organizations. And of course, the local organizations. No? Ayun.
If I may add din po dun sa question.
Yes, please.
Yes po. Pero I'm really happy with the answers from my co-panelists kasi yun din po yung heart nung gustong i-raise ng ICSC when it comes to sustaining activities such as ours. Pero we always say that importante din lalo yung information dissemination that's not limited a piece of paper provided to the community. Kasi when we say, ano ba yung connection, let's say, ng climate change with gender-responsive initiatives, with the gender issues we are experiencing at the locality, even yung disaster context naman, ano yung connection and all. Minsan nagiging lost in translation because there is no enough, kung bagay sinasabi ng tao sa tao, puso sa puso na discussion on these hard questions na kahit sabihin natin parang, ay, paulit-ulit naman yan na discussion, but then we will see more interest po at the local level. If there's more information, education, dissemination at the local level. So very important po yun as part of the sustainability. And for us naman, dahil we are engaging more with local governments, where we are at now, we're still continuing the discussions with local governments. So at the end of the day, sila pa rin yung magiging kasangga ng ating communities in terms of implementing sustainable programs. So yun po yung aking ambag naman sa question. Salamat po.
Mel, ano ka?
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, okay. Sige, can we hear from Napsi SR Fontanales Rosalina? Sige po. Go ahead po.
Sally lang po.
Okay, Sally.
Sorry po ma'am. Late ako kasi nag-travel pa ako mula sa may meeting ako kanina ng face-to-face po. So, kunti lang po yung speaker na naabutan ko. Pero po talaga, dahil environment po ito, may isa po akong ang ganda ng pinresent ni Ma'am Celine kasi doon po ako nakaabot. Ang tanong ko lang po, ay dahil environment natin ito, ilang taon po ang buhay ng ginagawa pong solar ng mga women natin sa community? Ilang taon? Tapos po, halimbawa po ayun ay ma-expire na. Ano po ang ginagawa doon sa waste ng solar na halimbawa i-dispose nila, ano nang ginagawa po nila doon? Kasi remember na tayo ay nasa environment. So yun po yung ano ko po, yung concern ko. At ang pangatlo po ma'am, dahil po ay climate ang environment yung ating pinag-uusapan, hindi maalis po sa atin na mayroon maraming mining na child labor dahil po malaking problema natin dyan. So yun po yung mga katanungan na hindi po maalis-alis sa kaisipan ko po. Pasensya po kasi huli na po akong dumating sa ano natin sa atin pong group po, ma'am, dahil nga sabi ko na late po ako. Thank you po.
Sige po, thank you very much. Meron pa bang nagtaas dyan ng kamay? Tingnan ko sa page 2, wala.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, from Maureen Ava
Marinduque.
Marinduque. Okay, sige po, go ahead po. Hindi ko kasi nababasang mga pangalan eh.
Ma'am, ang magtatanong po ay mula sa grupo na Marinduque Council for Environmental Concern. Si sige. Tita Nards.
Okay, Tita Nards.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Ako po si Leonardo Espiritu, Municipal Coordinator ng MASEC dito sa Buwak. Yung pinakaano po namin ay para po sa environment po. Yung tanong niyo po kanina kung saan na po kami ngayon, dati po kasi tayo po ay climate change, So ngayon, meron na po tayong tinatawag na climate emergencies. So as of now po, meron na rin po naman kaming mga ginagawa na tigit po tungkol sa ating environment. Sa nagiging katuwang din po kami ng LGU po para mas lalong ma-inform yung ating pong mga mamamayan tungkol po sa sa climate po ngayon na kumbaga talagang abnormal na po So sa isang banda din po, meron din po tayong tinatawag na yung mga second liners po natin kung saan mga youth po ang ating binibuild up po ngayon para meron pa rin po tayong katuwang maliban po sa amin ngayon na kung sinasabi po nga ay mga thunders na o palipas na, meron pa rin pong meron pa rin pong thunders po talaga. Meron pa rin pong susunod sa generation po na magpapatuloy kung ano po ang ginagawa po natin ngayon. So yung mga po namin ay ang pinakaano po namin ngayon, nagturo din po kami sa mga para-barangay na kung saan meron po chapter ang MASEC tungkol po sa environment. Pero hindi lang po kami nag-focus din sa environment na kung saan, siguro po, particular naman po kayo din sa Marinduque na kung saan kami po ay nasa mining din po. Sa mining din po yung problema po namin. So sana po ma'am, sa isa pong, yung sa presentation po kasi ninyo ay, ito po kasi yung KKM, medyo limited pa lamang po siya. Kung sana po maano po namin ay ma-replicate pa po namin, ma-widen pa po namin yung scope ng na hindi lamang po dito sa particular na po dito sa Aquatis, alam niyo sa Masiga po na pwede po namin maikot pa po sa buong province po para kung baga sa ay yung information dissemination po ay mas malawak pa po at yung awareness po talaga ng mga tao ay yung gano'n na lang po. Yung talagang kung more than 100% mas okay pa rin po. Yun lamang po.
Okay, maraming salamat. By the way, ang sarap yata yung thunders tayo na meron 20% discount. Di ba? O sige, merong nagtataas ng kamay si continuation pa ba ito, Miss Maureen?
Ako po. Hello po, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Ako po si Mau. Iba po, kakilala ko po iba kahit sa ibang speaker familiar po. From the NAPSI Person with Disability Sectoral Council po. Yung konteksto po siguro ng rekomendasyon konteksto ng sa environment, accessibility is the number one barrier. Inaccessibility is the number one barrier in environmental barrier po, no? Kapag hindi po na-address yan, hindi lamang syempre ang taong walang kapansanan. Ganun din po ang mga taong may kapansanan, particularly women with disabilities, double, triple the marginalization. Because babae siya, may kapansanan pa, paano kung mahirap pa, na disaster pa, no? Paano kung papasok sa evacuation center at siya naka-wheelchair, papasok sa toilet, no? So paano po yung karapatan niya, yung assurance, no, na hindi yung karapatan niya syempre na sa mga yung hygiene and everything, no, ito ay mamimit. At pag ito rin ay batang may kapansanan, so paano din po, no, compared sa isang babae o batang lalaki may kapansanan. So yung konteksto po ng accessibilidad, no, ganon din po siguro sa nakatatanda, kung titingnan natin, dahil sa nakatatanda, meron ding barrier sila na encounter. Hindi lang siguro dahil babae sila, kundi yung kanilang age. And at the same time, yung cultural, no, factors, no, babae ito, isa siyang IP, may kapansanan, no? So dapat yung konteksto rin po na ganun. So sa makatuwid po, naobserbahan po kasi namin na sa mga evacuation centers po ay hindi nalalagyan ng accessibilities, no? Walang assistive devices na meron tayo pagdating sa lugar na paglilipatan, naiiwan po, no? Ang natutulungan lamang natin ay sila, naiwan po yung wheelchair, other accessibility needs po na meron. Pangalawa, sa mga invisible disabilities po natin, katulad ng may psychosocial disabilities, no? Paano po yung ating counseling sa kanila? At yung may mga learning, intellectual, mental disabilities po ng mga bata at mga adult na rin. So paano po yung mga ginagawa nating counseling o mga debriefing po? Mamaya hindi po natin alam, may mga invisible disabilities na po palang na-experience or meron na po yung ating mga kababaihan na na-experience nila. So, siguro yung implementation, strict enforcement and implementation of Batas Pambansa 344, napaka-importante po nun. At yung amendment po sana, bakit po ako nagsasalita ng ganito? Kasi kailangan po ma-refile siguro o ma-amend ang BP 3444 kung saan po, tandaan natin, may deaf, hard of hearing, sa visual impairment po yung blind and low vision po, no? Sila rin po ay double, triple po ang na-experience na mga barriers po, no? Hindi lamang po before, during, and after disaster, pati sa climate change, yung epekto po nito. So napaka-importanting yung boses po, no? So dapat yung nothing about us, without us, to ensure nothing is being left behind or no one should be left behind. So siguro yun lang po yung pangkalahatan lang muna na aking. Kasi paulit-ulit ilang dekada, 3 decades na po ang accessibility law. Meron na pong plano ang DPWH po ata, no? Yung sa evacuation camp, pinakita po sa amin ito bago po mag-national convention ng disaster way back noong NatCon 2016. Basta before pandemic pa po. Ngunit ito po kaya ay may implement kailan at actually hindi lang po doon, pagpapahalaga ng preparasyon po, no? Ay nasa nasa preparation stage po, no? Dapat po para mas mabawasan yung madi-disaster po, no? Alam naman po natin the risk, the hazards, and the vulnerabilities po. Kung prepared po, plus the budget, tama po yung nabanggit ninyo, mula sa pagpaplano, sa pag-implement, sa pagbabudget, pag-implement, at may kulang pa, monitoring, evaluation, and assessment, kung totoo bang nasama. At nakita ko po, hindi po talaga nabilang ang may kapansanan sa mga naging ibang mga studies po natin nakatuon. Paano po sa bawat pamilya, no? Meron po at meron siya. 15% of the total population ay were living with disabilities po. Hindi po naiiba o nawawal ang Pilipinas doon. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Miss Pau. Mao pala, Miss Mau. Meron pong meron dito sa chat box po natin, merong tanong galing kay Maria Carmel hindi ko mabasa lahat ang pangalan. Maria Rowena Neri, a question for everyone, to anyone. How can we convince the top management of an organization that telecommuting commuting practices is beneficial not only to the employees, especially to those who are experiencing multiple burden and or their work is output-based, but also to the environment. Some are still hesitant to adapt to this kind of setup, also because there are other employees na they feel it is unfair kasi hindi naman applicable sa kanila. Their work is following the banking hours. So sino po ang pwedeng sumagot sa tanong na ito? How can we convince the top management of an organization that telecommuting practices is beneficial? Sino po ang may pwedeng sumagot sa tanong na ito? Yes,
Opinion lang, ano? I think
Director.
the pandemic has shown us, private sector has seen it that telecommuting is really a beneficial one from the reduced overhead costs from the companies and even with the continuing Kaya I think it's not too difficult to convince top management these days because of the lessons of the pandemic, no? Ang dami naman ng mga na are really looking at the possibility of continuing on with work from home arrangements, no? And therefore, I think we need only to get back to some of the figures where some companies really felt that this was really a cost-saving measure for them to be able to increase top management's awareness that such could be a possibility. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. For information lang para sa lahat, yung mga contact addresses ng ating mga presenters ay nasa chat box. Pakikopya na lang po or pakitake note. Sige, meron or from the other agencies at saka mga LGUs natin? Meron bang nagtataas ng kamay? Wala na pong tanong?
Ma'am, may LGU ba tayo? May LGU ba tayong nandyan ngayon?
Hindi ako sure.
Kasi parehas tayo, hindi ko nakikita din po, ma'am. Kasi gusto ko rin, hindi ko, ayun, may isa po ako kasing tanong. Kasi gusto ko lang po magtanong, ito ay para sa ating LGU at saka sa iba nating mga implementor ng ating batas. Kasi po, di ba, ang 9003, ang tagal-tagal na. Pero sa totoong buhay lang at sa nakikita ko kahit saan ako pumunta, hindi pa rin na implement ang 9003 na kung saan isa rin po yun sa parte ng sinasabi natin how to dahil mga advocate tayo ng environment pero yet ang dami nating mga LGU, sorry for the word, hindi na-implement ang 9003 na talagang paano ba? Yun po ma'am, ang aking katanungan po. Salamat.
Sino bang pwedeng sumagot niyan? Kasi pwede din naman tayong magtanong sa mga kapwa natin participants, hindi lang doon sa ating mga presenters. Or maybe our presenters can also, pose your questions to the participants.
Namel.
Yes, go
We have
ahead.
a representative po from DILG DAIT, so maybe they can answer the question
Okay,
po
please.
from DILG.
Yes, DILG DAIT. Please come in. Yeah. Hello, DILG DAET. DILG DAET, are you around? Hello? Wala yata si DILG DAET. So paano yan, Ma'am Sally? Walang pwedeng sumagot sa iyong tanong. Hello?
Ma'am.
Yes, okay. KKM Marinduque.
Yes po, Lolita Natal po na President ng KKM. Sa
Sige po.
kasalukuyan po, meron kaming mula sa NGO ng PRRM, Philippine Rural Reconstruction Movement. Ay
Yes.
meron po kaming project para sa solid waste management. Ito po yung tinatawag naming Bayang Walang Basura Project with the Coca-Cola Foundation Philippines. At napakaganda po nung project, maganda yung implementation. Ang hiling lang nga po namin sa mga LGU ay replicate ito kasi sa ginagawa namin paglalagay ng mga waste picker na tinatawag naming EcoAid ay isang magandang paraan para ma-replicate o ma-duplicate o ano bang tawag pa doon, ma'am? Replicate para dumami at man lamang ay masustain yung collection of waste. Although dito po sa amin sa Marinduque, hindi naman po kami ganun kadumi. Pero kailangan namin pangalagaan siyempre yung aming kapaligiran kasi nga po dagat kami. Ang paligid po namin ay dagat na 6 lamang na bayan. So kailangan po namin itong pangalagaan at sipag naman po ng mga barangay para sa coastal cleanup at ibang mga organization, yung PNP po, nagpo-coastal cleanup din. Pero pagdating po doon sa implementation, sana po ay madagdagan ng effort na maisip din yung aming ginagawa na pagdadagdag ng mga utilities sa kanilang barangay upang dumami at may mga siwa ng totohanan dun sa mga waste ng basura. Tapos yung implementation po ng solid waste management ay talagang strict implementation po dapat ang gawin. So, yun lang po. Salamat.
Sige po. Okay, salamat din, Ma'am Lolita. Sige, meron pa bang gustong magtanong sa ating mga presenters or magtanong sa ating mga participants or magtanong to each other?
Ma'am.
Yes, Celine and Haribon, the two of you are raising your hands.
Sa amin po doon sa presentation kanina tungkol doon sa recognition ng mga LGU sa mga people's organization, ay napapasabi na lang kami ng sana all.
Sana all. Okay.
Para kasi yung effort naman namin para hindi naman yung parang kami lang yung nakakaalam para sana yung recognition kasi mahalaga din sa mga voluntary.
Totoo.
Yun lamang po.
Okay, maraming salamat. That's a good point, ha? Sige, punta tayo sa Haribon. Arlie
Yes.
and Donila. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. I just want to ask our speakers from the climate resiliency and the disaster relief na sector. I want to know if they have initiatives also where there are discussions with women for gender responsive solutions towards ecosystems integrity and ecological balance, since we know that a big part of our protection from disaster is also having a healthy ecosystem, having a healthy environment. Thank you.
Okay. Is the question addressed to WINET?
Yeah, WINET and ICSC.
And yeah,
Yes.
and ICSC.
Yes,
Sige,
thank
okay.
you.
Okay, I think I can start then the question. I answering the question from Ms. RD. Definitely po, kasi going through the discussions again, even I think even si Director Ellen also mentioned this with the IPCC and all. Yung IPCC natin is very important sa kanila yung ecosystem-based approach as a form of adaptation initiative, especially at the local level. So discussions with LGUs, with communities, and even with CSOs na kasama sa pagbuo ng plano sa locality. Kaya very important talaga yung multi-actor partnership na tinatawag namin, na hindi talaga dapat ito idea lang ng isang sektor o kaya ng isang sektor lang, pero it's di ba, we have this whole of society approach na dapat we are trying to downscale yung hard science at the international level going towards a local level, kasi yung ecosystem-based approaches, if we will look at the local level, mas mas applicable talaga, and we will be surprised. There are so many indigenous knowledge also and practices that can be integrated as part of the EBA process. So it's also highlighting yung importance ng role ng women, lalo na sa community when it comes to the EBA approach. And those are the things that na dapat ma-highlight talaga when it comes to planning, budgeting, and even identify ano yung talagang adaptation measures and even mitigation measures natin when it comes to long-term climate risks and even disasters na coming in. So even coastal areas, yung marine ecosystems natin, even the forestry, so it should be really reflected sa mga plano natin, CNUP, LCCAP, name it, everything. So once we start the conversation at the local level, you will be surprised. Kami din na parang, parang all this time, we're just waiting for, let's say, big companies or research to go down to the community, pero the answers are already there. We just have to go and talk to them as well. So I think that's also what we've been doing with Celine din sa mga communities namin for the Solar Scholar workshops. Baka si Celine din may dadagdag for ICSC before we pass it to Ms. Alexandra.
Okay, Ms. Celine, go ahead.
I was trying to raise my hand kanina just to address yung earlier question for me.
Sige, go ahead.
I think she was asking, if I can remember correctly, about kung asan na ngayon yung Solar Scholars. And I would just like to indicate and i-connect na rin sa first question ni Ma'am Ruby earlier na we are still doing the trainings and we want na mas ma-replicate pa in other municipalities, other communities yung Solar Scholars. So of course, how can you help possibly po to support us through funding, or if other organizations we're looking for organizations who would be interested to also partner with us to produce more of the tech packs, to do yung mga trainings po. And I think she was asking about yung sa expiry, I think, ng tech packs, kasi the tech packs po are batteries, solar powered system na pwede pong in a way para siyang charging system. She was asking about yung sa e-waste, and to be frank, and to be honest, this is something we're still trying to find solutions to. As of the moment kasi we wanted na yung the tech pack is designed in such a way na hindi mo kailangan itapon lahat, but you replace just some of the parts. Pero definitely, since the tech pack nga, as I've mentioned, is innovating pa further, we are looking for solutions as to how we would dispose yung parts or yung tech pack. And I think this is something that we would like to explore more then. So thank you for that question again. I can't remember yung last question, but ayun po, If may hindi po ako nasagot or may additional questions, please just indicate siguro in the comments, or feel free to email us po in the emails that I sent.
Okay. Lay, would you like to respond to the question from Arlie and Donila from Haribon?
Yes po. Siguro sa WINET, also with regards to other rural or women's organizations, yung local, ang isa sa tinitignan at pinakamahalagang ginagawa is we really feel the need to raise, people's awareness, through yung popularization and documentation ng iba't ibang impacts of environmental destruction and climate change. Kasi po sa totoo lang, kadalasan hindi alam or yung concept, yung mga ibang nasa local on the concept of climate change. So, and dinudugtong ito, yung capacity building or yung pag-raise ng awareness, dinudugtong natin dito yung pag-exact natin ng greater accountability sa gobyerno and to big corporations towards, of course, greater protection for those people who protect the environment. So as yung mga kasama namin na mga indigenous people, so we believe na restoring indigenous people's practices that would address climate change and promote services and programs that are more gender responsive and of course inclusive, na nire-recognize niya lahat yung mga issue ng kababaihan, especially sa kanayunan. So we also call for upholding a rights-based environmental governance, which of course covers indigenous people's rights to their ancestral domains. So ilan po ito sa mga naging call and patuloy na pinag-uusapan through even informal FGDs with women leaders within WINET member organizations. Ayun lang po muna for now, I think.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lay and Celine and also Danica Marie. Sino pong gusto pang magtanong? Yeah, from NUPSC. Can we have Nelson Nunez? Please go ahead, Nelson Nunez.
Yes po.
Nelson, yes, go ahead.
Opo. Bali meron akong mga dalawang tanong. Yung una po ay halimbawa dito sa particular po sa NCR na may kinalaman sa environment. Particular po yung ating mga yung ating mga estero. Kasi kanina narinig ko parang wala yatang hindi ko lang alam kasi mostly nakapokus sa kanayunan yung mga proyekto. Pero dapat sana meron din program na nakapokus sa NCR dahil alam naman nating dito halos yung mga nasa probinsya pumupunta ng NCR. So kasi itong DNR po ay merong ginawang programa. Meron silang mga itinalagang mga estero ranger na naglilinis sa mga creek, sa mga estero. Pero ang problema natin, kahit gaano palagi sila naglilinis sa estero, ang mga nakatira sa paligid nito patuloy pa rin nagtatapon ng basura. So yun po, sana meron tayong magawang programa na nakapokus mismo na pwede pa maaaring matulungan ating mga estero ranger. Kasi mga estero ranger po natin, kung titignan mo, wala pa nga mga benepisyo yan. Walang mga health, mga health insurance, mga health benefits, pero naglilinis po sila sa creek para lang matulungan yung ating gobyerno o matulungan, para lang maging maayos yung takbo ng ating mga estero, maubos yung mga matanggal yung mga basura.
If I can respond to that.
Ang programa para po doon.
Baka pwede makapag-respond yan.
Sige po, Director.
Ako po ay the DNR, galing po ako sa Environmental Management Bureau dati bago ako naging part ng DNR Climate Change Service. At meron po tayong tinatawag na Adapt and Stero Water Body Program. Ito po ay pambansang programa ng EMB kung saan po hinikayat ang mga private sector partners, pati po mga civic-minded groups, mga lokal na pamahalaan na mag-adapt ng mga iba't ibang stero in the country, in the different regions of the country. In NCR po, meron po tayong taga-ilog program nga. Nitong nakaraan, ang mga stero ranger po ay na-hire for Metro Manila lang yata at saka Region 3 at Region 4 bilang bahagi po ng Manila Bay program. Gayon pa man na meron po tayong mga Stero Ranger, meron pong mga programa ang mga iba't ibang Stero within Metro Manila and in the other regions of the country. Bahagi po doon yung mobilization ng mga communities. Pero syempre mahirap na sabihin pa rin po to, isang hamon pa rin, yung mga behavioral changes na kailangan nating mai-pursue sa ating mga sarili, sa ating mga komunidad. Marami po tayong dapat ayusin dyan. Pero meron po doon ganang pagkilos. Pero meron doon pagkilos pa para hindi lamang yung mga Stero Ranger ang kaakibat po natin sa ganyang programa. Na meron din po mga programa na talagang sinisikap po na ipagawing akuin ng ating mga komunidad ang ating sariling mga problema sa basura. Dahil ito po nakakatulong sa, kunyari po, sa naging programa po sa Tulyahan River, meron po 3 communities doon, Barangay Ugong Valenzuela, Barangay Talipapa, Quezon City, Barangay 164 Caloocan. So, sila po ay, yung time ng Ondoy, talagang matindi po ang dago. Binaha, kinailang mag-evacuate ang mga komunidad. Kung kaya po in 2011, I think it was not difficult to convince the community to be part of the ADAPT Tulyahan River program. Dahil sila mismo po dana sila kung paano sila kinailangang ilikas, i-evacuate pagka tumataas ang ilog Tulyahan. At nakita lang ho namin na magmula noon, naging puspusan ng pagtulong ng community leaders, kasama po mga ilang local leaders. At naranasan din nila na nabawasan ang pangailangan nilang lumikas dahil nung nagtulungan sila na meron silang mga pagkilos ng mga monthly clean-up sa kanilang common river, nabawasan po yung pagbaha nito, pag-apaw, nabawasan ang pangailangan nilang ilikas sa mga area. And therefore, I think there are these programs na ipaintindi po sa ating mga community members na meron talaga tayong mahalagang papel para sa pag-maintain ang ating kapaligiran na hindi lamang po mga Stero Ranger na hinahire ang kailangang maging bahagi nito. But I think this will be a continuing whole of society concern again, whole of community concern again, para po mapagtulungan natin ng mga serious challenges on the environment in that regard. Salamat.
Okay, thank you very much.
Opo, yun po yung concern ko, no? Yung paano ba pwedeng makagawa ng isang konkretong programa, yung private and public sector, para kasama na si ESO o yung basic sector, no, sa NAPSI, kung paano pwedeng makagawa ng programa para yung ito pong nabanggit po ng taga-DNR ay maisagawa sa buong Metro Manila. No, kasi kung titignan talaga, mostly pinagmumulan talaga ng baha itong mga basura na to, no. Bagamat meron tayong ang dami nating batas na ginawa para sa zero waste management system, pero hindi pa rin siya naipapatupad ng maayos. Baka nga po pwedeng maganda nga po itong ginagawa natin ngayon, paano pwedeng magtulungan yung mga private and public sector upang matugunan yung mga problema sa basura, particular yung mga nasa mga ilog natin, sa mga estero.
Very specifically po, meron po tayong programa, for instance, with NLEX, in dati pong Manila North Travel Corporation para dyan sa Tulyahan River na yan. No? Meron din pong Claro M. Recto High School sa Manila, inadapt din sila ng ilang stero doon. Meron din pong inadapt ang San Miguel Corporation para po sa ilang areas ng Pasig at ilang area. Kaya meron na rin po tayong ang Skyway in the South, nag-adapt din ng ilang parts ng estero. Kaya meron na pong mga ilan ito, pero siguro dapat paramihin natin para po maging bahagi yung mga iba't ibang community groups.
Oo nga po, yung dapat
private sector, local government.
Ano rin yan, no? Pinag-iisipan natin kung paano maging maayos yung environment.
Sige po. Okay, maraming salamat sa inyong mga tanong at mga sagot. Kung wala na pong tanong na manggagaling sa ating mga participants, address to our presenters, tipong wala ho ako nakikitang nakataas na kamay, except yung kay Nelson Nunez. Wala na pong questions. So before we formally close the session, I would like to provide a short synthesis of the highlights and important points raised during the presentation. Mag-i-screen sharing lang po kami. Ito po yung synthesis na nakita namin based on the presentations, the 5 presentations. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. Yung una pong nakita dito sa 5 presentation is yung women and girls are disproportionately impacted by the direct and indirect impacts of climate change, not because of innate characteristics, but as a result ng mga social ng struktura at kultura na nagbibigay or that result into gender inequalities. So yan po yung una, no? Women and girls are disproportionately impacted by the direct and indirect impacts of climate change. Hindi dahil sa ito ay natural lamang, natural na characteristics, but ito ay resulta ng mga social structures and cultural norms that show gender inequalities. Example na dito sa presentation ng ICSC, yung Finding the Nexus, this project was able to demolish the stereotype na yung technology ay para sa mga lalaki lamang, no? We upload anong tawag nito? We say thank you to ICSC for providing us that kind of project na itong technology ay para din sa mga babae, hindi lang para sa mga lalaki. Yung climate change impacts on human security, this cuts across issues on socioeconomic status, yung population, babae, lalaki, mga bata, mga matatanda, and gendered roles and responsibilities. Provide gender and health initiatives is also part of climate action. It is important to be innovative in our approaches in gender mainstreaming, especially in pursuing climate change strategies in the local communities. Again, I would like to cite yung project ng ICSC at saka iba pang mga projects, yung radio program, yung sa WINET, na sinabi talaga nila na kailangan talaga innovative ang ating mga approaches, especially kung tayo ay magbisaya ako ay naggalihok ay doon tayo nagtatrabaho sa local communities. Pangalawang takeaway or parang ano yung nakuha natin, no, sa 5 presentation, the success ng isang local climate change projects depends on the joint. The word is joint buy-in or ownership demonstrated by the agency, LGU, and community. Mahalaga po yung tinatawag na joint buy-in or ownership. This is essential in nurturing gender mainstreaming in environmental activities. Yung Adopt a Community project na sinite kanina or present kanina is also beneficial para ma-engage ang maraming kababaihan in grassroots communities in the promotion of environmental friendly and sustainable ENR practices. Yung technology transfer is also expected to build the capacities of POs, especially women members, through proactive intervention mechanisms. This is evident in the needs-based and ENR technology program of the Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau ng ating Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Gender Focal Point Systems Program, titled Kapaligiran at Likas Yamang Pag-unlad sa Nayon, and Adopt a Community project by the ERDB Gender and Development Focal Point System or GAD-FPS. Yung pangatlo na synthesis natin dito, yung mga tools for gender responsive advocacy communication are also important para makapag-raise ng awareness on important pressing issues in the environment such as climate change. There is need to communicate such issues para ma-inform yung public at ma-address yung information gap. Women are not only disproportionately vulnerable to climate change, they also have unique knowledge and skills that can help address climate change more effective and sustainable. Yung ating mga local radio and live streaming, they are so important, and some are the best ways to connect with the local communities. Ang Tinig Klima, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources Program, help deliver relevant information to the public on the relationship between gender and development in environmental management and other environmental issues and advocacies. Pang-apat, sa ating synthesis, yung kahalagahan ng women's representation and participation. This is key to gender-responsive and resilient communities in the Philippines and in claiming and defending the human rights of women and other vulnerable sectors in emergencies, disasters, and conflict situations. Yung mga kababaihan should also be involved sa planning, implementation, management of the program or projects or activities in monitoring and evaluation, specifically in disaster preparedness and humanitarian services. The RRM national and local plans should also be integrated with gender perspectives. Ang WINET program, titled Promoting Women's Rights and Resilience in Emergencies in the Philippines, highlighted the need for gender mainstreaming and strengthening resilience during emergencies and disasters and conflict situations. At panglima na ating synthesis, yung capacity gap is still evident in the energy sector as it is still men-dominated. Women are the most affected by the lack of access to reliable energy given their productive and reproductive roles during disasters. Access to reliable and sustainable energy sources is a need before, during, and after disasters. The ICSC programs, sandali po. The ICSC's program, a women-led program targeted to build the resilience of women through capacity building to provide better access to energy sources in disaster preparedness. Next slide. Gender relations shape women's and men's lives in disaster risk reduction and management, and how they will be able to cope and recover during disasters. We also learn from the presentations na yung pag-dismantle ng patriarchal system requires coordinated efforts and partnerships among the government, CSOs, and NGOs. In addition, individual and collective efforts require leveraging the RRM activities, services, and programs that are responsive to the needs ng mga kababaihan and promoting their economic participation regardless of age, class, status, ability, ethnicity, and sexuality. And lastly, it is important to create a space for women leaders and local women organizations to share their narratives. Thank you very much. That ends our synthesis. So bago tayo umalis sa ating breakout room, tayo daw ay magpa-litrato muna for souvenir. Okay, please open your video, your camera.
Ayan.
And give your yung pinaka magandang smile.
Okay,
Ready
everyone,
na
kindly turn on your cameras for our successful first day photo. Ayan. Okay po, we have two panels. Ayan po, inantay lang po natin nakapag-open ng camera ang iba nating participants. Pero nakita na po natin. Complete
yung mga,
na.
yung iba kasi sila collective. Marami sila in in one laptop or computer.
Yes po. Okay, now for the first panel po, let's take the class photo. Ngiti po tayo, our widest smiles. Give us a smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, hindi po natin sigurado kung sino kayong kasama, pero this is now the second panel. Ngiti po tayong lahat. 1, 2, and 3. Ayan, maraming salamat po. Take it away, Miss Melot.
Okay, so I guess we will be asked to move to the plenary.
Okay, daw po ang sabi po sa amin ni Miss Crisel that we should be waiting lang po until
we
the
will wait.
session, the breakout room ends po. Let's all remain in our breakout room po.
So we conclude day 1 of our conference. Let us just wait, no, na tayo ay ibalik doon sa ating plenary. Magandang hapon.
Magandang hapon po.
Magandang hapon.
Ano na ba tayo? Handang-handa na ba tayo makipag board balitaktakan? Oh. Sabi ko kanina, nagsusapinday ang aking dila dahil sa salitang balitaktakan. It's a very strong word, no? Sige po, are we all here na? 32 participants. Kahapon we were 40 plus. I think we were 40 plus kahapon. Sige, okay. So magpakilala ulit ako sa inyo. Although pinakilala na ako kanina, no? Ako si Melot Balisalisa Atilio and I am joining you from Davao City. Ako po ay taga Davao and this is where I live most of the time or most of the year. Magandang hapon ulit sa inyo and I will be moderating this session on the for the environment sector. Sino-sino bang mga andito? Mag-ano muna tayo? Parang magpakilala. Sinong mga taga Luzon? Can we have parang raise your Yeah. Sige. Sinong mga taga Luzon dito? Yay! Mga ilan kayo? Marami? 2 pages tayo eh. Ayan, maraming taga Luzon. Sa Visayas naman po, ilan kayo? Sino-sino mga taga Visayas? Okay. Katbalogan, si Lucci. Sino pa sa Visayas? Oh, konti lang sa Visayas, 3 lang. Yeah, 3 lang kayo sa Visayas. Okay. Let's go to Mindanao. Sino mga taga kapwa ko Mindanao? Oy, wala, ako lang. Hala? Oy, wala, ako lang taga Mindanao. Talaga? Ako lang taga Mindanao? Kahit na ikaw, Miss Arlie Indonila, you're also not from Mindanao?
Hi, I'm in Luzon right now, but I came from Visayas, Iloilo. So, hindi ako taga Mindanao. Yes.
Siya, sige.
Yeah, good afternoon sa inyong lahat. Happy to be here.
Afternoon. And I find it strange na wala akong kasama na taga Mindanao. Di ba yung taga Eco Waste? Eco Waste. Di ba taga Mindanao? That's from Eco Waste is based in Iligan City. Di ba?
Mom, I'm from sa Quezon City po. But we also have po sa ibang province din.
Okay, so
Sorry, I cannot open my video.
So, iba pa yung nasa Iligan City na Eco Waste?
Member din po.
Member. Okay. Kasi this is a coalition, no? Sige.
Yes po.
Okay. Sige, punta tayo. Ano ba yung slide na tech team? Okay? Yung team conference natin. Okay? So, yung when we were discussing, nung pinag-usapan namin, ano ba yung tema? Ano yung mga themes ng conference with regard to the environment? So, napag-usapan namin, ay 4, no? Yung mga themes. Nako, ang aking internet connection daw is unstable. Can you hear me well? Hello?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes.
Yes
Okay.
po.
Oo, kasi nagpa-pop up na very unstable daw ang aking internet connection. Anyway, so 4 yung themes ng ating environment, no? Una, yung ating mga kababaihan as frontliners sa disaster preparedness and response. So isa yan. So kahapon actually we had a presentation and I'm not mistaken, yan yung presentation ng WINET, no? Tapos pangalawa, ano yung mga mekanismo para i-mainstream yung gender perspective sa environment sector?
Ano ka na nila?
Pangatlo ay yung building women's empowerment in climate change adaptation and migration. So ito yung mga capability building. Tapos pang-apat, ano yung mga best practices in climate change adaptation and mitigation. So ito yung 4 na mga tema or mga themes, no, sa ating environment sector. So can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. So for today, this is our second day, meron tayong 5 presentations na gagawin, no? So 5 presentations. Kahapon natapos na yung 5 at ngayon naman is the next 5 or the remaining 5 presentations. Dito sa 5 presentations na ito, 4 dito ay nanggagaling or manggagaling sa CSOs. Kasama na dito ang Haribon Foundation, itong Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities, yung Pambansang Koalisyon ng Kababaihan sa Kanayunan, at saka yung Eco-Waste Coalition. So 4 na mga CSOs ay magpipresent ngayon sa kanilang mga programs. Yung pang-5 naman ay galing sa ating ahensya, the Department of Social Welfare and Development Field Office ng Region 11. Sige po. Okay? Okay. So yung ating unang presenter ay manggagaling sa Haribon Foundation, si Miss Arlie Jo Indonila. Ang kanyang project na ipipresent sa atin or ibabahagi sa atin ay yung Enhancing the Role of Women in Protected Area Governance for Social Change. Si Miss Arlie Jo Indola, ano ba tawag sa iyo? Arlie or Jo?
Arlie po.
Arlie. What is
Yes.
Jo? Jo is a second name.
Yes, Jo is a second name. It came from
Okay.
Josephine.
Josephine. Arlie Jo.
Yes.
Sige. Siya po ay currently the project management consultant and project coordinator for the Women Go project na ini-implement ngayon ng Haribon Foundation. Ang Haribon Foundation po is an environmental NGO. Sige, go ahead, Miss Arlie Jo, sa iyong presentation. Can we ask the tech team?
Yes.
Ayan, Miss Melo, thank you so much for that po. Miss Arlie asked us to present her recorded video. So, here you go.
Yes, thank you, Miss Melot. Yeah, because my internet is also unstable, I'll just have it the video presented.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. I am Arlie Andonila, Project Coordinator of the project Enhancing the Role of Women in Protected Area Governance for Social Change, or Women Grow for short. Funded by the European Union, this is a 4-year project which started in January 2020 and will end on December 2023. This project is implemented by Haribon Foundation, a non-government organization which advocates for biodiversity conservation by building constituencies, empowering communities, and applying scientific and multidisciplinary approaches. Haribon stands on 4 pillars. These are saving species, where all life forms are important and have niches or roles to maintain balance in the Earth's ecosystem. Conserving sites and habitats, which ensures that all species thrive in their natural homes. Encouraging sustainability, which promotes continuity of our work and projects even after we leave the project site.
Empowering people, where we recognize that humans are more often the root cause of environmental issues, yet we must also provide solutions to ensure that we continue to enjoy its provisions as well as carry out our responsibility as stewards of nature. The Women Go project is being implemented in the North Quezon area, particularly in Real, Infanta, and General Nakar municipalities, also known collectively as REINA, where a portion of the protected area of Presidential Proclamation 1636 is located. The PP 1636 was declared as a national park, wildlife sanctuary, and game preserve on April 18, 1977. Why is Presidential Proclamation 1636 important? This area covers the southern part of the Sierra Madre, known to be the longest mountain range in the Philippines. It is home to the indigenous group Dumagat Remontado and is endowed with the rich biological diversity of flora and fauna. It is also a critical watershed that supports agricultural productivity, provides clean and sustainable sources of water, serves as protection from natural calamities such as typhoons, and provides opportunities for sustainable tourism and potential for economic growth. Past project implementations show that although women are observed to be actively participating in community activities and meetings, they have low attendance or absent in more formal spaces where management decisions are being made, such as in protected area governance of PP 1636. This is contrary to the provision of the Expanded National Integrated Protected Area System, or ENIPAS, provision for a membership composition of at least 40% women. ENIPAS identifies automatic membership of elected officials such as the local chief executives of the barangay, municipal, and provincial levels of the protected area where it is located. Research shows that most of those who run and get elected are men, thus leaving very little chance for women to sit in the governing body. Taking off from the initial surveys and assessments conducted during the early part of the project, 6 women organizations and 3 federations were identified as potential project partners. These are the different Kalipunan ng Liping Pilipina or Kalipi existing in Real, Infanta, and General Nakar, comprising 3 women federations and 5 community-based women organizations. Another organization, Kilos Unlad ng Mamayan ng Real Incorporated, or Kumare, was also identified, which operates in the Reina area as well as in the Polillo group of islands. The early years of project implementation was focused on assessing, activating or reactivating, and strengthening women organizations and developing the capacity of identified women leaders. Overall, we partnered with 72 barangay organizations under the 3 Kalipi federations and 112 Kumare centers with direct interventions to around 100 plus individual women leaders. To effectively implement the project, Haribon is closely working with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, as well as the local governments of Real, Infanta, and General Nakar. Other partners we are partnering with as well are the Department of Labor and Employment, Department of Trade and Industry, other like-minded NGOs such as Masipag and Hamis, the academe, utility companies, financial institutions, and media. Haribon's conservation work is guided by the Community-Based Resource Management or CBRM framework, which is an integrated approach to community development through which people themselves are given the opportunity and the responsibility to manage their own resources and transform their situation. It shares the responsibility for decision-making at the grassroots level because we believe that the community is the best stewards of their own resources. CBRM aspires to transform the situation of local people that are dependent on natural resources towards a future where the community is organized and empowered to take action for themselves. For this project, we hope to see women have the strength to negotiate and fight for their rights, and organized enough to manage their own natural resources and its development. We wish to see a healthy local economy and that there is equitable access to resources, especially for vulnerable groups including women, and not monopolized by a few. The sustainable future shows a people who are not only economically better, but communally stronger, resulting to a better managed, healthy, and balanced ecology. The Women Go project aspires to increase the influence of rural women in protected area governance towards social change. It seeks to empower women and highlight their role not only in ensuring family and community well-being, but also in natural resource management, which includes managing environmental risks, reducing vulnerabilities, and improving climate resiliency. The project upholds that recognizing women as equally important in knowledge and leadership in environmental and protected area governance is key to effectively delivering its outcomes. Gender mainstreaming activities will be carried out to enhance participation of women in 3 levels: the family, community, and the PA Management Board. The project has identified the following quantifiable targets to achieve the overall objective: enhance capacity of women to collectively represent, engage, and assert their PA governance rights; mainstream gender in PA management plan; crafted a participatory GAD plan that supports PAMP; women's group is actively engaged as PAMB member; and implementation of women-led biodiversity-friendly livelihoods. The project aims to achieve 2 main outputs. The first one is to develop strengthened women that contributes to community well-being, including climate resiliency. The following milestones were achieved. 5 women organizations and 3 federations were reactivated. They are now actively engaged in programs supporting women concerns and forest governance. They have registered as independent organization with DOLE or SEC. They are now enjoying the benefits of a legally recognized organization who can access funds from various agencies, including GAD funds from their local governments, as well as function with a clear direction and ensure sustainability of their organization. They have updated their constitution and bylaws, their vision, mission, goals, and strategies, and their 5-year strategic plan. The organizations are striving to improve their organizational capacity. The organizational capacity assessment scores have significantly increased after 2 years of project implementation. They are now continuing regular membership and officers meetings, provide updated financial reports, and formulate organizational policies. The women have expressed that they are seeing a future where they are actively engaged in community building rather than just mere participants during Women's Month celebrations every year in March. At the project onset, the implementation team utilized various assessment tools to determine the right approach to project implementation. The information contributed to the organizational development plans and a capacity development program, which we called Protected Area Governance for Women or PAG Women Training Program. The program contains different modules to develop women into environmental leaders or biodiversity champions, including biodiversity conservation, protected area governance, leadership and organizational development, including gender and development, ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction, biodiversity-friendly enterprise and sustainable livelihood, and empowering women through life skills development. Currently, around 70 women leaders are on the life skills journey with the following modules: co-leading the family, which emphasizes that the partnership roles of women and men in leading the family and the community; personality development skills, where they practice positive elements of communication, including their presentation and networking skills; goal setting and time management skills; problem-solving skills, including conflict management and resolution; and life visioning. The second project output aims to develop women who are able to support protected area management strategies. The following milestones were achieved. One of the women's organization, Kumare, hopes to be the voice of women in protected area governance and has applied for membership in the PAMBI of PP 1636. Their membership ensures that women's issues and concerns in the management and protection of their forests are raised in the PA Management Board. 9 GAD plans integrating natural resource management strategies were drafted by women, reflecting their identified solutions to felt and observed environmental issues and concerns. To reduce pressures in the forest and promote conservation of natural resources, 9 biodiversity-friendly enterprise projects were identified and assessed to pass the BDFE criteria through our participatory process. The criteria includes environmentally friendly, economically viable, equitable, and gender responsive, and are aligned with the enterprise policy climate. With technical guidance, the women crafted their feasibility and market study and business plans. The women recently presented their livelihood projects during a partnership and resource mobilization forum where they had the opportunity to practice their skills in partnerships building and networking with various potential partners and supporters. Their livelihood products include upcycling and eco bag making, food production and naturally farmed vegetables and mushroom, food processing of coconut jam, cacao tableya, kamyas, preserved fruits, cassava chips, lemongrass, ginger, and turmeric tea, and household goods like walis tambo. The women are trying new areas of influence, such as in spreading awareness by hosting a monthly radio program, Women on the Go, and discuss topics about women and nature. They are now also members of their municipal and barangay development councils. They are initiating proposals for local ordinances to push for women-initiated environmental solution. We also have emerging leaders, with some women reflecting during one of the life skills training that they are capable to be the barangay chair and have made this their new life goal. They're also able to talk in front of a big audience with confidence and network with relevant institutions that can help them organize in their organizational goals and projects. The project implementation came with challenges such as participation in project activities, which necessitates women to be absent from their homes and families. At some point, they need to convince their husbands that their participation in project activities will have a positive impact to their families and communities, such as developing new skills and potentially generating a new income source through their livelihood project. The women also need to find alternative for their young children and ensure that household chores are completed or taken care of prior to attending project activities. Having child-friendly project activities for women who need to bring their children with them is an important consideration as well. Financial limitation may hinder participation. For this, the project incorporates provision of transportation for all women participants, as well as inclusion of a livelihood program as part of the women empowerment. Getting buy-in of partners is important to the success of the project. Early on, we endeavored to have alignment meetings with partners and stakeholders, especially the local government units, to ensure buy-in and complementation of activities. The politicization of the women's groups is also a concern, where political climate could dictate local government support. We also experienced COVID-19 pandemic shutdown during the first 2 years of project implementation as well. Persistent concern of insurgencies in the project site is also a big concern. The project's keys to success are the following: strong partnership with the local governments, participatory approach, full curriculum for capacity building through the PAG Women Training Program, recognition of women's roles and expectations in their homes and communities, coaching, mentoring, and close monitoring of progress. A major consideration when implementing gender-focused projects or interventions is obtaining the support of men. This is crucial to ensure that men shall share the burden of taking care of the household and children and promote the active participation of women. It is also imperative for implementing agencies to provide support systems for women's concerns, including providing child-friendly facilities and on-site activities while mothers are participating in meetings or training activities. Access to or partnership with counselors or counseling institutions is also important so that any psychosocial needs of the women participants will be addressed when needed. For a glimpse of one of the women organizations' journey in implementing biodiversity-friendly livelihood and activities that promote forest conservation, I would like to play a short video of Ms. Lorna Orozco, Vice President of Kalipi Tanawan, who will share with us about her organization and their activities. The members of Kalipi Tanawan are the women living in Tanawan, Real, Quezon, an upland barangay located within the protected area of PP 1636.
Ako si Lorna Orozco, isang Kalipi member at Vice President ng Samahan. Kami ay nabuo noong 2019, ang aming pamunuan. At kami ay mayroong 32 na member sa ngayon. At sa ngayon, meron po kaming panibagong proposal at ito ay ang aming organic vegetable production. Napili namin ang aming proyektong ito dahil kami mga kababaihan dito sa Tanawan ay nagnanais na makatulong na mabawasan ang pagkasira ng ating kalikasan. Kaya itong organic vegetable production ang aming napili dahil ang aming goal dito ay para sa magkaroon ng ligtas at masustansyang pagkain ng bawat pamilya, ganyan din po ang sa buong komunidad. At kung sa Dako Parian, kami ay makakatulong din, makakapag-supply din sa Karatig barangay dito sa Tanawan. Kaya ang aming proyekto ay organic vegetable production ay para din sa magkaroon ng pagkakakitaan ang aming mga miyembro para magkaroon din ng mga dagdag kita na makatulong sa kanilang mga asa-asawa sa paghahanap buhay. Ang aming pong commitment sa Haribon Foundation ay makatulong nga po sa kalikasan, hindi kami makasira ng kalikasan, bagkus kami ay makakabawas ng pagkasira ng kalikasan para maprotektahan ang ating inang kalikasan.
Kalipi Tanawan is an unfolding story of women who are continuing to grow, learn, lead, and manage their forests and natural resources. Their day-to-day life is challenging, especially with the ongoing pandemic, financial concerns, and their many obligations in their homes and community. Nevertheless, the women of Kalipi and Kumare of the Reyna area keeps pushing to develop themselves to become emerging leaders and biodiversity champions. They recognize that everyone is important in making this world a better place to live in, and they commit to be at the forefront of promoting community well-being and forest governance. They are strongly promoting this key message: kababaihan, katuwang sa pamamahala ng masaganang kalikasan. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Again, I am Arlie and Donila. If you have questions or would like to support the women organizations in caring for their forest and their livelihood projects through the Women Go project, you may reach me through the email address and number listed in this slide. Thank you.
Okay. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Arlie Jo.
Thank you also,
Okay.
Ma'am Elo.
Yes, thank you very much. So, sige. Yung merong mga tanong, no, na you want to address sa Haribon Project, about the Haribon Project, or you want to address the question, or maybe clarification kay Miss Arlie.
Arlie.
So, oo. Isulat niyo muna, mamaya na tayo mag-i-entertain ng mga tanong, no, or mga clarificatory questions. Sige, let's go to the second presenter. Our second presenter will be from Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities. Ang kanyang project ay Building Women's Empowerment in Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation in Suluan Island, Gian Municipality, Eastern Visayas. At ang magpipresent po ng project nila ay si Mr. Arturo A. Taho. Siya po ay isang Associate for Community Resilience ng ICSC, a veteran, disaster risk reduction practitioner, humanitarian worker, trainer, and community organizer. Take it away, Mr. Taho.
Maupay nga kayo. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Arturo Taho, or just call me Oro, from the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities. Our presentation is entitled, Building Women's Empowerment in Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation in Suluan Island, G1 Eastern Samar. Ito po ang isla ng Suluan. Pinakamalayong isla mula sa poblasyong Iwan, isang tumbling na lang, nasa Pasipiko na, katabi ng Endem Deep, the third deepest part of the ocean. Ipapakilala ko po sa inyo ang Sulong Suluan Association or simply Sulong Suluan. Sila po ay mga nanay, mga lola, mga tiya at mga ate na matagal at maasa namin katuwang sa pagsusulong ng iba't ibang Community Renewable Energy o RE projects sa isla ng Suluan. Ang Suluan ay kilala bilang isla na maraming nyog at malapit sa tinatawag na Tuna Highway. Nabanggit ko po na ang katuwang namin doon ay Sulong Suluan. Ngayon, ipapakilala ko naman sa inyo ang isa sa kasapi nito, si Jocelyn Naing. Si Jocelyn ay isang nanay, isang asawa, isang barangay health worker at kasapi ng Sulong Suluan. Bilang nanay, tinitiyak niya na may pagkain ang kanyang pamilya sa umagahan, tanghalian at hapunan. Dinilinis niya ang bahay, nag-iigib ng tubig at tinutulungan ang kanyang mga anak na mag-aral ng tinatawag na modules sa panahon ng distance learning, education, and DepEd. Bilang asawa, siya po ay nagtitinda ng merienda at ulam at nagsasaka rin sa bukirin upang madagdagan ang kita ng kanyang asawang mangingisda. Bilang health worker, naipawan niya ang takot sa harap ng banta ng pandemic para lamang mapangalagaan ang may sakit at matiyak na ang pamayanan ng Suluan ay ligtas sa COVID. At bilang kasapi ng Sulong Suluan at nakatira sa isla ng Suluan, nararanasan niya ang mga dagok o impact ng climate crisis. Ang storya ni Jocelyn ay storya rin ng mga kababaihan mula sa Suluan. Could you please play the video, ma'am?
All right, let me pull up my screen lang po.
Ito po ang video ng Suluan. Tinatalakay dito kung ang iba't ibang muka o impact ng climate crisis sa isla. Go ahead.
Dati dito sa Suluan, marami na pagkukunan, lalo na nung wala pang bagyong mga malalakas na dumarating. Pero ngayon, nasira na, naputol yung mga nyug, wala na pagkukunan yung mga nangungupra. Naasahan na lang namin dito yung pangingisda po. Nung una kasi, marami pang isda rito, pero ngayon medyo mahirap na.
Puno kami ng punong kahoy dito, malalaki. Pero nang dumating si Yolanda, ubos lahat. Masyadong mainit na dito. Tapos yun nga, parang sobrang mga itim na kami rito. Kahit siguro walang magsabi sa amin na merong nangyayaring climate change, ramdam namin.
Yung dagat, nakapasok na doon sa may malapit na mga bahay. Hindi kaya dati malayo pa yung mga bahay namin, dati sa beach. Pero ngayon, nandyan na sa mga kusina namin, dyan na yung dagat.
Ngayon kay summer, parang dagat ho. Pero pag December, ganun, di gaanong maalat. Pwede mailaba, pwede maibanlaw. Ngayon kay pa-summer, maalat na naman yan.
Dahil na rin po siguro sa tinatawag na nila ngayong climate change. Pero hindi natin po masisisi yun kasi alam natin na ang pagbabago ng klima ay gawa rin ng tao. Kaya malaki rin po ang impluwensya ng tao kung bakit nangyayari ito. Binabalik lang po ng kalikasan kung ano ang ginawa natin sa kanila.
Sir, you're on mute po.
Yan po ang kwento ng pagbabago ng klima sa isla ng Suluan. Ano po ang problema? Anong problema ng kababaihan sa gitna ng krisis o pagbabago ng klima? Nararanasan ng mga kababaihan ang pinakamatinding epekto ng pagbabago ng klima na nagpapalala sa mga kasalukuyang hindi pagkakapantay-pantay ng kasarian at nagdudulot ng mga natatanging banta sa kanilang kabuhayan, kalusugan at kaligtasan. Sa kabila nito, limitado lang ang kanilang pakikilahok sa pagpapasya sa lahat ng antas ng action klima o climate action. If you are invincible in everyday life, your needs will not be thought of, let alone addressed, especially amid the climate crisis. The story of Sulong Suluan proves that the inclusion and involvement of women in decision-making is not only a fundamental right, but also results in positive outcomes for men and women, the community, and the planet. Let me just recap to you the impacts of the climate crisis in Suluan. Kung titingnan niyo yung itsura ng Suluan matapos tamaan ni Yolanda, no, parang toothpick ang mga lubi. Almost 90% of the coconut farms trees there were badly damaged. If you look at the impact of sea level rise in Suluan, no, karamihan ng mga kabahayan ng community facilities sa isla ay nakaharap sa Leyte Gulf, doon din sa western side niya. Sa kwento ng mga tao, in the past, since 1980s, no, 10 to 15 meters have already been eaten by the sea and coastal erosion. Sabi ng Climate Central, by 2050, look at this picture, no, lalamunin na ang mga kabahayan at mga critical community facilities, lifelines at livelihoods ng isla. Isa pa, no, meron ring illegal fishing, pagdidinamita, badil, paggamit ng sodium cyanide, at yung basura na napupunta sa dagat mula sa mga kabahayan. Bagamat nalimitahan na ito, no, ang pinakamatinding epekto pa ng climate crisis ay yung tinatawag na goodbye budlis at barilis. Dahil umiinit ang dagat, mababago ang migration pattern ng tuna na pinakamahalagang produkto ng isla. No? Tuna will make a strong eastward shift far away from the traditional fishing grounds of Suluanons. Sa kabila naman ito, dahil nabubuhay sila sa mainit na dagat, Hilo, Kugitan, Os, and Kilubutan. Suluan has been never been connected to the main grid. No? Sa madaling salita, off-grid ang isla. Bago ito nakakabit, bago nag-operate ang Napocor-Spag sa isla last year, no? Umaasa lang ang Suluan sa ilang generator, mga gasera, flashlight, kandila. Even though they now experience 6 to 8 hours of electricity, the problem of powering Suluan sustainable development by developing it as a major fishing hub, prime destination site for low-impact ecotourism, remains a pipe dream unless we could provide 24/7 electricity in the island. So, nandiyan po yung mga salita. Basahin nyo na lang, klarong-klaro anong ibig sabihin ng energy poverty sa isla. Suluan is one of the areas where the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities, through its Recharge Filipinas program based in Eastern Visayas, particularly Tacloban, has been working. This is Suluan, a small island. Since 2015, we rolled out 8 community RE projects and assisted the women there and the barangay in crafting a barangay development plan. First time. Our partners are Oxfam, Christian Aid, Forest Foundation, and the Shine Campaign. Ang una po naming project sa Suluan ay yung sugaan ng Suluan o yung solar street light projects. Katawang ng Oxfam, katawang rin at kasama ang barangay, lalong-lalo na mga kababaihan. We installed 7 solar street lights in 7 sitios where community tap stands are located, including the plaza and the school, no? So ang epekto niyan, naging ligtas ang pag-iigib ng mga kababaihan, bata at mga matatanda sa gabi at madaling araw dahil meron ng ilaw. Pangalawa, nagkaroon ng savings ang barangay dahil sa halip na bumili ng diesel para patakboy ng kanilang genset, street lights na ang ginagamit. And this was also the first time that we met sulong-suluan. Kinuha nila ang mga kulipapang kahoy sa nasirang pantalan, binuhat at itinayo at kinabit ang mga solar street lights habang tumutugtog ang kuratsa at sila'y sumasayaw. This is the first time we witness women power in Suluan. Ang sumunod po namang project na ginawa namin doon ay yung solar home system project. Ang nakinabang nito ay 49 households. Hindi po libre ang solar home system o SHS project, kundi pay to own. Dahil batay po sa aming pagsusuri, gumagastos ng 20 pesos kada araw ang mga pamilya at sa loob ng isang buwan, gumagastos siya ng 600 hanggang 750 para bumili ng kerosene at flashlight. Sa ilalim ng SHS project, magbabayad lang siya ng 12 pesos kada araw, mga 300 plus sa loob ng isang buwan. Sa loob ng 2 taon, 8,000 plus. Sa madaling salita, no? After 2 years, kanila na yung solar home system. Ano po ang resulta nito? Nakakapag-aaral na mga bata kahit na nang mas matagal sa gabi. At gayon din ang mga kababaihan at mga mangingisda, no? Nagagawa nila ang kanilang mga trabaho at mga gawaing bahay. Pero meron pang bonus ito. Nagsilbing on-the-job training ito para sa mga kababaihan sa ilalim ng sulong-suluan dahil sila ang nangongolekta, nagre-record at nangangalaga sa mga koleksyon o bayad ng SHS. Dahil yun po ang papel ng suluan sa projects. Sila ang aming community partner at implementor. At kapalit po niyan, meron silang karapatang pumili ng panibagong renewable energy project mula doon sa koleksyon ng SHS, which we call the Community Solidarity Fund, the return of investment of the solar home system payments to fund another solar project, which is the solar freezer project. May kasabihan sa Suluan, kung walang kuryente, walang yelo. Kung walang yelo, walang hanap buhay. Dahil malaki ang pangangailangan ng yelo ng mga isda sa isla upang tiyaking presko ang tuna at ibang isda. Ang problema, no, ang yelo ay nanggagaling pa sa Santa Rita, Samar. Napakalayo po nun. Isang tumbling na lang, Tacloban na. So ang naging proyekto ay ang solar-powered freezer. Itinayo ng mga kababaihan sa ilalim ng sulong-suluan ng tindahan. Tinulungan kami nila sa pag-installer ng sistema, ng PV system, at maging yung solar freezer. Ano ang resulta nito, no? Karagdagang kita para sa mga miyembro ng suluan at meron silang share kahit papano na 1,000 kada taon. Dahil limitado lang ang output ng solar freezer. More or less 100 pieces of smoke ice o yung tinatawag na ice tubig ang kaya niyang gawin sa loob ng isang araw. Hindi pa nga yelo, binibili na ice tubig pa. And if you base the production or the fish cutting Suluan, napaka liit, no, ng nagagawa ng solar freezer. In every 2 days, Suluanons need 1,500 kilos of black ice and 2,800 pieces of smoke ice. So napakaliit ng kontribusyon ng solar freezer. Ngayon pa man nakatulong sa hanap buhay ng mga taga-isla. Sinanay rin namin ang 23 women at dalawang kalalakihan sa isang solar scholars training sa Suluan, no? Natutunan nila kung paano mag-assemble ayusin ang mga solar home systems, ang solar tech packs at maging yung kanilang solar freezers. Ano yung output nito, no? Dahil nasanay natin yung mga kababaihan, sila ang nanguna upang isulong yung tinatawag na do-it-yourself movement to install solar home systems in the island. As a result, 90% ng mga kabahayan sa Suluan ay meron ng solar lamps, standalone, and DIY SHS. Hindi lamang po sa kabuhayan at sa solar home system na nasahan ng Suluan, no? Ang sulong-suluan. Sila rin ay nanguna upang isulong ang panaginip na gawing renewable energy island capital ang Suluan ng Giwan. Ibig sabihin, yung project ng napaka-prospect na diesel generator ikakasal sa isang solar or wind farm upang makamit yung tinatawag na 24/7 electrification sa isla, susi sa sustainable development. So ito po yung kanilang mga nagawa, lobbying, katuwang yung barangay para magdeklara ng mga MOU at mga resolusyon, di lamang ang barangay, kundi kasama na rin ang munisipyo ng Suluan at maging yung Isamelco. Sila rin po ang nanguna sa pagsusulat ng tinatawag na Community-Driven Climate Resilient Barangay Suluan Development Plan. Napaka-tedious and thorough ng proseso mula sa P3D resource mapping hanggang sa iba't ibang konsultasyon na nilakukan ng iba't ibang mga samahan. Ang punot dulo ng kanilang barangay development plan ay ihulma or to bake in the climate crisis and adapting renewable energy and nature-based solutions in the island community development. Ito po ang mga halimbawa ng mga laman ng kanilang Barangay Suluan Development Plan. Merong tinatawag mga nature-based solutions from forest to beach forest, to corals, to seagrass, to mangroves, at isa pa para matiyak na hindi sila lalamunin ng dagat, yung tinatawag na Suluan Safe Settlement Strategy, kung saan nagtukoy sila ng mga ligtas na lugar na kung saan later on ililipat yung mga kabahayan at mga critical community facility inland at upland. Nung dumating ang bagyo ng Ursula, katuwang rin namin sila sa pag-distribute ng bigas at solar lamps sa mga matatanda. At kasabay rin ng proyekto nito yung Bright School Project kung saan nag-install kami kasama ang mga kababaihan ng 1.2 kilowatt mission set solar generator, no? Anong output nito? More than 5,000 learning modules, no? Ang buo, no, sa panahon ng distance modular learning panahon ng pandemic. So hindi na kailangan pumunta sa isla ang mga teacher at principal o gumamit ng generator para gumawa ng learning modules. At dumating si COVID. Walang kuryente ang daycare center, salat sa gamit ang mga kababaihang health worker, walang laptop at laganap ang tinatawag na pandemic ng fake news at misconceptions. So sa pamamagitan ng tulong ng The Shine Campaign, nag-deploy kami ng solar generator, ng mga medical equipment, laptop para maging maayos ang documentation at contact tracing, bisikleta at pedicab para sa active mobility ng mga health workers na siya talagang kawawa at nasa frontline ng panahon ng pandemic. Ano ang resulta? As of May 2020, 96.2% or 1,031 Suluanons received their second dose out of the 1,000 plus target island population. So 40 na lang ang hindi natuturuan ng second dose, no? In other words, ang Suluan ay COVID-free, one of the highest vaccination rate among the small islands in G1. Ano po ang mga naging problema at hamon? Una, walang kumpiyansa mga kababaihan upang gamitin ang PV technology. Paano po inilutas yan? Pagsasanay, hindi lang sa PV technology, kundi sa entrepreneurship, business management, barangay development planning at gender sensitivity and COVID-19. Pero dito po, ang importante rito, pagbigyan natin ng pagkakataon ng kababaihan na matutunan ang basic electricity, basic PV technology at lagi nilang gagawin ito araw-araw, tataas ang kanilang kumpiyansa na kaya nilang gamitin ang PV technology. Dagdag pa rito ay binibigyan natin sila ng pagkakataon upang dumalo sa mga pagsasanay, konferensya sa Eastern Visayas upang i-share ang kanilang karanasan at matuto rin sa ibang mga grupo. Kasama na yung pagdalaw sa Romblon kung saan maraming RE technology ang kanilang nakita. Pangalawang problema, siyempre may away sa loob ng samahan. Ang solusyon po dyan talaga ay solid community organizing. Kailangan nating ipaliwanag, gabayan, at ilinaw sa kanila na walang mangyayari kung hindi tayo magkakaisa at hindi natin makakamit ang ating mga layunin. Ang pangatlong problema, yung tinatawag naming barriers to RE adoption. No? Tatlong bagay ang importante para maging matagumpay ang adoption ng RE sa isang community. This is what we call the three Ws. The hardware, yung mga gadgets, solar generator, etc. Ang punto rito, dapat locally available ang spare parts. No? Hindi galing sa Shopee, imported dahil mahirap matiyak yung kanyang warranty at post-sale service. At higit sa lahat, yung disenyo ng sistema ay sa simula, sa gitna, sa dulo kalahok yung community sa pagdidisenyo nito. Prinsipyo ng human-centered design. Dahil sa bandang huli, sila ang gagamit ito. Pangalawa, pagsasanay, yung Solar Scholars Training. No? At pangatlo, yung pinaka-importante sa lahat, yung organisasyon. Kung walang solidong organisasyon na mangangasiwa ng RE project sa community, asahan nyo, pagdating ng tatlong taon, makikita nyo yung solar panel, ginagawa na lang damahan o chessboard at yung baterya kung saan na napunta. The orgware answers this basic question. One, what is the role of each player, of each member in the project? Sino ang magagalaga, sino ang magagamit, sino magtitiyak na meron tinatawag na maintenance fund. At kung may balak na magkaroon ng solidarity fund o i-invest sa panibagong RE project, ang bayad kung ito ay binabayaran tulad ng isang solar home system, sino ang magtitiyak na anong proyekto yun, paano i-develop at higit sa lahat, paano ipapatawag ng maayos ng kalahok ang pinakamaraming kasapi ng pamayanan. At dahil po sa ganyan, nagkaroon ng kumpiyansa ang mga kababaihan ng Suluan upang tumindig bilang mga leader. Di lamang sa sulong-suluan, kundi sa barangay council, 2 barangay councilors, secretary, treasurer, member, opisyal ng sulong-suluan. Sa PTA, president, treasurer, mula sa sulong-suluan. Lahat ng leaders ng Pantawid Pamilya sa Suluan, sulong-suluan. Pati parish pastoral council, sulong-suluan. Ano po ang nagtulak sa amin para maisulong ang project? Unang-una, yung commitment ng ICSC sa Suluan ng walang iwanan. Kahit na bumagyo, kahit na malayo ang isla nyo, kahit magkaroon ng pandemic, narito pa rin mga ICS. Pangalawa, yung tiwala at kumpiyansa ng mga taga-isla sa ICSC at yung kanilang commitment na isulong yung kanilang mga panaginip. At yung bandang huli po, yung Pintakasi strategy o yung pagtutulungan ng mga NGO, ng sulong-suluan, ng mga organisasyon, ng barangay, ng munisipyo, at iba pa. In Suluan Island, teamwork makes the dream work. Nais ko pong basahin yung mensahe ni Alma Latina, Pangulo ng Sulong-Suluan. Before, women were mere spectators in community development and barangay governance. Now, we are confident women leaders who are part of the decision-making process in charting a better future for our community. Before, we were powerless and disorganized. Today, we are empowered and organized. Technology is not the monopoly of men. Women can know and apply technology if given the opportunity. Yan po ang mga salita ni Alma Latina. Pangulo ng Sulong-Suluan. Anong mga aral? Nabanggit ko na po yan, no? Malaki ang papel ng kababaihan, no? Sa pagsusulong ng mga climate resilient low carbon development initiatives. At ito po ay ang tinatawag nating isang anyo ng climate action. Susi ang community organizing, importante ang relasyon sa LGU at mga CASO. At ito importante po, no? Investing in women's agencies to be change agents on energy is not just about providing physical power or electricity to the people and communities, but building and strengthening people's power. Ito ay energy democracy, wherein people in the community are decision makers, planners, innovators, and how to use and create energy that is local, renewable, community-owned, wherein women are locating themselves as active participants and leaders in the process. And last, the climate crisis is essentially a development crisis. Hindi maiintindihan ng karaniwang tao kapag ipaliwanag mo ang climate crisis sa forma ng mga chart at hockey stick at jargon ng climate science. Importante, maintindihan nila ang direktang koneksyon ng climate crisis sa usapin ng pagkain, tubig, kabuhayan, kuryente, kalusugan, edukasyon. Sa madaling salita, ang solusyon ay dapat pagpapatata, climate resilience, na nakatuon po upang makamit yung isang dissenting pamumuhay o yung mga sustainable development goals. At bandang huli po, ang rekomendasyon, lumampas na ako sa oras, ensure, 3 ensure lang po ito, hindi po yung health drink. Tiyakin na nakikilahok at represented ang mga kababaihan sa pagbabalangkas, pagpapatupad ng iba't ibang plano. Pangalawa, women-led projects and programs are adequately funded in the local annual investment plan. Nangyari na po yan sa barangay development plan ng isla, dangan nga lamang dumating si COVID at natutok sa iba ang atensyon ng barangay. At bandang huli, no, ensure institutional support to interested and potential women RE practitioners by enrolling them as scholars in TESDA courses on PB technology and other RE training courses initiated by CSOs and private sectors. We are announcing now that Richards Pilipinas ICS facility in Tacloban is strengthening itself as the solar training center for local women in Eastern Visayas. So they will be equipped to assemble and design solar lamps, solar home systems, and community charging systems. Sabi nga ng mga taga-Suluan, tindog. Damang salamat po.
Okay. Maraming salamat, Mr. Arturo Taho. Parang gusto ko maging solar grandma. Yung sinong gusto
Dali lang
niya.
po yun. Anytime
Solar
po.
sister, solar tita, solar mama, solar grandma.
Opo.
Sige po. Okay, thank you
Okay.
very much po sa inyong presentation. Medyo
Way sa payan, ma'am.
may sa pa yan. Murag gipahilak mo man kami sa imong presentation.
Nahilak labot ako.
Ang alam ko lang maupay na adlaw o gabi. Sige po. Maraming salamat, Mr. Arturo Tahop or Uro. Mr. Uro. Okay, let's go to the third organization, yung ang Pambansang Koalisyon ng Kababaihan sa Tanay. Ang ating pong presenter ay si Miss Lucy Corrales at ang kanyang ipipresent na programa ng PKKK ay ang Rebuilding Women and Children's Lives, Rebuilding Communities, a self-help program for rehabilitation in barangays Tinabanan, Talalab, Canyoyo, Binokyahan, and Ferreras in Marabut, Samar. Si Lucy Corrales po is the project officer ng PKKK and she's the project officer ng PKKK sa programa na ito. She's a survivor ng Super Typhoon Yolanda and that she has deep understanding of the differentiated impacts of disasters and crises on women, men, boys, and girls. Lucy Corrales, please go ahead.
Salamat po. Pwede po pakishare ng ating slides. Okay po. So, maupay nga kulo pa aton nga tanan. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Lalong-lalo na po sa tulad kong mga presenter at mga audience po na andito ngayon. Kaisa po sa PKKK, kami po ay taus-pusong nagpapasalamat na isa po kaming napili ng PCW at NAPSI Women na makapagbahagi ng aming mga best practices na ginagawa. Bago ang lahat po, ako po pala si Lucy Mendoza Corrales, Project Officer po ng PKKK sa proyektong Rebuilding Women and Children's Lives, Rebuilding Communities, a self-help group approach program for Typhoon Haiyan Rehabilitation in Barangay Tinabanan, Tag-Alag, Kanyuyo, Binukyahan, and Pereras in Marabot, Samar. Next, please. Ang ina-address po ng proyektong ito ay ang gender issue na gender-based violence sa oras po ng kalamidad o sakuna at sa climate change. Tumataas ang burden ng mga kababaihan sa care and domestic work. Kakulangan sa impormasyon at serbisyo sa sexual reproductive health tulad po sa family planning. Karapatan sa tubig, sa pagkain at sa edukasyon. Next slide please. Sa oras po ng sakuna, malaki ang ginagampanan ng mga kababaihan dahil sila ang unang nagiging responder. At kung makikita naman natin sa mga decision making, lalo na po sa BDRMC, MDRMC, di sila nabibigyan ng priority na mapakinggan man lamang. Next slide please. Ang proponent ng proyektong ito ay si PKKK. Ito ay national coalition ng mga organisasyon na binubuo ng maliliit na mga magsasaka, mangingisda, mga IP women at mga kababaihang nasa informal sector. Si PKKK ay gumagalaw sa 32 na provinces, kasama na po dito ang Samar Province. Next slide please. Ito po ay multi-year na proyekto na rumispondi noong 2016. Hanggang ngayon, tuloy pa din po ang aming implementasyon. Ang mga beneficiaries namin dito ay mga PKKK women, kabataan at mga komunidad sa 5 barangay. At ngayon po, nakakapag-expand kami sa Basay, katabing munisipyo ng Marabot, Samar. Ang proyektong ito ay sinuportahan po ng Kinder Not Healthy, German na ibig sabihin po ay Helping Children in Need. Isa itong international non-government organization na nakabase po sa Germany at may opisina sila dito sa Pilipinas. Ipinakilala po ng TNH ang self-help approach. Isang approach na kinikilala na may kapasidad, kakayanan ang mga kababaihan na baguhin ang kanilang sarili. Pagkilala sa mga karapatan ng kababaihan at kabataan. Kasama sa approach ay ang savings mobilization na kahit sa maliit na halaga, pero kapag sama-sama ay makakatulong sa kanilang mga pangangailangan. Kaya nakita po na sa panahon ng mga krisis ay malaking tulong ang mga savings mobilization. Tulad na rin po sa mga pangangailangan sa pag-aaral ng mga bata. At dito din po nagkakaroon ng goal setting ang mga kababaihan. Kaya natratrack nila every quarter kung nasaan na sila at ano pa ang dapat nilang gawin para maabot ang kanilang goal, umithiin para sa sarili, sa pamilya at sa komunidad. Next slide please. Pangkalahatang objective nito, ang 5 barangay sa upland at sa coastal ay magkaroon ng resilience, harmonious at happy na pamumuhay. Mga tao ay tinatamasa ang mga karapatan sa kalusugan at sa edukasyon. Next slide please. Ito naman po ang mga niresulta doon sa pag-iimplementa sa proyekto. Nakapagbuo po kami ng 37 na sheds na binubuo po ito ng 10 hanggang 20 na kababaihan sa isang grupo. At mayroon pong 356 na miyembro. May mahigit kumulang 2,000 po kaming mga indirect beneficiaries sa iba't ibang komunidad na kung saan po kami gumagalaw. Napapaabutan din po natin ito ng mga impormasyon dahil sa pakikipag-ugnayan natin sa mga BLGUs at sa MLGUs. Ito ay patuloy na nagtatrabaho para makamit ang kanilang mithiin, na maibsan ang kanilang vulnerabilities at mapataas ang kanilang resiliency during disaster at sa climate change na nararanasan ngayon ng kababaihan sa kanayunan. Dahil sa pag-angkin ng aming mga karapatan, ito ay nagresulta din. Next slide please. Tumaas ang kumpiyansa ng mga kababaihan at kabataan. Tumaas din ang kaalaman tungkol sa kanilang mga karapatan bilang babae at sa mga batas na kanilang dapat ipinaglalaban. Nakapag-organisa din po tayo ng 5 grupo ng GBB Watch Group sa 5 barangay na sila po ngayon ay nakaupo bilang BAU Desk Officer. Tinatawag din po sila ng mga babaeng tanod dahil sila yung nagmo-monitor sa mga naaabuso sa komunidad. At di lang po babae ang kanilang tinitingnan, kundi kasama din po dito ang mga LGBTQIA. Nakapagpatayo din po ng paaralan sa Kilometer 18. Isa ito na lumabas sa kanilang CLE Goals, Cluster Level Association. Ang CLA po nga pala ay pinagsama-samang self-help group sa isang barangay. Isa ito na mga CLE goals nila ay ang matugunan ang kahilingan ng mga nanay na makapag-aral ang kanilang mga anak. Na di sila nag-aalala kasi nilalakad nila ito halos isang araw. Masukal pa ang daan. Habang naglalakad sila papunta sa sentro para lang makapag-aral, nag-iisip sila kung safe ba ang kanilang mga anak. Kaya isa itong burden ng mga magulang, lalo na ang mga nanay. Sa wakas, this coming school year, 2023 to 2024, ay mabubuksan na ang Pag-asa Elementary School. Next slide, please. Ni-utilize din po sa proyektong ito ang gender responsive and human rights based approach sa iba't ibang kumpunahe, tulad po ng organizing. Andyan ang community-based and women-led self-help group and GBB Watch Group. Capacity building para po sa pag-angkin ng kanilang mga karapatan, lalo na sa disaster preparedness and response, karapatan sa tubig, pagkain, kalusugan, kasama ang reproductive health at edukasyon. Next slide, please. Ito naman po ang mga challenges na aming mga na-encounter sa area. Una, sa taas po ngayon ng gasolina, tumaas din po ang transportasyon papunta sa aming mga area. Masukal na daan, sabihin na natin na kapag nagpunta ka sa area, pagbaba mo may sakit ka. Ito ang area na di naaabot ng mga gobyerno, government agencies. Pangalawa po, nararanasan po namin na pinupuntahan kami ng mga army, na kung saan po nagdudulot po ng takot sa aming mga leaders. Dahil sa paulit-ulit ng pagtatanong kung ano ba talaga ang ginagawa namin sa area. Andyan din na di ako makapunta sa mga area. Pinagbawalan ako ng mayor dahil may mga military daw sa taas. Halos 1 taon yun na hindi ko nakita ang mga benepisyaryong kababaihan sa Upper Tinabanan. Ang ginagawa namin kasama ang aking mga leaders, nagmi-meeting kami sa sentro. Bumababa sila para mag-meeting kami. Sa BLGUs naman po, dahil nga sa pag-uorganisa ng mga GBB SRH Watch Group, pakiramdam naman nila, sinasapawan namin sila. So, ang panghuli po, dahil sa pabago-bago ng panahon, biglang lalakas ang ulan at malalakas na din ang mga bagyo, dumarating. Isa ito na dahilan na nahihirapan kami dahil kahit komunikasyon sa mga leaders, di namin ito magawa dahil nawawalan ng signal at internet. So, kung paano naman namin ito na-overcome, syempre, patuloy na paglalabi ng mga local women organizations sa government line agencies. Pangalawa po, patuloy na pakikipag-usap sa MLGUs, DILG, PNP, di ko lang po naisali, pati din po sa CHR kasi nagbigay po kami ng sulat sa kanila. Patuloy na pag-iimbita sa mga government agencies doon sa aming mga activity na ginagawa para nila malaman ang mga mithiin at yung mga pagbabago na nangyayari sa kanilang mga komunidad. Nagkakandak din po ng PCVE ang mga CLAs at may pinapasali tayo na mga BLGUs at MLGUs para may mga champions tayo doon sa loob kapag nailalabi sa kanila. So next slide please. Mga aral naman po na nakuha namin sa proyektong ito. Ang pag-uorganisa at ang pagpapalakas sa mga local rural women, ito ang susi para mai-address ang mga gender issues. Nakikita kasi ng PKKK na ang women empowerment ay matibay na pundasyon para sa pag-angkin ng kanilang mga karapatan at pagkakaroon ng pantay-pantay na pagtingin sa komunidad. Kilalanin ang mga kababaihan at mga batang babae na may mga iba't ibang kaalaman at kakayanan para sa community development at building resilience. Ang GBB or VOW ay di pwedeng ihiwalay sa usaping sexual reproductive health. Dapat pantay na bigyan ito ng pansin. Dahil tulad sa akin, kung bakit ako andito ngayon, isa din po ako na naaabuso. Di lang naman pananakit physically ang GBB, kundi ang pagbawalan kang gumamit ng mga family planning ay isa ding forma ng pang-aabuso sa karapatan ng babae. Dahil naniniwala kami na ang karapatang pang-babae ay karapatang pang-tao. Next slide, please. Mahalaga ang partisipasyon ng mga kababaihan sa mga decision makings. Lalo na sa BDRMC, BCPC, kailangan na consciously facilitated ito. Nakita din na kung ang mga kababaihan sa rural ay suportado ng mga local sectoral bodies, nagkakaroon ito ng epektibo at maayos na implementasyon dahil natutugunan lahat ang mga pangangailangan ng bawat isa. Kababaihan, buntis na babae, mga babaeng nagpapasuso, PWD, senior citizen, at yung LGBTQIA. Ang pag-uorganisa ng mga women-led at GVB SRH Watch Group sa komunidad ay nakakatulong para matugunan at mabawasan ang mga pangyayaring mga karahasan laban sa mga kababaihan at batang babae. Kaya kailangan po ito ay ma-institutionalized in a form of formal recognition and partnership with the BLGU, MLGU na istruktura, pati din po sa national level. Next is, ito naman po ang aming mga rekomendasyon. Itaas ang suporta doon sa kababaihang nag-uorganisa at nagpapalakas sa women-led GVB response na nakabase sa komunidad. Pangalawa po, nananawagan din po kami sa DILG at sa mga line agencies na may katungkulan din sa GBB na sa pamamagitan ng memorandum circular na i-recognize ang community-based women-led at GVB SRH Watch Group na ito ay maging bahagi na sa VOW desk. Next slide please. Sustainability ng proyekto. Masusustain po ang proyektong ito sa pamamagitan po ng pagdudokumento sa mga proseso at mga resulta doon sa mga inisyatibong ginagawa. ang pag-institutionalize sa approach at result sa pamamagitan ng mga resolusyon o ordinances na nagre-recognisa at sumusuporta doon sa kanilang mga ginagawa. At pwede din ito isama sa kanilang development barangay plan at sagad plan and budgeting. Itaas ang local advocacy hanggang national level at i-push ang gender mainstreaming TPAs na sumusuporta doon sa mga pag-oorganisa ng mga kababaihan sa mga GVB SRH Watch Group. Para po sa pagtatapos ng aming presentasyon, inaanyayahan ko po kayong manood sa aming video clip na ito. Maraming salamat po.
Alright, so let me pull up my screen lang po. Alright. Please let me know po if you can see the screen na po. Thank you. All right, Ms. Lucci, let me check lang po kasi yun po yung nakalagay doon sa slide niyo po or doon sa sinabit niyo po. Wait lang po.
Wala yung video clip.
Ayan. Ms. Melot, I'm checking po since yun po yung na-submit po nila sa atin. So checking po.
So, habang tayo ay naghihintay.
Yes po. Ms. Lucci, may I ask po if this is the 5-minute video?
Yes po, yun po.
Okay, nakita na. Bakit ang dalawang presentations nakakaiyak?
Ako po si Tilma Elpides. Nakatira kami ngayon dito sa Barangay Tagalag, Marabot, Samar. Weekly meeting namin, na-share yung mga kababayan na papag-usapan namin yung mga nararanasan namin sa pang-araw-araw. So namugso po ito na magbuo kami ng GGB Watch Group para hindi na dagdagan pa yung mga kababaihan na mga biktima ng pang-aabuso. Dahil na rin sa kakulangan ba na yung magmamasid-masid, yung may maano ka na mga kababayan na gano'n na pwede kang lapitan, pwede kang kausapin kung may problema ba sila. Tayong babae, parang andyan na kung kailangan nila ng tulong, pwede tayong tumulong. Sabi ko nga, kahit sa akin hindi nangyayari, masakit ba? Dahil babae tayo.
Yung ang ginawa namin kasi inform dapat yung community at saka o barangay. Lahat ang community inform yung sa Republic Act 9262 at saka gender-based violence. At saka yung mayroon kami mga referral system, itong ginagawin dito, barangay Bausides, general report doon sa Bausides, at saka pumupunta din sa PNP, WCPD, at saka ini-inform din ang MSWDO, at saka punupuntahan namin sa barangay kung ano at talaga ang case doon.
Nagpapasalamat kami kasi malaki ang impact, kumbaga, malaki ang impact, malaki ang pagbabago simula nung nagkaroon kami ng GBB Watch Group.
Hindi naman natin sabihin na nawala yung mga pang-aabuso. I'm sure meron sa bawat bahay. Pero na-lessen siya simula nung magkaroon ng GBB Watch Group. Kasi alam naman nila na may nagmamasid dito. Gusto ko ma-end yung mga pang-aabuso dito sa barangay.
Bilang membro ng GBB Watch Group, malaking tulong po ito sa aming mga kababaihan dito para malaman po namin ang mga karapatan namin bilang mga babae. Nagkakaroon din kami ng pag-asa ba na bilang babae, hindi dapat tayo inaapi ng kung sino man.
Din ako, ma'am, sa Bausi. Sa Bausi mula pagkabata ko hanggang nag-asawa po ako. Nung nalaman ko na mayroon pala, kailangan pala lumaban ang babae sa ganong sitwasyon. Kaya nung malaman ko, hanggang ngayon, hindi na ako nagpapapi, pero minsan naalala ko yung mga hirap na dinanas.
Kaya yung mga gaya kong kababaihan, hinikayat ko na tulong-tulong tayo na maiwasan na talaga. Wala nang maabuso na kababaihan o batang babae sa komunidad natin.
Dahil tayong mga babae, karapatan natin na maipaglaban ang ating mga karapatan dito sa mundo.
Lumaban ka, babae, may tungkulin ka sa pagpapalaya ng bayan na siya nating simulain.
Maraming salamat po ulit.
Maraming salamat, Lucy. Kumusta na po kayong lahat dyan? Ako ay napapaluha dito. Sunod-sunod yung medyo gustong makipagbalik-taktakan ng aking mga luha at damdamin. Kumusta na kayo?
Okay lang po.
Kumusta na kayo dyan, mga taga KKM, Marinduque?
Okay lang po kami, ma'am. Okay
Oo,
lang po.
napaiyak ba kayo kanina?
Yes po. Opo. Ang galing po ni Luchi. Ang galing po ni Luchi. Si Luchi po ay kilala ko personal kasi siya
Ay, si Nanay Lolita.
Kasi nanggaling po kami sa kanila at napakaganda ng aming na experience. Maganda man pero malungkot sa panahon po ni RR.
Sige po. Okay. Uy, andito si Fe Manapat. Hello, sister. Fe.
Yeah, pinakinggan ko si Luchi. Wow, congratulations. Congratulations.
Ikaw pala ay nasa Pilipinas ngayon.
Oh, patagal na.
Welcome back to the Philippines.
Thank
Sige
you.
po. Meron pa po tayong dalawang presentations. Alam ko, nakikita ko dito sa sa laptop ko si Angelita Aguilos. Angie ba pangalan mo? Angelita Aguilo. Siya po ay taga Eco Waste Coalition at ipipresent niya sa akin yung kanilang programa na ang title ay Women in Waste Economic Empowerment. Si Angelita Aguilos, Aguilos ba ito or Aguilos?
Aguilos po.
Aguilos. Is the program manager of the Women in Waste Economic Empowerment. This is, she has more than 10 years of experience in the development field with programs on disaster risk reduction, solid waste management, and livelihood. Okay, and Ms. Aguilos, go away. Please do your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Allow me to share screen.
You are the one sharing the ano?
Yes po.
Ikaw
Yes,
na
ma'am.
yung share. Okay, sige.
Apo.
Kasi,
Okay na po. Naka-slide na. Okay po. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ange, representing Eco Waste Coalition, and I'm happy to present and share with you our best practices for this special project that we are currently implementing, the Women in Waste Economic Empowerment, or WE. WE is a special funded activity of United States Agency for International Development under the Clean Cities Blue Ocean Program that aims to stem plastics from going to ocean in Asia, Caribbean, and South America. Here in the Philippines, the implementing grantee of this project is Eco Waste Coalition. Eco Waste Coalition is a national network of more than 150 public interest groups pursuing sustainable and just solutions to waste management and climate change that support zero waste. EWC has extensive technical expertise in solid waste management. Moreover, EWC has long recognized the vital role women play in the entire solid waste value chain and the need to elevate their importance in recycling businesses. In the Philippines, women are involved in the solid waste management value chain, primarily working at the lowest levels. Like their male counterparts who handle waste in the sector, women in informal sector usually occupy the lowest social status and are often viewed as criminals and are prone to harassment. Moreover, they lack access to basic social services such as healthcare and social security. They remain invisible. Madalas kasi sa gabi o maagang-maaga sila umiikot at namumulot ng basura. They are underpaid. Kumikita sila ng 150 pesos to 250 pesos at kung magrerenta pa ng sidecar para makatulong sa pamumulot ng basura, ay makakaltasan pa ito ng 50 pesos kada araw. They remain unrecognized o hindi napapansin. Ang tawag sa kanila, mga basurera, namumulasi, nambuburaot, namumulot. They are undervalued for the vital role they play in preventing plastic litter to reach the ocean. Women in waste mostly challenged due to their multiple roles at home. They have to take care of the children, do household chores, and earn a living. May mga pagkakataon dahil na din sa kawalan ng suporta o magbabantay sa kanilang mga anak, habang nangangalakal sila ay naisasama nila yung mga bata sa pag-ikot sa kalye para mamulot ng basura. They also experience stigma as a waste worker. Many women in waste report how they have experienced emotional stress for being called basurera or mabaho due to the job she does. Many people tend to disregard them and would limit interaction. Madalas, pinagtatawanan sila at nilalayuan. Another challenge is the limited income and opportunities. They earn a minimum of 150 to 150 and feed a family of 5, minsan mas marami pa. They are mostly in the lowest ranks of the waste value chain, working mostly in the informal sector. Sabi nga nila, kulang kasi sila sa kaalaman at wala ding mga kagamit. Some of them have opportunity to open informal businesses such as junk shops. However, opportunities for capital and expansion is limited due to the informal business setup for the women. Madalas dinanas ng gender-based violence. Coupled with the stigma of waste work, the women also with the GBV in the streets. The harassment range from catcalls to unwanted sexual advances to the women. In order to address these issues, Clean Cities Blue Ocean established the special activity, Women in Waste Economic Empowerment. The purpose of WE is to empower women both at the lowest rungs of the SWM value chain and those working in upcycling by providing training in business, gender, and personal empowerment skills, access to financing to start or expand their 3R business, and continued mentoring and coaching. So these are the different phases of WE. The first phase is the basic business empowerment skills training. Kapartner ang Johns Hopkins University, Clean Cities Blue Ocean, WE at EcoWaste Coalition nag-develop ng training curriculum. Pinagsama-sama yung module ng solid waste management, gender, business at empowerment, leadership, binuo ang facilitator's guide, participants worksheet o packet na siyang ginagamit ng bawat participant sa training. BBES is designed to be as inclusive as possible, ensuring that low literate women can still attend and thrive in the training. Out of the 250 BBES graduates, women who are interested in starting their businesses or expanding their business will be provided with mentors to support them in development of business plan. The mentors under the Coca-Cola Foundation, through its implementing grantee, Worldwide Fund for Nature, coaches and supports in the business plan of the BBES graduates. Once the business plans are drafted, the women teach non-competitively to the private partner funders. And once funded, these women will run their businesses and additional business training support will be provided. We graduates who applied for mentoring and funding but still needing additional skills in business will also be provided additional business training, which is the advanced business training. We will coordinate closely with local governments to ensure their full support and optimize participating businesses' impact on enhanced solid waste management and service delivery. Now, these are the project results. Result 1 is the basic business empowerment training program design. Result 2, BBES local trainers trained and certified by Johns Hopkins University. Result 3, BBES program piloted and implemented. Result 4 is the mentorship support provided to BBES graduates. And lastly, the sustainability plan for WE, lessons summarized and the sustainability plan. So for the result 1, which is the basic business empowerment skills training program design, JHU has been subcontracted by CCBO to develop and adopt its empowered entrepreneur training curriculum for WE under the Sea Change initiative. So JHU, or Johns Hopkins University, provides the gender-informed, evidence-based training and support services that help entrepreneurs and employees realize their leadership potential and achieve their personal and professional goals. For result 1, BBES local trainers are trained and certified by JHU. EWC recruited and hired program management staff and maintained pool of trainers, the majority of which are women with backgrounds in conducting training in solid waste management, economic empowerment, and gender. CCBO and EWC's program management and pool of trainers received training from JHU on their customized Sea Change EET curriculum. This is actually a 22-hour training of trainers. Initially, this was done virtually last year because of the pandemic. And then this year, we had one-on-one sessions with JHU and CCBO to continue guiding the trainers. For result 3, BBES program piloted and implemented. EcoWaste Coalition is actively promoting the best to men coming from the lowest rungs of the SWM value chain, such as informal waste collectors, street sweepers, owners of and workers in junk shops, also those in recycling and upcycling businesses. All we participants must be women. Some may have their ongoing SWM or 3R businesses, or must state the intention to start such a business. To enable women working in ways to participate in trainings, inclusive approaches have been considered, such as provision of minimal stipend to cover a portion of their daily wage, meals, and provision of childcare as necessary. Training venues are held in the barangay or neighboring barangay of the recruited participants, either multipurpose halls or other barangay facilities, church facilities, schools, HOA multipurpose hall, private facilities, which were all provided for free as in-kind contribution of the different stakeholders. Venues conducive for the session with space for activities and childcare are also considered for a more effective training rollout. So these are the BBEST, different batch of BBEST that we've conducted. From the first cohort in December 2021 up to just last week, so we already have 14 BBEST cohorts. So in the different cities in Metro Manila, the first one is in Quezon City. We have a total of 4 in Quezon City. And then in Manila, also 4. We also have 1 in Parañaque, 1 in Pasig, 2 po sa Malabon, and 2 in San Juan. And we are currently working out another 2 batch of training in Caloocan. So we now have a total of 253 BBEST graduates. Actually, po, the initial target is just 250, so we're beyond the target. So I think we can do another, 300, a total of 300 up to next month. Result 4, mentorship support provided to BBEST graduates. So after po nilang makagraduate ng 6 days training sa BBEST, they will proceed to the mentorship phase. Ito naman po ay kinoconduct na aming kapartner organization, the Worldwide Fund for Nature. So those who will pursue the mentorship phase, sila po yung mag-guide sa ating mga mentees. And then the project also provide the business mentors who will guide them in preparing the business plan and prepare for pitching. Result 5, lesson summarize and sustainability plan outline. EWC will develop follow-up and support participants to track their progress, activity, impact, performance, and also capture the different lessons learned. We are monitoring and evaluating all the and assessing the different BBEST batches. So we are also adjusting the training curriculum per batch and preparing it for the final layout, yung amin pong curriculum. So this will help us enable a better understand the WE participants, including their experience with WE, their needs, constraints, and abilities. The program implementation mechanisms. BBEST comprises 161 hours over 5 to 6 days. So a total of 6 to 7 hours po siya per day. It covers modules on solid waste management, gender empowerment, self-empowerment, and business planning. We also coordinate with the local government, the private sector, religious groups, and other stakeholders for partnership, which is very important, especially when we are conducting ito pong masyadong mahabang training because 6 days siya. There's really a need for collaboration, especially with the local government for recruitment of participants and for the other training requirements also, especially yung venue and other training needs. Collaboration with the Small Business Cooperatives Development Office of Quezon City. We are so happy with the support of the local government, especially in Quezon City, the Office of Mayor Joy, and the SBC DPO they're very active in supporting us. We are given or provided a free venue. Madalas po namin ginagamit when we are in Quezon City. And also they provided our BBEST graduates with yung Quezon City IDs. And they also become beneficiaries of the livelihood program of Quezon City. Likewise, the Urban Poor Affairs Office of San Juan City is also very active in supporting us. And they actually willing to support the BBEST graduates who are needing supplemental. Sila na po yung naghanap ng funding para dito. Also, the Centro of Parañaque, Pasig, Caloocan, and the barangay LGUs in Manila and Malabon had been very supportive also of this project. Also, the other non-government organizations, churches, and private sectors have signified interest for collaboration. Like Caritas Manila, nakapag-conduct po kami ng BBEST training sa kanila pong mga community volunteers. Also, San Pablo Apostol Parish in Tondo has also signified to continue the training para po sa kanilang mga volunteers. Program challenges. The main challenge actually is the recruitment of women participants. Being invisible and stigmatized in the community, the mga ngalakal or namumulasi do not relate as much with the government and their neighborhood. Trainee recruitment must be purposive and intentional. So ito po talaga yung malaking challenge, especially for the trainers, yung paano makaka-recruit. But of course, with the help of our BBEST graduates, nagawa rin po namin makapag-recruit ng mga participants, and we were able nga po na magkaroon na ng 14 batches of training. Program successes. Through this project, we were able to develop We Champions. Yung nakikita niyo po sa picture is our first grantee, si Risa Santoyo of Quezon City. Katulad po ni Risa, meron din pong mga ibang BBEST graduates din na naging We Champions namin. No, sila po ay nakatulong sa amin para makapag-identify, makapag-recruit ng participants para po sa mga susunod na batch ng training. They also share their testimonies and inspire other women on their journey as women entrepreneur. Women supporting women. Isa po sa magandang nangyayari sa training, yung makita po no, na nagsusuportahan yung mga kababaihan. They were able to develop camaraderie with each other. They are grateful for the opportunity to meet other waste workers and bond with them, to exchange information that would be useful to others, and offers assistance to those who have difficulty doing their tasks during the training. Even after BBEST, they continue communicating, reaching out, and supporting one another. Personal agency development. BBEST graduates shared how they were able to realize their self-worth and importance of loving oneself, that their limiting beliefs should not be a hindrance in achieving their dreams, na instead na mag-focus sila dun sa wala sila o sa mga negatibo na mga qualities, they focus more on their positive qualities. Business enterprise development. Risa Santoyo, as shown in this picture, nakapag-pitch na po siya ng kanyang door-to-door business. She is now running her door-to-door business successfully. Elena Plaza of Barangay 128, Tondo, Manila is also expanding her junk shop business. And more BBEST graduates are currently undergoing mentoring sessions and preparing to pitch for their 3R businesses. Program insights. Ano po yung mga realizations namin when we were implementing this project? We realized that participant is unique and have their own pace. We assure them that in BBEST, they can safely share their thoughts and experiences. A customized training using human-centered design plan to better understand participants' needs, barriers, dreams, and behavior. Before we conduct the training, 2 weeks before, nagko-conduct po kami ng intake form survey, we do interviews, and then we plan before the rollout. So tinitingnan po namin dito, dinidesign po namin siya base doon sa pangangailangan po ng mga participants. A manageable number of participants is needed to ensure that each of them will be able to attend to. Opportunities like BBEST make women feel valued, especially those who have been stigmatized by society. Giving them opportunities like BBEST will make them feel valued, especially those who have been stigmatized, and inspire them to start to dream again. Program sustainability and recommendations, as shown here in the pictures. Ito po yung mga different coordination meetings that we have with the local government, churches, private sector. EcoWaste Coalition is taking in the task to have BBEST module accredited through TESDA for possible rollout nationwide. Matatapos na po yung training curriculum na ginagawa namin. Medyo minamodify pa. So after po ng lahat ng training rollout, we'll be able to finalize it. And the next challenge would be finding suitable funding mechanisms for the women through linkages with microfinance institution and local government. All the modules, including the mentorship approach, advanced business skills, is being standardized for future deployment through self-learning process. Working with the most invisible and marginalized group in the society should be more intentional. So a national approach towards improving the lives of women and men informal waste collector should be considered towards just transition from informal waste work to a more formalized and safe environment to work in the waste sector. Also, the constant vilification of informal waste workers have to be shifted to see their valuable contribution to the environment. These are the women in waste, and they play a vital role in solid waste management. Through BBEST, the likes of Risa are able to realize their self-worth. Allow me to share a few words from our BBEST champions. Risa Santoyo of Barangay Piñahan, Quezon City. Sa BBEST, nakilala ko ang sarili ko, na dapat mahalin ko din ang sarili ko. Ngayon, mas may oras na ako sa pamilya at hindi lang puro trabaho. Geraldine Mesa of Barangay 105, Manila. Masyado akong mahiyain, pero nang sumali ako sa BBEST, first time kong humawak ng microphone at nakaya kong magsalita sa harap. Ngayon, nakakapagpatawag na ako ng meeting at kaya ko nang mamuno sa meeting namin sa 4Ps. Joanna Amican of Barangay Longos, Malabon. Dati ayokong humarap sa salamin. Madami kasi akong maranasan na masasakit. Ayokong tingnan yung sarili ko. Hindi ko na kasi makilala. Pagkatapos ng BBEST, madami akong na-realize. Ngayon, kaya ko nang humarap sa salamin. Masaya ako sa hanap buhay ko at ipinagmamalaki ko ang trabaho ko. Sabi nga ng anak ko, Nay, ang galing mo pala. Gloria Mitra of Barangay Tunsuya, Malabon. Pagkatapos kong malugi sa anumpisang kong negosyo, ayoko nang sumubok ulit kasi nadala na ako at pananghinaan ng loob. Pero nabuhay muli ang pag-asa ko dito sa BBEST. Pwede pa pala akong mangarap ulit at sumubok magnegosyo. Mahalaga pala yung may plano ka at alam mo ang papasukin mong negosyo. Mercelita Anding of Quezon City, isang PWD na nagsabing wala akong kwenta, hindi ako nakapag-aral, wala akong alam at iniwan ng asawa. Pero dito sa training, natuto akong makihalubilo sa tao. Dahil kasi sa kapansanan ko, nahihiya akong makipag-usap sa tao. Kaya pala akong tanggapin ng iba at kaya ko pala ang BBEST. Adorasyon Baluran of Barangay 128, Tondo, Manila. Salamat sa pagpili sa amin na mapasali sa training na ito. Matanda na ako, akala ko di ko na kaya yung ganito. Salamat sa importansya na ipinakita at ipinadama nyo sa amin. Mahalaga pa pala kami at mahalaga pala ang ginagawa namin sa komunidad. Ito at marami pang iba ang mga kwentong nakapaloob sa aming paglalakbay na sinimulan ang programang WE sa pamamagitan ng BBEST. At katulad ng mensaheng iniiwan namin sa mga kababaihang nakasama namin sa paglalakbay, hindi ka babae lang, babae ka at kaya mo. Indeed, women in waste are the key to solid waste management. Thank you and good day to all.
Hello po. Ayan, Miss Melot. Okay na po kayo? You're on mute, ma'am. Miss Melot. Pa-unmute po ako, Tech Team.
Okay, sige. Am I, naririnig ba ako? Or am I shocked? Anong tawag yan? Choppy?
Naririnig na po kayo, ma'am.
Okay, clear naman siya.
Yun naman po, ma'am.
I'm having a technical problem here. I think it is something to do with my laptop. Nag-on and off yung kanyang, I don't know, basta ano siya, may problema ako. Okay, maraming salamat, Miss Angelita Aguilos for the presentation. Punta po tayo sa we have 1 hour and 9 minutes, no? So can we have the last presentation from the Department of Social Welfare and Development Field Office ng Region 10. Ang kanyang programa ay Skills Training on Vegetable Gardening. Please welcome Sonia Ipang.
Hello po.
Ayun na po, ma'am.
Access po para sa camera.
Okay.
Paki-access po sa camera, ma'am.
Okay, I ask you to start your video, ma'am. Kindly click na lang po yung prompt, please.
Are you in Region 10? Are you in Cagayan de Oro,
Dito
ma'am?
po kami sa Hingoog City.
Hingoog
Misamis
City.
Oriental.
Oo, di ay. Sige. Nakamute ka, ma'am, Sonia.
Sige. So, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat at sa mga kalahok dito po. Sa mga manunood sa through online, sa ating panel convener and environment sector, Mamilot Atelio, lalong-lalo na po sa ating PCW Executive Director, Attorney Kristen Rosario Yuson, at sa ating NAPSI Officer in Charge na nagpasipmuno sa conference na ito. Once again, good afternoon po. So ang the Department of Social Welfare and Development is a Department of Social Welfare and Development Regional Rehabilitation Center for Youth is a facility designed to provide intensive rehabilitation program in the residential setting for children in conflict with the law. So sa mga bata po na nagkasala sa batas, whose sentence has been suspended, they committed various crimes like crimes against person, property, crimes against morals and justice, and saka crimes against special laws. So the target clients are children aged above 15 and below 18 years old upon the commission of the offense, whose sentence has been suspended. So instead of placing them in jail, dito po sila nilagay sa RRCY sa aming facility to undergo rehabilitation process. So there are also few cases na yung court ay nag-refer for a diversion program. So as per Republic Act 9344, known as the Comprehensive Juvenile Justice Welfare Act of 2006, as amended by Republic Act 10630, known as the Strengthening the Juvenile Justice Welfare Act of 2006 or the Republic Act 9344. So ang aming mga CICL po ay binibigyan ng opportunity to undergo rehabilitation program as mandated by the court with an end goal for behavior modification para po sa kanilang pagbabago. We are also ordered by the court to submit a quarterly progress report as to their behavioral performance. So, every quarter po yung nagsasubmit po kami ng report sa court tungkol sa kanilang behavioral performance, performance. And final reports, once they comply the rehabilitation plan for the dismissal and termination of their cases. So the DSWD can recommend for the dismissal and termination of their cases. So paglabas nila dito po sa aming opisina, wala na po silang mga record. Kahit po kumuha pa sila ng police clearance at saka NBI clearance, wala po silang record na. So prior to the submission of final reports to their courts, we coordinated with the referring LGUs through City Social or Municipal Social Welfare and Development Office for their parenting capability assessment to determine the readiness of their family for their possible reintegration. Para pagbalik po sa kanila, i-determine po yung family kung ready na ba para matanggap na po yung bata. So this is to prevent reoffending para hindi na po sila magkamali sa community or sa family nila. So and once the court ordered for the termination of their cases, they will be turned over to their families or to their respective communities for aftercare program. So mayroon pa tayo pong 6 months to 1 year, i-monitor po ng LGU para ma-prevent ang reoffending. So with this, our facility provided various programs and services such as treatment services, spiritual services, group living arrangement or the home life services, education services, socio-cultural and recreational services, health and medical, legal services, and productivity skills training services. And now I am Mrs. Sonia E. Pang, SOFOR, Center Head of this DSWD Region 10, located here in Barangay 26, Kahulugan, Hingoob City. So part of the rehabilitation programs offered in the center is the productivity skills training. And one of those is the skills training and vegetable gardening as one of our best practice. Kami po ay nagagalak dahil kami po ay kabahagi ng Gains and Challenges on Gender Mainstreaming, the PCW and APSI Sectoral Multi-Stakeholder Conference. So ito po yung aming video presentation ngayon.
Miss Sonia, sorry.
Yes po.
Medyo mahina po yung audio. Can you please check the volume po? Yan. Miss Sonia, sorry, mahina po talaga. Baka po hindi kayo nakapag-share ng sound when sharing the screen.
Malakas naman po dito, ma'am.
Opo, baka hindi nyo po na-share yung sound po nung nag-share po kayo ng screen.
Sige, dali.
Ano po, Miss, kindly stop sharing po muna and then reshare po bago nyo po i-click yung share. Meron po dun sa lower left, share sound.
Wala.
Yes po.
Yan, sa pagkabiyak ka dito pa na. Ano mang rationale? So ano po ang rationale ng programang ito? So as pandemic and lockdowns took effect all over the world to slow the spread of coronavirus, gardening has been proven to be a lot of people's way of relieving stress, depression, and anxiety of not leaving home and not doing the usual on everyone's daily routine. So, noong panahon po ng pandemic, naging plantita tayo po, plantito. So, lahat-lahat po parang nabisit tayo sa loob ng isang corner lang at sa loob ng isang bahay. So, hindi po kami nakakalabas noon dahil po talagang very restricted ay yung ating mga paglabas. So, talagang nakapokus po kami sa gardening activity. Then, prior to pandemic, the center already conducted skills training on vegetable gardening among CICL residents. So lahat po sila ay lalaki po dito kasi wala po kaming babae dito. So sa lahat siguro, kami lang po talaga ang nag-present na lalaki yung aming mga kliyente. So then, skills training on vegetable gardening is one of the programs and services offered in the center as part of the reformative activities to develop the CICL or the children in conflict with the law to become a useful citizens in the community para po sila mabigyan ng pagkakataon na magbago sa kanilang pamumuhay. Kasi po yung iba talaga, itong mga CICL na ito ay sanay sa mga street child po sila, neglected, abandoned ng kanilang mga parents. So it is a design to teach and train them, develop skills that will help them adjust when they will be reintegrated to their family or community. So in preparation po ito sa kanilang pagbalik sa kanilang mga kanya-kanyang pamilya. So paano po namin ito ginagawa? Yung skills training na ito, yung best practice na ito. So we have to coordinate with other stakeholders like city agriculture for the training, seeds, and other materials. So there are also a private individuals, sponsors, and donated seeds for vegetable gardening. So mayroon po tayong mga group of medical practitioners na nagdo-donate po din ng mga seeds during gardening contest in line with the Nutrition Month celebration. So ano po ang gender issue na ito? Ang gender issue na ito kasi sabi nila yung gardening is a feminine activity lang. So sa aming mga bata, hindi po sila nasanay na mag-garden kasi lahat sila po ay nasa kalye, nasa labas ng kanilang bahay. So wala po silang experience na mag-garden. So ang challenge namin dito, we have to orient the children na ang gardening na ito ay importante sa ating pamumuhay at para rin sa kanilang pag-uwi sa kanilang bahay. So this has been done through the effort of the MDO, through orientation, as well as the Office of the Agriculture, kung iniimbita namin po sila. So through the intensive orientation, so na-enlighten po sila yung aming mga bata na ang gardening pala is a form of activity at saka makarelieve po ng stress at saka na-develop din po yung kanilang mga values. Kagaya po ng hard work, patience, and industry. So ano po ang mga layunin po ng ating programa, yung best practice namin? So ito po yung mga layunin namin. So at the end of the activity, the residents are expected to identify different kinds of vegetable seeds. So para malaman nila kung ano-ano po itong mga seeds na to, plant various kinds of vegetable, familiarize different tools and materials in gardening, make and apply organic fertilizers and pesticides, then acquire skills and earn income through gardening and receive recognition of certificates. So every end of the quarter, nagbibigay po kami ng award kung sino yung may pinakamaganda, pinakamalinis na mga garden para sila ma-encourage at magpatuloy sa kanilang activity. So another objective is the value inculcation along industry, hard work, time management, kasi sa kalye wala naman silang time management. So, uwi lang sila, labas-pasok ka ng bahay, then wala silang pasensya, then ma-develop ang perseverance sa mga bata namin. Then it provides also the residents with excellent physical exercise and boosts their mental stability and a good mental exercise that helps keep their mind sharp. Kasi po, kung araw-araw, every morning, then in afternoon, nag-water sila ng kanilang mga plants. So parang exercise na rin nila. Nag-cultivate sila ng kanilang mga garden. So as of now, ano po ang scope and coverage ng aming best practice? So as of now, we have 68 CICL and center male residents. So sa ngayon po, 68 na lang sila. Pero we were able to serve 122 residents from January to present. So, yung iba, umuwi na po. So then all residents are encouraged to have their own garden regardless of their personal preferences as part of their rehabilitation plan. So all of them tried to have own their vegetable garden. So lahat-lahat po sila ay may kanya-kanyang mga vegetable garden. So, ang proof po dito ay yung na may income. Proof of their hard work is their income. So, mayroon silang income kasi binibili po ito ng ng aming opisina, yung sa kitchen, binibili namin para magkapera sila, yung mga vendors at saka yung mga staff na binibili namin ang mga produkto nila. So ano mga phases or operational guidelines? Mayroon tayong 3 phases, yung pre-implementation, implementation at post-implementation phase. So sa pre-implementation phase, the manpower development officers will administer the training needs assessment to the CICL para ma-assess po ng aming MDO kung ano talaga ang interest ng bata. So mayroon po kami training needs assessment. So we have to submit project proposal for skills training on vegetable gardening. So isasubmit po namin doon sa aming regional office para sa aming for funding. Then preparation of the CICL vegetable gardening. Then ipiprepare po, ihahanda po yung lot area and other materials. So the manpower development officer will conduct lectures to the residents on the step processes. Tuturuan po yung mga bata kung ano po ang gagawin nila. So then tips on gardening through invited speakers from the City Agriculturist Office. So sa implementation phase naman po, the center was granted with the approved project proposal and budget allocated. The training was pushed through. So ipapatuloy na namin po yung mga pag-prepare ng materials, then timetable and indicative plan has been followed and applied. So pag mayroon ng pera at saka mayroon ng mga seeds, there will be an actual distribution of seeds to respective CICL residents. Then constant watering of plants, application of organic fertilizers, then regular cleaning surrounding of the respective garden, then cultivation and harvesting of products. Then kung sobra-sobra po yung products na plant, yung harvested products, pwede rin namin i-sell sa market. So yung sa implementation phase po, the CICL residents' income from their harvested products were accounted. So every Monday po sa home life meeting po, pinipresent po yung mga income ng mga bata. So reported during meetings and deposited to RRCY savings account. So mayroon pong savings account para sa mga income ng mga bata. So withdrawal from their savings for their personal needs is possible upon the assessment of the stock. So yung mga bata po kasi mayroon din silang gustong bilhin. So doon namin wini-withdraw ang pera. Then withdrawal upon the discharge of CICL with corresponding proof of receipts. So tiniturn over namin yung money na naipon nila. So ano po yung post-implementation phase? So upon discharge of the CICL, he will be turned over to their respective LGUs and MSWDOs for the continuation of the skills training project to their respective family and community. So ito po yung sinasabing aftercare program, 6 months to 1 year para ma-prevent ang reoffending. So aside from the savings received, the center has provided 5,000 pesos for financial assistance for their livelihood activities. Then since the CICL is already empowered, he will coordinate with other offices or for support of gardening materials, tools, or through the assistance of Municipal Social Welfare Development Officer or the City Social Welfare and Development Officer. So this will also prevent the reoffending of the CICL since they are already occupied of their gardening activities. Then makakapag-augment po ng family income, then it will boost healthy lifestyle because of the fresh vegetable from the garden and free from any pesticides. Then free from stigma and criticism from the community. So magkakaroon tayo po ng responsableng mga bata, responsible and productive citizens. Pag uwi nila, mag-expect tayo na responsible at productive na sila. So ano po ang result and implication? So this activity was regarded as the center's good practice because it develops the capabilities for daily living and earnings. So amidst the diversities and challenges encountered, it did not stop them to continue and learn the skills training. So patuloy po sila na nag-garden sa kanilang mga bahay. Kahit wala po silang lupa, pwede rin sila magtanim sa mga pots o sa mga cellophane, mga plastics, na mga tira. Then vegetable plants help filter air and provides oxygen. So ito po ay nagbibigay ng oxygen sa atin na makakaganda sa ating katawan. Then provides the residents with excellent physical exercise and boosts their mental stability. So yun po ang results and impact na activity na ito. Then vegetable gardening will also beautify the surroundings. So kung malinis ang paligid, may green, so it will beautify, it will add to the beauty of the surroundings. So the vegetable plants provide a source of nutritious foods, then develop values among the CICL residents, hard work, industry, time management, patience, and perseverance. So yung mga bata natin, dahil sa activity na ito, ay matutunan nila kung ano ang hard work at saka yung industry. Then provides income generating activities. So ano po ang mga lessons learned on the part of the CICL? So isa sa mga lesson learned is everything is earned through hard work and sacrifice. So nalaman nila na kung hindi sila magtataguyod sa sarili nilang mga sikap, hindi sila makaka-income. So there is a process always. 1,000 miles begin with a single step. So ang gardening po ay true to all gender. So gardening is a replicable aspect in every way. So pwede po ito gayahin ng ibang opisina, ng mga ibang institution, sa barangay at iba pa. So differences was never been an issue. So kahit sa babae, sa lalaki, pwede rin to. In order to achieve and develop the skills. So hard work, perseverance, and commitment shows and paved the way to have a successful cultivated garden. So thorough follow-up and monitoring should always be maintained to sustain the activity. So this practice is a cost-efficient activity because fertilizers and pesticides are made inside the center. Some from the fruit peelings, sa mga balat po ng mga prutas, vegetables, mga rotten vegetables, pwede natin i-fertilize. So some seeds used are utilized from the kitchen. So ano po ang mga dapat natin i-recommend? So everyone is encouraged to do simple gardening on their backyard or even on small pots. Other centers, institutions, barangays can replicate the gardening activity. So simple lang po ang gardening. Sino po yung mga contributors, initiators? So yours truly, Sonia Ipang, then contributor Maribel Tiuyan in DO1. The writer is Dian Kristen N. Galamiton, A3. Then the editor is Ramiel E. Ginandam. So hanggang doon na lang po. That ends my presentation. Maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon.
Maraming salamat, Ma'am Sonia Ipang.
Yes.
Thank you very much for reminding us na ang gardening pala ay hindi siya feminine activity. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
so we have done the 5 presentations. Pwede natin gawin yung ginawa natin kahapon. Let us open our video and our audio para sabay-sabay tayo na magbigay ng 5 palakpak at isang malakas na maraming salamat para sa ating 5 presenters. Paki-open po ng inyong audio at saka video. Audio at video. Kung wala kayong video, okay lang. Pero yung video as much as possible. Tapos sabay-sabay tayong pumalakpak. 5 palakpak at sabay-sabay nating sabihin yung or isigaw ang maraming salamat. Okay? 1, 2, 3, go!
Maraming salamat.
Hey! Ngayon, okay, saya-saya. Okay.
Picture tayo, picture.
Mamaya. Don't worry, may picture tayo. Hindi pa po tayo tapos. Meron pa po tayong 41 minutes.
Okay.
Sige po. Okay. Ang gagawin natin ngayon, punta tayo sa balitaktakan. No? Balitaktakan.
Kopya ka na, mama. Balitaktakan, ha?
Balitaktakan. We now open the floor for questions, clarificatory questions, mga remarks, mga comments. So again, pakitaas po ng inyong or paki-click noong hand button, raise hand button, or if you want, you can type your questions sa chat box natin. Okay. And also kung kanino niyo gustong i-address yung inyong mga questions. Sige po, sinong mauunang makipagbalik-taktakan? Wala? Sinong walang kamay na tumaas?
Ayan po, meron po tayong question here sa chat box to the ICSC presenter. Hi sir, you mentioned po kanina the beneficiaries of the SHSK to own the system with 20 pesos per day or 300 pesos a month. Were there any instances of delinquency po?
Sir Arturo?
Using ko lang yung data, no? Yung 20 pesos per day, that's the cost that they're paying to buy kerosene or the gasera, no? So sa loob ng isang buwan, 600 to 150 to 750 ang ginagastos nila kasama yung baterya ng flashlight. So they pay 12 pesos per day for the SHS, 300 plus per month, payable within 2 years, so 8,000 plus, kanila na yung system. Merong pagkakataon talaga ng delinquency, no? Una, Yun ang dahilan kaya naging katuwang namin dito yung sulong-suluan. Dahil hindi naman kami laging nasa isla eh. So sila yung nagtitiyak na maayos yung koleksyon, hinaharap nila yung mga problema at sila yung nagtatabi ng koleksyon, deposito sa bangko at yung koleksyon na yun, wala pang 1 taon, yun yung ginamit na investment sa solar freezer project. Definitely, there are instances of delinquency. That is why in the 3 wares that I discussed earlier, importante yung orgware. So, di ba, software, hardware, orgware, because you really need a strong, solid women's organization to manage the project, especially a pay-to-own solar home system project. Did I answer the question correctly?
And daw po, sabi po nila, maraming salamat po. Mukha pong nasagot natin yung tanong ni Miss Carmela Rowena Neri.
Okay, sige, maraming salamat. Pero bakit po kayo emotional kanina, Sir Arturo?
Tatawa tuloy ako. Siyempre, since 2015 pa kami doon, di ba? Tapos ang daming hirap na naranasan. Dahil mahirap kasi dun sa isla eh. 30 kilometers ang layon sa main Anguian. Tapos, ga-building pa yung alon, lalo na pag-amihan. Tapos laging binabagyo. Pati siyempre, yung hirap rin ng mga kababaihan na katawang namin. Dahil kung titingnan nyo, hindi lang siya isang project. Walang community RA project. Tapos tumulong pa para gawin yung tinatawag na community driven, climate resilient, barangay development plan na first time na nangyari sa isang barangay. At dumating yung bagyo, si Ursula, dumating pa yung pandemic, di ba? So ang daming challenges na pansamantalang natigil yung Sige Silukan project o island hybrid solar diesel wind microgrid. Tapos yung barangay development planning, bagamat na-apurba na at na submit yung plano, syempre dahil nagkaroon ng COVID, yung resources mo madadivert talaga sa COVID. Kaya ngayon talaga, paspasan ng trabaho para yung mga naiwan na trabaho ay maituloy-tuloy. Yun po.
Yeah. Okay, another person na emotional kanina, si Lucy. Si Lucy.
Sige po.
Lucy, siguro ako ang merong tanong. Sige, okay. Bakit nga ba emotional ka rin kanina?
Dahil ramdam mo po kung paano po magtrabaho talaga sa grassroots. So, ang hirap. Tapos, mapagbintangan pa tayo ng mga gobyerno na iba yung trinatrabaho natin. Ang sa atin lang naman, tumutulong lang naman po tayo para po mapalakas at makatulong sa komunidad. Yun lang naman po ang sa atin eh.
Pero ano yung specific na ginawa ninyo para anong tawag nito? Kasi nga, sabi mo kanina sa sharing ng inyong programa, yung challenges ninyo, no? Yung merong perception na nagkaroon ng politicalization ng organization or ng mga ginagawa ninyo, at saka yung presence of insurgencies in the areas kung saan kayo nagtatrabaho. So ano yung mga ginawa ninyo para anong tawag dito? Somehow you address the problem or the challenge.
So sa amin po, ako po mismo talagang nakaranas dahil umagang-umaga pa lang pinupuntahan na po ako nila. Bagong gising, hindi pa nga nakakapag-suot ng bra, pero humaharap ako sa kanila. Hindi po ako dahil ayaw ko po na maiba po ang kanilang pag-iisip. So, ang una pong ginawa namin, nagpunta po kami sa MLGU. sa munisipyo po. At ano po kami sa national level na kung pwede po matulungan kami, yun po, tinuruan kami nila na mag-process papuntang CHR. Gumawa po kami ng sulat. At hindi ko na po alam kung ano po yung nangyari, pero ang ginagawa po namin ngayon, involved po sila sa aming mga activity. Kada activity po namin, sila po ay kasama namin. Iniimbitahan po namin sila. O, para po maintindihan nila kung ano po talaga yung ginagawa namin sa area.
Okay. Okay. Siguro doon sa mga may similar na mga challenges, pwedeng mag-exchange notes, or compare notes. Okay. Nagtataas ba ng kamay ang taga KKM Marinduque?
Yes, ma'am.
Sige, please. Sige, yun na naman.
Si Lucia naman po ay hindi nag-iisa sa ganyang klase ng pagtrato. At hindi naman po kakaiba yung kanilang pagtingin. Ang sa amin lang po naman, tama po yung sinasabi niya na ang ginagawa lang namin ay tumulong. At kasi kapag pumupunta ka sa mga area,
Na-mute siya, no? Na-mute siya.
Yes. Na-mute ka,
Na-mute pala na.
KKM.
Isa lang po siguro talaga na magandang ginagawa namin pareho ay yung pag-invite ng mga taga police station. Ngayon po, kahapon, kasama namin yung women desk ng PNP sa aming munisipyo at mga kagawad na may mga gawain patungkol sa gender and development. Ano po? So, sa kalagayan po namin bilang mga leader, hindi po nawawala yung pangit na pagtingin. Pero ang isa lang po sa higit naming hinihiling nga ay yung recognition ng mga LGU, especially in the barangay, in the municipal. Kasi yun po ang maganda na paraan para hindi sila mag-isip kung ano yung aming ginagawa.
Okay.
At mahalaga po sa amin din, kanina nung nirecognize nyo kami, ay natutuwa kami na kahit nga yung pangalan ng aming organization ay natutuwa na kami ay naging parte ng gawain ito at salamat po.
Maraming salamat. Sa tingin ko naman, andito si ating boss ng PCW na si Sir Mac Husayan. Sa tingin ko, naka-smile siya eh. So, he's happy na kasama kayo ngayon sa ating conference na ito. Sir Mac, gusto niyo pong magsalita dyan?
Actually po, kapapasok ko lang mga 2 minutes ago kasi galing ako sa education sector. Nabasa ko kasi yung mga group chat na makasama ko na nag-iiyakan na daw sa environment sector. Sabi ko makapunta nga ako doon. So nakaka-touch yung mga sharing ninyo kasi I used to be also working with NGO for 21 years. At naranasan ko rin yung naranasan ninyo na we are working for the development of the community. Pero may mga sagabal mismo sa local at sa region level, mayroong ganong mga challenges. And to the extent nga na tayong mga NGO workers, parang kiniklaim ko pa na nasa NGO pa rin ako ngayon, naging biktima tayo sa mga maling akala ng mga sa kabila or yung nasa political groups. Yun yung talagang challenge sa mga NGO, lalo na kapag yung coordination with the local government unit ay hindi planchado. Kaya maganda po yung aming nagiging learning natin sa NGO na we have to really coordinate with the local government unit kasi sila yung ating katuwang naman. Ang ating namang purpose is to help the community, help each other, pero pagka nagkulang tayo ng proper coordination, communication, doon nagkakaroon ng pagdududa minsan, lalo na ngayon sa larangan ng security concern ng mga NGO workers. So natutuwa ako na nakapag-share kayo sa inyong karanasan. I think marami ang natututo rin at siguro learning sa atin, lesson learned sa atin. Na when we do our community development work, kung ano mga interventions natin, we need to really to be inclusive, to be participatory. Yung mga stakeholders natin, lalo na yung mga mandated agencies and local government units sa ginagalawan natin ng mga areas, we need to really be with them. Kaya maganda yung sinasabi ni Ma'am kanina na isinasama namin sila sa mga activities para nang sa ganon, they would understand and they will appreciate what we are doing at maiwasan yung mga maling akala, maling palagay. Haka-haka pala. Sige po. So salamat po.
Salamat, Sir Mac.
Hindi ko naabutan na nag-iyakan. Sabi ko, ay nakakatuwa naman yung sharing nila kasi yun nga, I can easily identify myself with your experience kasi I used to work with NGOs for 21 years before joining the government.
Okay. Thank you po. I think merong dito sa chat box, merong tanong addressed to DSWD kay Ma'am Sonia Ipang. Are there statistics pa daw on girls CICL? Saan po sila naka-shelter?
Sa Mandaluyong po, sa Marilac Hills, sa Maynila.
Okay.
Dito po sa Region 10, wala po kaming facility for
For
female.
girls.
Yes
Talaga? So,
mayroon po sa girls, pero mga biktima po sila, hindi po sila mga offender. Yung home for girls, yes po.
So walang CICL na na mga
Yes po,
na
na
mga
facility.
girls.
Yes po.
They are
Mayroon
more
po mga CICL, pero nire-refer po doon sa sa Marilac Hills kasi yung aming facility dito po, yung home for girls is intended for the victims. Yung mga na-rape, yung na-abuso.
Pausi po.
Yes po.
Yung mga abusey cases.
Yes po.
Okay, sige po. Meron pa po bang tanong? Saan?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am?
Yeah, okay. KKM, Marinduque.
Nalimutan ko lang pong banggitin kanina. Maganda po yung initiative ngayon ng ating LGU tungkol dun sa pagpapa-registered or accreditation na ginagawa ng mga munisipyo according to dun sa memorandum circular para ma-accredit or ma-register yung mga CSO na nasa bawat area, especially sa munisipyo and provincial. At maganda na po yun sa amin, parang isang starting point na rin para mas ma-develop din yung mga grupo at ma-recognize na rin po. May isa pa pong gustong mag-share, ang Marinduque Council for Environmental Concern. Ma'am.
Sige, okay. Sige po.
Good afternoon po sa MASEC po ulit. 2014 po kasi ako nakapasok sa MASEC at yung asawa ko po kasi ay pulis. Ang po niya noon po na parang ayaw niya akong papasukin sa MASEC dahil ang sabi nga po niya front ng mga makakaliwa po yung organization. So kasi ang sa akin naman as dahil nagawad pa po ako noon pero pinagpatuloy ko po ang so naiano ko rin po sa kanya na kung ano po ang mga gawain. Lahat po ng mga activities ng MASEC ay kasama ko po nga siya. Siya po ang driver ko, lalo tigit yung pag mga malayo na po yung mga mga pinupuntahan po namin na lugar. So, yung lamang po nga ni doon, may nag-initiate po talaga ang pamunuan din ng MASEC na i-meet po yung mga lalo tigit yung PD po namin dito. Plus lahat po ng six ano po ay six municipal ano po sa police, i-met po sila para maipaliwanag po talaga sa kanila kung ano po yung ano ng MASEC. Kaya nga sabi ko, kung front nga ng makakaliwa ang MASEC ay, sabi ko yung asawa ko ay lagi ko pong kasama sa mga mga pagpa-meeting ko po doon. So nakikita niya kami po nagdadaan sa tubigan, sa mga palayan para makapunta po sa sa area. So nakikita po niya doon na yung mga inaano lang naman po natin yung livelihood. Tapos yung care po natin sa environment. So yung lahat po ng mga yung mga pag-develop din po natin sa mga bata, kagaya ng sinabi ko po kahapon na magiging second liners po sila. Yun po yung nagiging challenges po sa akin na sa amin din sa organization pati na makailangan ma-erase sa kanilang isipan, lalo tigit sa mga police officers po natin na ang aming organization ay hindi po kalaban ng gobyerno po At isang malaking malaking achievement din dito dahil po ako po mismo ay isa po sa signatories po ng LGU pagdating po sa mga projects po nila. At least na monitor po yung mga projects po dito po sa Buwak. Sa Marinduque po So di ngayon po dito po kasi sa Buwak ay meron pong 46 chapters po ako na kailangan ko pong ikutin. Buwak pa lang po yun, isang bayan pa lamang po. So kailangan ko po yun iikutin para po ma-inform, mabigyan po talaga ng kaalaman yung ating mga ay. Pero sa totoo po lamang, dahil po ito ay advocacy, wala po talagang sweldo.
Okay.
Hindi, totoo po. Lalo tigit, considering po ngayon na yung pamasahe po talaga ay nagdoble po.
Sige po.
So yung po namin doon dahil nga po sa advocacy, so kung baga na rin lang hindi mo po sa sa state ko po ngayon, sa estado ko po ngayon as ay tapos na po lahat yung mga anak ko, may trabaho na po lahat. Kung baka wala na po ako intindihin pa. Pero dahil nga po sa advocacy, na andun pa rin po yung pagmamahal mo sa public service, bagamat libre po at nanganganib din po minsan yung buhay din natin.
Okay, sige po.
So maraming salamat din po sa inyo na sana po maano nyo pa kami dito. Isama nyo rin po kami sa program po ninyo. Para hindi lamang po yung itong mga kababaihan po dito ang mag-benefit, kundi damihan pa po natin kung pwede po natin sa buong Marinduque.
Okay, thank you very much po. Maraming salamat. Daghang salamat. I think we only have 20 minutes and I think we just have to end the Q&A. Pero kung meron pang mga tanong, please pakisulat po dito sa chat box at sisikapin namin na masagot yung mga questions ninyo or clarification questions. Tapos sabihin nyo lang kung kanino nyo gustong i-address yung inyong mga tanong. Sino yung gusto nyong sumagot sa inyong mga tanong. So I think let's end the Q&A now. Question and
Miss
answer.
Melot, sorry. Sir Uro is raising his hand. Sir Uro.
Commercial lang, ma'am. Mananawagan lang ako.
Ang lakas ng earthquake. Oh my God.
Nasaan po kayo? Sa Lindol?
Davao po.
Oo.
Lakas.
Ingat po muna. Drop cover and hold muna, ma'am. Baka merong babagsak dyan. Sige po, papaspasan ko na. Ang sa akin naman po, dahil marami naman sa mga kababaihan dito, bukas po kaming makipag-partner sa inyo para i-roll out yung Solar Scholars Training. Actually, si Lucci, Solar Scholar yan. Di ba, Lucci? Oo. So ang gusto natin ay maging talagang ilaw di lamang ng tahanan at pamayanan yung mga kababaihan upang magbigay ng renewable energy sa mga tahanan, sa mga livelihood, sa mga critical community facilities lalo na sa panahon ng disasters at power outages. At higit sa lahat, sa panahon na nagtataasan na ang presyo ng kuryente. Malaking tulong po kung iyakin natin na mag-solar tayo. Sige po ma'am, drop cover and hold muna ma'am. Salamat po.
May lindol. Grabe. Ano ba yan? Diyos ko Lord. May lindol. Wala mamilot. Okay. Mamilot?
Malakas. Parang malakas yun. Parang...
Malakas talaga? Mamilot? Malakas ba? O sige, hindi na ako magtanong.
Another sige, I will, anong tawag dito? Si Michelle Meets, can you provide the synthesis, no?
Thank you very much po, and take care po, Ma'am Melot. We'll take on the screen. I am Michelle Ruiz again from the Philippine Commission on Women. We'll be sharing our screen na po for the synthesis. Nakikita na po?
Yes.
I would like to call on our Senior Gender and Development Specialist, focal for the environment sector, specifically for DRRM, Ms. Mildred Coral, to conduct the environment sector synthesis.
Good afternoon, magandang hapon po sa lahat at sana okay pa po tayo at safe sa ating mga ginagawa. For the synthesis part ng ating session ngayon, sa first presentation on enhancing the role of women in protected area, governance for social change, or the Women Go, ang men daw ay must take joint responsibility with women for the promotion of gender equality. Also, yung participation ng kababaihan sa mga various programs, activities at projects does not necessarily result to gender equality. Sinasabi din na ang partnership with government, yung mga NGOs at community-based women organizations and women leaders ay isa itong strategic way and integrated na approach sa community development for a healthy and balanced ecology. Equitable access din to resources for women and other vulnerable groups. And also yung empower women sa pagmamanage ng mga protected areas and also enhance yung kapasidad nila na mag-represent, mag-engage at saka mag-assert ng kanilang mga rights concerning sa kanilang protected areas. And also, ang kababaihan daw ay frontliners and building on women's empowerment specifically sa pagmamanage ng mga forest at saka protected areas. Sabi nga, ang kababaihan ay katuwang sa pamamahala ng masaganang kalikasan. So yun po yung sa first presentation. Sa second presentation naman, on building women's empowerment in climate change adaptation and mitigation in Suluan Island, Guian, Eastern Samar. Ito din, dinidemolish din dito yung isa sa mga myth, stereotype and discrimination bias na ang mundo ng kababaihan ay hindi kasama yung technology. Sabi pa nga sa presentation, ang women daw, yung solar sisters, solar mamas, solar titas, and solar grandmas are partners for renewable energy projects towards climate resilience. Also sa presentation, nabanggit din yung access to renewable energy ay importante para sa mga kababaihan sa pagpe-perform ng kanilang mga yung productive at saka yung mga reproductive roles nila. And also yung climate crisis is essentially a development crisis. And to sum up with representation, sabi nga kanina, pintakasi makes the dream work. For the third presentation, ito naman yung rebuilding women's and children's lives, rebuilding communities, a self-help program for rehabilitation in barangays Tinabanan, Tag-Alag, Canyoyo. Sana lang tama yung pag-pronounce ko ng barangays in Marabot, Samar. Sabi dito, self-help approach to support and promote women and children's rights. Women and girls daw are vulnerable to GBV or VOW during and after disaster. So organized gender-based violence, sexual and reproductive health rights, watch groups afforded to women. Kasama namin yung ating mga LGBTQIA+, are essential measures sa pagprotekta ng kababaihan at other vulnerable groups. Sinasabi din na yung pag-organize at pag-strengthen, pagpapalakas ng ating mga rural women, local rural women ay isa ding estratehiya towards increasing resilience against disasters and crises. And also, government agencies should recognize that GBV watch groups through policies to recognize yung community-based and women-led initiatives as part of the Violence Against Women Desk. For the fourth presentation, ito yung Women in Waste Economic Empowerment. Women daw in the waste sector are mostly challenged due to multiple roles at home or care work, the stigma of the waste work, limited income opportunities, and GBV at work. Sila nga din yung stigmatized and invisible, sabi nga. And pinapakita din na their capacity must be developed. And etong ginawa ng program na to through collaboration with all sectors of the society. Women supporting women and developing camaraderie to empower more women in the waste sector. And isa din sa mga recommendation ng program is there should be a national approach towards improving the lives of women and men sa informal waste economy or informal waste collectors. And this should be considered toward just transition from informal to a formalized work sa waste sector. And then women in the waste sector are considered to be the key to solid waste management. And last but not the least, presenter from the DSWD, Regional Rehabilitation Center for Youth on the vegetable gardening, training on vegetable gardening. Sabi dito ay isa na namang myth ang na-demolish that gardening is a feminine activity. And sa program na ito, they take care of the environment such as the conduct of vegetable gardening as one of the rehabilitation or reformative measures for children in conflict with the law para maging productive sila and responsableng mamamayan ng komunidad. And to sum up, sabi nga, vegetable gardening is a climate change mitigation activity and also it ensures food security. So that is the synthesis of the 5 presentations for today's session. Back to you po, Ms. Milot.
Okay, maraming salamat Ms. Mildred at saka Ms. Michelle. Silang dalawa yung gumawa ng synthesis na yun. So that ends our environment sector session. So ang gagawin ko natin ngayon ay i-on natin ang ating video para tayo ay magkaroon ng group picture. Okay, sino ba ang ating photographer dito?
Yes po, it's
We will hand that.
Okay, may I invite everyone po to turn on their cameras, and while waiting po, we have 3 panels here and we're waiting for the rest to turn on their cameras. Pero while waiting po, I would like to commend all the presenters. Thank you po for all your hard work, and nag-pay off po sila today. Na-present niyo po successfully ang inyong presentations and you have touched many lives and many hearts today. Ayan po, nakikita na po natin, marami na po nakapag-on ng cameras nila. Let us give our brightest smiles for the first panel po. Ngiti po tayong lahat. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, now for the second page po. Ngiti po tayong lahat. 1, 2, and 3. And for the last po, hindi po natin sigurado kung sino kasama sa hindi. Pero ngiti na lang po tayong lahat. 1, 2, and 3. Ayan, marami pong salamat sa inyong lahat sa pag-participate and for joining our event today. Back to you, Ms. Melot.
Okay, and with that, we conclude day 2 of our conference. Let us just wait, no? We still have 8 minutes. They're going to bring us back to the plenary. Hintay lang po tayo. Sino yung gusto makipagkwentuhan or maybe you want to continue the Q&A? The question and answer, pwede pa. We still have 8 minutes.
Sige nga, ma'am. Ma'am Milot, pwede po. Magtanong lang po ako doon kay Ma'am DSWD.
Ay, di pa tapos talaga ang ano natin.
Kasi kanina, ma'am, naglindol kayo. Ano kayo dyan. Kaya hindi na po ako nagtanong actually kasi sabi ko kawawa naman. Kasi one time, ma'am, nung naglindol dyan sa Davao ako, nandoon kami sa Manhay. Davao.
Really?
So, na-experience ko po kung paano po makaranas ng lindol na nasa 9th floor po kami. So, yun po ang talagang nervyos ko po. So, kanina sabi ko, ay naku, hindi na ako magtanong kasi doon ko na-experience talaga yung lindol na nandun ako sa katastaasan ng building po. So, yun po ang naganap. Kaya sabi ko, ay naku, hindi na magtanong. Pero po, ang tanong po ay ganito po. Kasi isa po akong service provider po ng CICL. Nasa Manila po ako actually at ano ko lang po, i-correct lang ako ni Ma'am DSWD. Kasamahan po ako ni Sir Joseph sa DSWD at sa kanila Yusek. Ang isa ko lang po, hindi ko lang po narinig kasi yung ating pinagsisilbihan ay yung mga CICL. Ang tanong ko po ay ang tanong ko po, ma'am, yung mga bata ninyong inaalagaan ay hindi nyo na po sila pinapapunta sa school? Yun po ang number 1 na tanong ko. Kasi kami po, ang mga CICL namin, although na CICL po sila, mas maganda pa nga yan sa inyo, ma'am, kasi may mga lupa dyan. Kami dito, actually, sa mga paso, horizontal, mga ganun lang po yung ginagawa naming livelihood po sa kanila. Hindi kasi yung vegetable namin. Pero sa inyo dyan, may mga lupa talaga na kahit sa gilid ng bahay nila, may natitira pang lupa dito sa Maynila, puro semento na po actually. Pero nagagawa pa rin po namin sa maliit naming kakayahan, natulungan namin sila. Kaya ang tanong ko lang po, hindi na ba ninyo pinapapunta ang inyong mga CICL sa school? Kasi sa amin, ma'am, punta pa namin. Yung, kasi
pinapaaral,
community works may apo.
Yes po, pinapaaral namin po at saka formally enrolled po sila sa Medina Comprehensive High School, yung mga senior high school namin, through modular classes. Sa ngayon po kasi pandemic pa rin, pero kung face-to-face na, pupunta pa rin sila po diyo. Yun po.
Ma'am, kasi yung sa amin, ma'am, actually naka 600 plus kami na pumasa po sa ALS namin at ngayon ay nabalik na talaga sila sa school at ano ko po sa sarili ko talagang yung isang estudyante po namin na dati naming unang hawak ay ngayon po ay isang lawyer na, tapos isang pulis na, kasi talaga pong sinubaybayan namin sila at ng pamilya nila. Maliit lang po yung aming livelihood, ma'am, kaya lang sa inyo nga dyan malaki, pero patuloy lang po tayo, tulong-tulong tayo para po sa kapakanan ng ating community at para po doon sa mga bata natin na inaalagaan. Thank you po.
Yes po, kung ganun.
Naghang si Ma'am Sonia.
Tapos mayroon pa akong isang tanong doon kay Ma'am Piki ba yun? Ano ba yung Piki ba yun? Kasi nag-notes po ako, Mamilot. Sabi niya
Piki po.
Ay, ano yun. Kasi yung isa kaninang nabanggit ni ma'am, sabi niya, maganda yung presentation actually. Pero yung isang nabanggit ni ma'am, sabi niya, pag may dumating na military ba yun, army, ay natatakot sila agad. Sabi ko, bakit natakot? Yun po yung isang pumasok po sa isip ko, ma'am. Sorry for kasi naging lang po ako. Kasi one time, ma'am, sa totoong buhay lang, umuwi akong Bicol. Kasi po, mayroon kaming maliit na lupain doon. Isa po kami sa doon, sa simbahan na yun, isa po kaming sponsor. Pagbalik ko po doon sa simbahan, wala na akong nakitang mga tao na nag-aayos ng simbahan. Zero. Yung mga tao sa kalsada, wala akong nakita. Pagdating ko po sa simbahan, actually, ang daming mga armadong mga tao. Ako naman po, sabi ko ganito, hindi po ako nasiraan ng loob or ano, sabi ko, ay sir, taga rito po ba kayo lahat? Yun po ang tanong ko. Tapos sasabi sa akin ng mga armado, sabi niya, siyempre Tagalog po yung salita ko, ano. Sabi ko, sir, kami yung may bahay sa itaas. Sabi ko naman ganon. Sir, ano bang mayroon? Tuloy-tuloy po yung aking tuloy-tuloy po yung aking katanungan sa kanila. Tapos yung pinaka-hippie nila, yung nilang tao, sabi ko, sir, ito po, ako po, nagpakilala na po ako sa sarili ko. Hindi naman po kami dito kasi itong mga tao dito pong nadala ko ay actually galing sa Maynila ang iba. Yung iba po, mga pamangkin namin ito. Sabi ko, ay sir, kung ano bang mayroon talaga kasi natakot tuloy ako bigla kasi walang katao-tao sa daan. Di ngayon, sabi niya sa akin, ay ma'am, sige lang, walang problema. Sabi niya, ito kilala mo to, ito kilala mo to, ito kilala mo. Sabi ko, oo nga, mga pamangkin ko nga yan at kasama ko nga yan. Sabi ko gano'n. Di ngayon, dahil po ako medyo may pagka-inosente sa buhay ng probinsya na hindi naman ako palagi doon. Sabi ko, sir, may hinahanap ba kayo? Sabi ko po, alam naman po ako pero napakita ko na po yung ID ko, nagpakilala na ako sa kanila. Sabi ma'am, hindi po, sige lang po, magtuloy na lang kayo paggawa nyo. Sorry po ma'am, na-disturbo namin kayo. Umalis na po ma'am sila. Biglang bumalik, ang sabi, ma'am, pwede ba makahingi ng tubig? Sabing gano'n nung pinaka-hippie nila. Ay sir, wala kaming tubig, doon ako nervyos. Sabi ko, sir, wala kaming tubig, ito na lang, coke. Sabi ko gano'n. Di ngayon, hindi ko alam, akalain po, mayroong umikot palang 3 na nandoon sa likod sa parang chapel ng simbahan. May nahuli po sila doon. Sabi ko, kaya pala itong target nila. Sabi ko ganon. Sabi ko, back up muna. Uwi muna tayo, sabi ng sir sa akin. Ma'am, gusto nyo ihatid ko na lang kayo kasi parang ninervyos po kayo, ikabaro naman namin kayo. Sabi ko, kaya nga po sir, abot-abot ako, nagtagaktak yung pawis ko, yung paa ko nangangatog na dahil akala ko magbumbahan na kayo dito, di patay kami ditong lahat. Sabi ko gano'n. Sabi niya, hindi naman ma'am, nahuli na. Sabi niya kasi yun ay may report sa amin. Makakako, ang dami-dami ninyo, 50 megit kayo, 2 lang pala ihuhulihin nyo. Sabi ko gano'n. Ako pa po yung sabi sa akin, ma'am, mabuti lang malakas ang glow mo kasi kung iba nyo baka hindi matay pa. Yun po at naranasan. Natatawa po ako kaya kanina naalala ko po yung sharing nyo na pag nakikita ako ng army, ay baka ito yung sabi kong gano'n na doon parang naranasan ko minsan sa probinsya. Yun lang po at maraming salamat. Madaldal ako
1 minute na lang ho, 1 minute na lang.
Nagpapasalamat po ako sa iyo, Te, sa encouragement po na ginawa ninyo. Ang nakakaano lang po doon naman sa amin dahil yung ginagawa ba nila na yung porque nag-uorganisa tayo ng mga kababaihan o doon sa barangay, iba yung perception nila, iba yung nasa isip nila. Kaya may mga time po na din tayo, syempre, lalo na't hindi paru-pariho yung natin, lalo na yung mga kababaihan natin, especially kung first time talaga nilang makasalamuha yung mga ganun, andyan talaga yung takot. Mag-message yan sa akin, madaling araw, ano daw ang gagawin, yung iba naman aatras na dahil natakot sila, yung ganun ba? Pero dahil nga, para sa pangkabuuang kaligtasan at kaayusan po ang ginagawa natin, patuloy pa din po tayo.
Congratulations po. Maraming salamat po sa ating lahat. Ma'am Milot, maraming salamat at sa lahat pong mga nag-present po sa hapong ito. Thank you po. Balik na daw.